start. It ought to be. Hopefully, you boys got his crap together a little bit. So, we all already know the answer to that. So just get ready for another crap stream. All right, Rumbo, Kick. I'm assuming things are going well. See, that's where I always go wrong in life, right there, man. You just assume things are going well. You go about, your beingness. And then you come back to it and realize you done went horribly wrong. All right, okay, here we go. Pop out chat. Still waiting for the server to encode on the old Rumby. Okay, what am I trying to do anyway, man? Let's make sure my Rumble chat is working here. They do not like integrating Rumble in anything. Alright, we're good. As good as we're gonna be on this damn stream. Oh, man. Yeah, that's right. I got that little blue light. I don't like that, man. Because, yeah, you get that little reflection on the camera. The only reason I hooked it up last night is it looks cool when you, put it against your white wall. You get, a free just LED little setup. That looks like we're doing something there. Okay, I'm just going to assume we're fine on Rumble. Going in on the Holy Grail. Man, the sad part is, people, your boy ain't lying. Your boy is not lying. Go to your space. We might get a little bit of a... Alright, had to just make sure we're working on Trovo. Trovo seems to be good. Kick. Alright, oh god, make sure that's Kick. Working on Trovo. Oh my god. Alright, we're fine, Rob, we're fine. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. Currently, keyframes are not being sent often enough. What? This is what YouTube's currently telling me. Oh yeah. Well, this is good to know. Yeah, I gotta remind Chrome to look at a certain window. Yeah. Yeah. Please use a keyframe frequency of 4 seconds or less. What the fuck? Currently, keyframes are not being sent often enough, which can cause buffering. Fuck you, dude. You're at 3K bit rate. Dude, I think we're fine here. We're not doing any gaming. All right, now here's what I'm going to do. That screen went black, but it's supposed to. Because I need to bring up the one from last night. This is where we're starting. I don't even know what page this is, man. This is just the Sphinx. The Sphinx. We'll leave it here, but your boy done went down a little bit of a rabbit hole. I don't know, man. It's just, a continuation of what it's like to be a conspiracy theorist, you could say. Man, I'm sick of that word, man. We got to come up with something better than conspiracy thinking theorist. I don't know what, man. Critical thinker? That's all a conspiracy theorist is. God forbid somebody, does a little critical thinking from time to time. But yeah, man, I was continuing to brush up on old Randall Carlson, man. God. You know how just certain people are brought your way certain times? The rest of the world can know about him. Or whatever, but certain people come your way at certain times in your life and they just have exactly the information that you believe you want. Yeah, man. If I wonder tonight, oh man, what am I going to do when I get off stream if I'm just sitting here with nowhere to go, nowhere to be? Oh man. As long as I got enough weed, which I'm getting a little low, I'll be researching all night. I love that crap. Yeah, it ain't nothing but a bunch of wiki. Basically. And no, I'm not going to dive right into it. Done lost my trash can already, and I don't really have an alternative. Yeah, I do. So, yeah, man, I don't know. It's what I say pretty much every stream, man. I know from time to time I hit some golden ass shit during my stream. And I could, at the end of my stream, make a little highlight video. But your boy is on the just... hit record and go, and just whatever happens will happen. But I will try to dive into it soon, because we're going to dive into the Holy Grail. We really are. The Holy freaking Grail. Like, we all know about it. It's like, you don't even have to be religious to know about the saying, oh, it's the Holy Grail. Like, it's a saying in culture that was birthed from, you could say, religion. But that is exactly what we're going to be getting into today. Just some toothless dude who looks like this is going to attempt to analyze, hypothesize, philosophize, and just try to get to the bottom of this Holy Grail thing, which you got to admit, you can say that, oh, there's been some badass people throughout time, you know, just read the Bible, read this, read that. Dude, ain't nobody found the Holy Grail yet, so you could be Indiana Jones. I'm trying to do what Indiana Jones couldn't do. That's what we're going to try right here live on this stream, man. Trust me. Now, you wouldn't think, you know, that it is a bold claim. Because I know when I think of somebody, when I go to a stream of somebody about to go into the Holy Grail, man, I don't really picture this. Like, look at me now. I'm looking behind me to make sure I got the weed ready, man. You can't go into the Holy Grail if you ain't got a damn bowl of the old devil's lettuce in there. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, by the way, the number 666 isn't evil. Of course, everybody knows that. But old Randall Carlson, man, I guess we can go on and start preferencing all this stuff while I'm sitting here blah, blah, blah. One thing that your boy, you know, he's an admitted high-ranking Mason. He loves Freemasonry. He loves talking about it. He's learning a lot about Freemasonry with old Randall Carlson, man. And yeah, if you want to, sacred geometry, it's not a Freemason thing. It's a universal thing, but they seem to, in their own way, I can't even say in their own way, it's just a label. Like, when you look at Freemasonry, or you call somebody a Freemason, it's no different from looking at like a Christian or a Hindu or a Muslim. It's like they're talking about, like you could say in religion, it's like, dude, do y'all know that all these religions are clearly talking about, you know, the same thing? They just have their own way. It's the same story. They're just trying to tell humanity, hey, there's a God, you know, energy, just be a good person. Whatever religion tries to tell you. Yeah, man, I forget how the hell I'm trying to tie all this together. No, Freemasonry. That's what Freemasons basically are. Sacred geometry is a thing. Freemasons talk about it in their own way, just like every other secret society. And it's not like Freemasons invented sacred geometry, nor do they claim to. They don't even claim to have it figured out. They just claim it's a never-ending journey, and you get closer and closer. It's a quest. Is how they like to put it. So, yeah, it's like Freemasons, for whatever reason, do have the reputation that they have for being rather good and having a rather, you know, profound esoteric understanding of sacred geometry. So you could say that's true just for whatever reason. Yeah, Freemasons have, but then again, not really. Because sacred geometry is not an art. Like, you could argue back in the day without calculators, it would have been a little bit difficult to pick up, because you do have to be good at math. That's all that it is mathematical equations. And isn't that all like the highest degree of whatever we try to explore here as humans? Isn't it always mathematical equations? Like, what makes an astrologist the best astrologist? Dude, if you aren't damn near a savant in math, then you're almost like if you think you're going to be that god tier of astrologist, you have to, not have to, but you almost have to have that strong mathematical background, because everything technically is math. Because here we are, you know, in energy, spirit is infinite, eternal. In those realms with no beginning and no end, it's literally impossible to measure anything. There's no beginning and no end. You need linear time to be able to go point A, point B, whatever. And infinity, that it's all included. Man, we're going here. I don't even know we're dropping her already. Welcome to your boy's stream. But this is what we're getting at, man. The Holy Grail. Your boy, just in a couple of hours. I don't know. I'll go on and preference this because I'm going to, continue to come back to it throughout this show. Just right from the jump, and many times, your boy's going to say what I believe the Holy Grail is it's you. It's a trick. It's a trick from the light or whatever. Like we're seeking, and that's really gonna be the message. It's like we're seeking a physical, that's what I'm just talking about, physical reality, thing. We think it's like a physical, materialistic, shiny, and it's not. Well, your boy will, explain how he's getting there. I'm not even saying that's my end game. But from what I can tell, the people, that have been researching this Holy Grail, it's basically a very slick way of religions throughout the world just to remind you that, like, you are the Holy Grail. It's crazy how they get there. Yeah, back to, sacred geometry was where I lost the thing. And the importance of math, because when you're trying to describe a physical realm, it is, it's built out of something. That's the whole point of being physical. The whole point of being physical is to take what is an eternal, spiritual, just nothing but energy being. But it gets boring when you're just in energy all the time for all of eternity. Energetic beings go, damn, wouldn't it be cool to have a physical realm? So you have to, quote unquote, create it, or God does, or whatever. But in a physical realm, if you're good at math, what can't you explain? Because it's a structure, dude. Earth was built by who? We'll leave off the table. But Earth was built, wasn't it? Like, you were built, weren't you? You don't know how the hell you got here, but now that you got here, you're built. You don't know how this Earth got here, but it's built, isn't it? As in, even on the most core eternal levels, it's a structure that seems to defy quantum physics. It says nothing is, everything is energy. True, everything is energy. Nothing is physical, is real. But how come I think this is a chair right now? It's the same thing with the Earth. That you could say technically it's nothing but energy because everything is. You wouldn't be wrong. But the paradox is it's also a fucking engineering marvel, dude. Like, everything is energy. Okay, fair enough. Well, it still don't mean I can't be impressed by a nice blown piece of glass or a well-made car. Like, it's still, you can still flex. So yeah, it's like when you're good at math, you like sacred geometry, you can become a master at it. That's all it freaking is math. It's just understanding the relationship between a triangle and a circle and a square, like, and how they're all intertwined. That's why the power or the flower of life, I ain't gonna look it up right now, but y'all can. Yeah, that's why the flower of life is such a powerful symbol, and you see it you see it everywhere. Egypt, Rome, like the flower of life is everywhere, and rightfully so, because the only thing it is a circle. It's a series of circles put on top of each other using sacred geometry in a certain way, where there's reasons that people say they can meditate on it and they're given the answers to life. Like, I've meditated on it for a while, and even though that's all it is a bunch of circles on top of a circle, I promise you'll see every shape in existence if you meditate on it long enough. You'll go, oh, that's clearly a triangle. That's clearly a rectangle. That's clearly a pentagon. You'll see every fucking shape in sacred geometry using the flower of life. And like, when you really fathom that, you start to get somewhere. you start going, dude, so like technically the only shape is the circle. And you could kind of get into that. This is, yeah, let me see if I can just, I guess you could say, start this stream. Get ready for these bookmarks. I'm going to have, so look at all these wikis. You're telling me we ain't about to go down a damn rabbit hole. But yeah, what the fuck was it? Yeah, it would have been one of the first ones I saved last night. That's the part. It'd be a great place to start. It's called the what? Space where two circles overlap. Because I know they like. It's something like, I don't know. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Because when I Googled this last night, the AI answer I got was like, it's an overlap. I'm like, no, it's not an overlap. It's this. It's the Vesica Pisces. How the fuck? This is like so simple, but it's the basis of all reality, you could say. Just two circles that overlap. Now, when you get into sacred geometry, that's supposed to like represent the womb. And you know sacred geometry is rather powerful, especially Christians. You'll recognize this. Like Jesus is usually in this Vesera, whatever the hell the official name is, Vesica Pisces. It's simply that. When you have two perfect spheres, you know, two circles with equal diameter, and you put this, so this goes down the center. So it's a perfect circle. This is perfectly lined up in the middle. That's perfectly lined up in the middle. You get a perfect Vesera Pisces. And that's like the building block for reality as we know it. Because once you just, because that's the Vesera Pisces now at a 180, only with another circle around it, and then a circle in the middle. And doesn't that look like an eyeball? Like, once again, sacred geometry will blow your fucking mind. And like, once you start getting into it, you like, you become a Freemason. It's what they say. It's not, it has nothing to do with being a Freemason. They didn't invent sacred geometry. But once you start unraveling the mysteries of it, you become Neo in the Matrix. You really do. You can begin to see how this reality was created up to and including yourself. And that it's so complex. It's so complex if you choose it to be. But, oh man, nobody can see any of that. But it's this fucker right here. And welcome to your boy stream. This is the Vesica Pisces, which is, hopefully I have a lot of images saved of that. Your boy saved a shit ton of images last night, but I doubt I saved that. But the Christians, you all know, and it's probably present in a lot of other religions, but you'll see like Jesus, like when you see the stories of Jesus, that's supposed to represent like the female womb. And perhaps it does. And then the other image I brought up was, yeah, this one. That once you turn the Vesica Pisces 180, add an outer circle, which is really not necessarily, but you just add an inner circle, again, perfectly aligned, and you get the human eyeball. And again, like, this is why if you keep playing with it, you never know what the fuck you'll get when you start messing around with sacred geometry. So yeah, that's where we're headed. Because it is interesting. And as you see, these two on the outside are the flower of life. There's an example of the flower of life. That's not a really good one. I like the ones that are just simple. That they don't try to, decorate it up or just add bold. It's just lines. More so the things like this. Where when you really look at it, yeah, like if you meditate on this long enough, That ain't nothing but circles on circles on circles on circles. And it's called the flower of life because it's known to be like the blueprint of reality, you could say. But again, it's all just sacred geometry. Because, yeah, you get admittedly beautiful pictures like this. But you kind of lose unlocking. See, it's, when was this article written? I'm not going to spend too long here. My only point is, yeah, I like seeing this. Just some dude like me trying to get through the bottom of it. You got people out there on the internet right now trying to get to the bottom of it. Because what do we all kind of know, right? It's like we picture ourselves as human beings, you know, quote unquote, wasting our life away. Now, I'm not saying it is a bad thing, because look at your boy, man, just sitting here fucking around. Yeah, just imagine a world, and I'm not saying this is holier than thou, but just imagine a world where most people were doing this, like where the dominant form of what am I going to do when I'm at home isn't what we're doing now, social media. It isn't video games. It isn't swiping on your cell phone. Just imagine if most people in the world wanted to figure out like the secrets to life, you know, that was their thing. Instead of fantasy football being what the people are doing this week, it's like fantasy sacred geometry. Did anybody come out with, you know, any discoveries? It's like that's the thing that people do. There have been so many times on this planet where that has basically been the consciousness. I mean, they didn't have the internet. They didn't have the cool shit that we have. And tradition meant something. So there were times on this planet where you had the main driving force of the entire population of humanity as a whole was this sacred stuff, you could say, mapping the cosmos, trying to figure it out. And large portions of the world were on board with that. Like the one part that's fascinating is the Gothic cathedral building error, and it was an error. Let's look it up now. Gothic cathedral building era. Yeah, because you could say it didn't last long, because it really didn't. It's one question that I've always asked, and I'm now not even purposely, but just getting the answer to. It's like pictures like this to me are worth saving. It's like, so there was a point in humanity. I will just leave that at that. Where this became popular. Like, because none of these cathedrals were around, you know, and they all popped up during these periods that they're saying they did. So humanity went through a phase for whatever reason, where for a few hundred years, couple of centuries, according to this, and I mean, you know, Graham Hitchcock and Randall Carlson and people like that are currently dismissing these timelines. But it's like, why did humanity go through a debatable, you know, X amount of period, whatever, let's say a few hundred years, we built like this. This is the only thing we did. And like they point out too, I mean, it doesn't matter what part, you can't tell what part of the world this is from right now. If I told you that was in Italy, you'd be like, yeah, I've seen buildings like that. If I told you it was in Greece, you'd be like, yeah, I've seen that. What's the name of part of the world where it wasn't a nationality thing? Humans decided to roll with this. And then you start looking at the commonalities of it. You go, okay, when this period happened, when humans started erecting a bunch of shit like this, then yeah, what sort of things do they have in common? And that's when, yeah, you inevitably trip across sacred geometry, like the flower of life, all these symbols that really mean something. And that's just like what it looks like from the outside. And it's like when you break it down, like Randall Carlson and Graham Hitchcock and other people have the ability to do, dude, nothing is left unthought. Like when you look at the length of the building, it had something to do with sacred geometry. The height of both of these pillars right now, I guarantee you, are perfect symmetry to some mathematical thing. That it's like, it's crazy the amount of precision and thought that was put behind these buildings. And one thing Randall Carlson says as a Mason, he doesn't, the line that I heard wasn't him saying that this is how it currently is, but it naturally implies that maybe it was what he said. But what he said was, I'll just paraphrase it, Freemasonry, or the Masons back then, at the very least, who built these, they don't differentiate at all between work and art, between science and art, between engineering and art. They view them as the exact same thing. So what we view as, like, you know, that's why we take it as religious things. It's like, oh man, they were clearly trying to tell us a religious thing. No, not from an organized religion standpoint as we think of it, but they were trying to tell us a story of gods and hierarchies and just cause and effect. But it's not religion. It's man's way of trying to figure out how this freaking universe works. Like it's spiritual, yes, but it's not religious. Because again, it's the exact same styles. There are a few differences, you know, they put their own little twist on it, but it's generally just the same damn building. Now, the cross appears frequently on these buildings. And once again, it's just this version of man. Like, if you're bored and you just accept for what you were told in this reality, you might think the cross is a Christian symbol. Now, ever since Jesus, you know, it's been highly connected to Christianity naturally, but it's not a Christian system at all. Like, the cross has been a part of sacred geometry since sacred geometry has been sacred geometry. It's like, why do you think the cross was on? They already had it to hang Jesus on. It was a thing. It was around. It's just that the moment they decided to use that to do what they did to Jesus, it now became internally entwined with Jesus. And your boy, yeah, I guess that's something I could steer into now, because I have always, you know, believed in Jesus. I do believe in Jesus and that whole story. I'm just very cautious, as everybody should be. But yeah, man, there was a moment, I think it was this one. No, that's the one where they kind of got a grin. I might not even have saved the one. I think it might have been, oh my God, to open a JPEG file. I think it was kind of this one. And obviously, you know, redone, but painting from back in the day. And the one thing I noticed on the painting was the artist made sure the sorrow. All right, let me check my, nope, I had a feeling. Like, why? Oh yeah, that's an image. Okay, let's go back to this. I'm glad I checked. Let's get rid of me. Make it quick and easy. This image. The artist made sure to, like, accent how sad these people were. Now, there are some things you could take note to, because when you see a lot of paintings from, like, religious crap, especially the only thing I was looking into last night, this old Jesus thing, you'll see that like, because you could say, like, why is that sun looking thing there? It appears to be part of the cross. And according to a lot of pictures that was there was something behind his head, but not all of them. But the one common thing, which it might be in this picture, is certain people in these pictures have that behind them. You'll see like a regular person who doesn't have the sun or whatever. And I think what they're trying to depict is the believers and the non-believers. Like, even the ones who didn't believe in Jesus were still saddened by what happened. And this thing at the bottom, that's a Freemason thing, but that's in like all of them. In many paintings, there's somebody at like Jesus's foot with that fucking thing that's like, I don't know, taking a measurement? Who the fuck knows? Or maybe that just is put in there as, yeah, a little caution to all. A little like olive branch, if you will. It's like, as bad as this is, technically, it's just human nature. That it could have been predicted. But yeah, and then, and other people are, you know, relating the correlation too. It's like, is it that much of a coincidence that, yeah, a couple hundred years after that came the Dark Ages? It's like humanity as a whole, according to the story, yeah, paraded like the holiest and most righteous thing that we had, the best example of a human being that we had at the time, Jesus Christ, paraded him around. They made an example of him, hung him at sacrificed him at the cross, crucified him, and 200 years later, everything went black. Fucking crops died, the world was cold. Like, humanity got plunged into a hell of a dark age. And that's when you can tie the works of, like, Graham Hitchcock in there, and it's not like it's the only dark age. Humanity tends to do that, and I guess I'll throw that in here. And it ain't really going to be the best news for those of us who are currently on this timeline. Because picture humanity as a whole. It does. It goes through golden ages, dark ages, golden ages, dark ages. It's really simple cause and effect. It's like, just imagine devastation. You know, just imagine a world basically reset. There's nothing left. The people who are part of that world are going to have to be a certain way. It's not going to be easy. Everything's going to be gone. It's a new paradigm, a comet hit, whatever, but just society has been reset. It's going to be so fucking difficult. There is no grid. You have to go to living back on the land. Humanity always repeats these cycles. That's when it's like the Dark Ages. When the previous setup, when the previous experiment or whatever didn't work for whatever reason, here came a mass extinction of human beings. And then we go into the Dark Ages, where it's like, it sucks, like life is difficult, it's not easy to farm, there's constant war, things suck, it's dog eat dog. But what does that breed? Tough son of a bitches. Everybody knows that the best lesson to learn in life is when you actually go through getting your ass kicked and you get to get back up. If you can do that over and over and over again, it morphs you into a rather hardened individual. So picture that. A couple hundred years go by of horrible conditions, dark ages. Everything sucks. The economy sucks. The health sucks. It's bad. It's difficult. It's not easy to survive. Who makes it out of that? The biggest and the baddest, the tough motherfuckers. And what mentality are they in after hundreds of years of suffering? We gotta change this. We've been suffering for so long. Look at all the pain in the world. Like, you learn rather wise lessons of what not to do. So you go forth now as a rather impressive human. You're hardened from being able to survive and live during such harsh conditions, and you now have an appreciation for the simple things in life. Like when the sun comes back and the warmth comes back and the birds start chirping again and the sea levels rise, you start to realize what really matters. And that's when you start building That's when you go into the cathedral ages, for example, like we do. You're so glad to be out of the, and you swear you're never going to do it again. You're like, I figured it out. It's all about just being one with nature. You give us so much. You've given us heaven on earth. And from time to time, we lose sight of it. And then boom, you go into a golden age because you come out of that dark. You've learned your lessons, and the people who are there that initiate it and start the building and set the example for others to follow are the ones I just talked about. They're hardened, they're battle hardened, but they're also wise enough to know where they went wrong. And it's a beautiful thing. Now, what tends to happen? Let's keep going with that. So these people who have learned the lessons of the past, they know it's about just being one with the environment you're in. They start throwing up the cathedrals and sacred geometry, and they're trying to tell the rest of the world about this wonderful yet simplistic secret they found out about, which is just be love. And they end up creating a magnificent world for the next couple of generations. Things are great, but what does that breed? It breeds what we are now in our 2025 version. Out of nowhere, your kids aren't born into a world where at 12 years old, they have no choice but to go out and start hunting and gathering. Dude, society itself collapsed, you young bastard. It's not going to be fucking easy. Get your ass out there and get to work. Like, those are the sort of children that are raised in the dark ages that eventually become the battle-hardened, wise people. But during the golden age, an unfortunate blowback is what we're going through now. When everything is going good and, life couldn't be better, humans tend to get lazy. You don't need internet and technology to do it, man. You just need some drugs and women, and you can just get lazy as you fucking want to be, man. So that tends to be a pattern of humanity. That's why we go through cycles, you could argue. There's many factors to that, but one of them is indeed the human psychology. That tough times breed tough people. Easy times breed weak people. So that's another reason for the constant cycle of humanity. We'll go through tough times, but those who make it out of that are going to be those who are responsible for what's going to be a golden age going ahead. But unfortunately, the little spoiled bastards that they tend to breed, and this is timeless. I'm not saying it about our timeline, but I am. It's all humans. We create a world, a magnificent world, but I don't know what happens. Like, how could we prevent that? We have to come up with a way that once we start molding this world into the heaven we know it is, that we keep our children. We don't coddle them too much. We're coddling the fuck out of them. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know how humanity would break this cycle. Because that's it. Yeah. And so get ready. That's how you know another dark age is coming. Because I hate to break it to you, humans, we are not immune to this. And when you apply the pattern that we know throughout history, it lines up perfectly for right now. Right before the beginning of like some uncomfortable, well, we are in the uncomfortable times now. It's like, well, how did it get this bad? Oh my God, it's so horrible. Palestine's gone. Look at Ukraine. Every day we wake up to just clearly demons running this fucking earth. And we all know what the answer to that is. We all know what the answer to that is. We, the collective, got lazy. It ain't our fault. We're not the first to do it. We've been given some rather cool toys. I think we should be given a little bit of a pass. Because they didn't have much back in the day. But look at the religious stories of some of these hell-gone societies that had to be cleansed. Life was so good, the Holy Templar Knights, or however these biblical stories go, when they came to cleanse the heresies, the heretics, what were they doing? They said they were sitting around, getting boozed up, just loaded with women, all those depictions of sin that we all know from prophecy. That's basically what we're doing now. Is you boys sitting here hitting this tobacco pipe? You know, they like. What do you think they would have been doing if they had X and social media? Dude, they'd have been doing what we're doing now. You know, except yeah, there wouldn't have been the women thing. I'm not saying hoes don't exist, but the women would have been turtling indoors, swiping their cell phone too. So that's why, and it would have been a better version. You got to admit that, people. I mean, if we all admit we're at home right now in our digital degen world doing digitally degen shit, wouldn't it have been a lot more fun in a world of prostitution where like there was no internet to be degen? So the only where would degens congregate? Because we're always around. We're never going anywhere. Yeah, we would have been the ones that would have been like, we ain't doing nothing but an orgy today, man. Like, let's just, anybody got a foot fetish? Meet me at 4:30. Like, that's what we would have degraded into. But yeah, it's okay. Going by that, you know. Good times tend to breed weak people. And here we all sit, just weak as fuck, passive as shit. We're all sitting in our little home with our digital devices going, man, I wonder if our leaders are going to end the world today or tomorrow. We have officially given our power away. It couldn't be more obvious. We are powerless. We are powerless, are we not? Which one of us doesn't wake up every day, you know, a little curious about the news? Like, whether or not you're going to live tomorrow, like whether or not you might have a little nuclear radiation to contend with or not, it's in the hands of 5 people. Not you, not your child. We're all in that position. That also is another, you know, I mean, how else do you think Jesus got crucified at the cross? I mean, go back and look at the story of Jesus. It's not like any religious depiction of what happened there tells you that everybody was on board. They actually tell you that after it was done, the whole fucking region was just plummeted into depression. That's what we're getting today in Palestine. That's another example of what happens when humans give their power away. Most of the population was going, please don't, he's right. We don't want this. Do not make an example of Jesus. That was the system's way of knowing they had to double down. They were like, dude, these people think they got a fucking say? This is the perfect example for us to remind them just how little of a say that you have. It's the same system at play today. It could be millions upon millions of people. It can be basically, you could say, an entire race, an entire nationalized group of citizens called Palestinians. And dude, 90% of the world was going, please don't do this. Gone. It's in fucking rubble. And then we get Trump Gaza. Come on now, dude. I am not making this up. When I saw Trump Gaza, the first day it supposedly came out, the outlet that reported it on my wall, I was already on the fence about. I still got to go back and unblock them. I'm like, dude, at the point you're kicking out Trump Gaza propaganda, I'm fucking blocking your ass. Lo and behold, I wake up the next day, news is still talking about it. I'm like, did this really it really happened. Trump Gaza is a real fucking video, dude. Like, let's look it up. Trump Gaza. I posted it on my X yesterday because I couldn't fucking believe it, dude. It's like, so if you ever wondered what it would look like in end times, I couldn't believe this was a fucking real thing, dude. As much as I know about the Illuminati and how sick they are, you did what Hitler tried to do but couldn't. And after it, you legit make a video like this. This is really from Trump. This is not.
The light for all to see. No more tunnels, no more fear. Trump Gaza is fighting.
He's gotta be mocking you. This is mind-blowing. That was him and Netanyahu. It's all AI. But come on now. Dude, that's what I'm saying. This has to be psychological warfare. You fucking release this to the world. The world is up in arms. NATO is currently meeting and pissed. Like, this was not a good thing at all. At all. How on earth? Like, holy fuck. But Trump actually fucking released that. Now, this is where I'm getting into the psychology behind it. I don't think this was released as a good thing. I really don't. I know it had, like, it's kind of got like a childlike feel, but I really think it's this Illuminati who now thinks they can get away with, they're rubbing it in your face. They're going, you know that thing you didn't want us to do? Here's what we did with it. It went unchecked. This is what we're going to do with it. We know that none of you want this, but this is what we're going to give you. And then you got Elon. Like, why Elon? What the fuck was this? Why did he throw that in there? We all know who Elon is. So he's parading through what used to be Palestine with the sun setting in the background. That probably tells you something. That is nothing but gold. That's what he's promising for you. Apparently when you... Dude, it's the 7 deadly sins, is it not? Would you like to come in and worship a false idol sitting upon a false throne made of gold? Meanwhile, so they can afford to make all these things of gold. That's what Trump is saying. But meanwhile, he can't help his own citizens. And we're all being told there's not enough money to go around, while he's making and promoting a video of going, dude, we have so much money that we could just do whatever with. This is what we're deciding to do with it. It's not about ensuring your child has an education or your healthcare system that you know is in shambles. No, this is where all that money Doge is saving is going to go to. It's going to go to creating a Las Vegas and Palestine. Because clearly that's what the Islamic and Muslim world and Europe and Russia and China, we were all going, man, it'd be great if we could Americanize the Middle East. That's exactly what the rest of the world wants. So that's our version these days. Because think about it. How sick. Now, this is not, conspiracy. It's documentable fucking fact, depending on how you feel about religion. How sick do you have to be to do what they have to do what they did to Jesus? To openly mock everything that's good and holy. To be like, yeah, we know this represents, everything that's good and holy. This is your symbol of it. We're going to purposely parade around how we're butchering it. Like, you got to be pretty fucking sick to want to openly massacre not even Jesus Christ, but just what he represented, divinity itself. You're trying to send a message to God that, hey, you might as well give up sending them angels down here, because each time you do, look what we're gonna fucking do with one. That's what the Jesus thing was about. And then you wonder, holy shit, how could that ever happen again? Give me some money. That was the donation one. So if you wonder how it could ever happen again, go watch Trump Gaza. Like, they're actually going, yeah, that thing called genocide and ethnic cleansing? I don't know why you all aren't proud of it. Only an angel would feel bad about that. But from our demonic perspective, look how you can enjoy it. Like, we're giving you the exact same things, because what are they promising you in this video? What are they promising you in this Trump Gaza video? Every fucking thing. any religion throughout time has ever warned you about becoming something like this. They're promoting sin, materialism, wealth being on the outside of you. And like none of this is good for anybody because we all know how corporations work. These are all buildings of corporations that will reap 99% of the profit, while you at most are going to make $9.90 an hour working at that fucking place. But that tells you this how far gone these sumbitches are. Hey, I got 2 new followers, maybe because of the Trump post. What was the only other? Because I didn't stream yesterday. So my other one was, Syria and Lebanon. Because my last stream on Tuesday, before Israel even did this to Syria, I spent about an hour on this stream talking about buy Lebanon, buy Syria, you're next. Like, that's all you need to do is pick up a damn map and know a little thing about Zionists. So that was kind of funny. I had to take a moment to validate myself. I was like, hey, I said yesterday on the stream, see ya, Syria. It's already over, dude. It's just, yeah. And that's the thing that people are caught, like, that's not legal. Netanyahu's breaking international law again. There were treaties signed. Syria rightfully has, that's rightfully their land according to law. Netanyahu don't give a fuck. The United States don't give a fuck. Like, we are just going, oh, okay, you all got laws. That's cute. Because think about this. The Trump withdrew from the ICC. Why? It's like, now when they create those laws, he's technically, it's a legality move. You know, he didn't, from a legal perspective, if you don't agree to be a part of the ICC, you're not a part of the ICC's, jurisdiction. But the ICC was created globally post-Hitler to put people like Hitler in check. So no wonder he fucking withdrew from that, because he knew they'd be coming for him, which they are. But now technically, yeah, they really can't. It would just be like the Netanyahu thing. It's like, okay, they issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu, so he's not legally allowed to go to any of the 128 countries that are part of the ICC, but it doesn't mean that he's not legally allowed to come to the United States like he did. It's one of the few countries on this planet this dude is even legally allowed to go in at this point. And they're reluctant to do that with Trump. Because, yeah, I mean, why? I think military does go a long way. Like, they know the power that Netanyahu and the Zionists have, but for whatever reason, they weren't afraid to slap him on the wrist. They weren't intimidated by the Zionists, but they're kind of intimidated by Trump, and I think they know it's because he's standing upon the shoulders of, one of the greatest countries ever. No longer, but he's still reaping the benefits of that. You could argue the greatest military on the world, but that's fucking stupid. You gotta be an unenlightened, naive son of a bitch to still think like nukes and shit like that matter. Dude, weapons now are fucking crazy. Like, nukes don't matter, dude. The only sort of technology, you need to start thinking along these lines. Like, we know what solar flares do to us, right? If the sun farts a little bit, it could potentially wipe out all communication until that solar flare passes. There you go, motherfuckers. Start thinking along those lines. They haven't been developing nuclear technology. Dude, it leaves too much of a mark. Our reputation is still in the shitter for what we did to Japan. Like, Hiroshima or Nagasaki, whatever it is, have not recovered. It's sad. Like, it's a diplomatic bad thing to revert to nukes. But nobody wins in that situation. But yeah, if you could just, it's 2025, man. So it's like the weapons now, if you want to destroy a country, you would go that route. You would do like magnets or something, or whatever the solar flare is. Like, you would look to take out their digital dependency, which we all are, individually and globally. Because you could say as citizens, we're digitally dependent, and we are, but you can't say our whole damn system isn't trapped in the same paradigm. That unless there's actual levers to go out there and pull the fucking mechanism that releases the thing, and that's how you launch the missile, it's all controlled digitally. I don't give a fuck how badass, how many bombs you got. Like, if you press a button to hit them, dude, the technology is easily out there right now where all you got to do is make that button not work. You can render much of their military, not all of it, impotent. Yeah, man. I don't know. So that's what we're in today, man. I'll get ready to take a pee and come back and cover these sick bastards. But yeah, man, we'll come back and cover some of these antichrists, because that's what they are. People might not see it now. Some people do. But Elon and Trump are going to go down as antichrists. I'll be right back. Oh. Sad but true. This is the state of my life. Ooh. I'm walking around with a limp because there's a mouse in my house. Do I gotta go to actual Kick? Let me see something. This is one thing I'm noticing about streaming on Kick. I've been kind of like, ignoring it recently. But they are infested with bots. Infested.
Like, fair amount. And these are blue label ones.
That's
so these are the first...
Well, that's an actual person on Kick.
Label.
Okay, that's nice to see. I was starting to question. There we go. I'm just going to start swinging the old band hammer, man. It's going to be a never-ending whatever. But I'll just go on and say, it's becoming more and more obvious to your boy why Kick is even a thing. It's definitely, I know what y'all are doing, man. I can't hate the player. I definitely recommend sticking around for the strum, because it goes hand in hand with what I'm talking about. Yeah, end times and just the level of greed and how far that's gone, and how just, we've been getting hints of greed throughout the last couple of generations, but it's never been more just sickening, potent, in your face as it is now. It's all right. Anyway, but what your boy was saying was, he's walking with a limp, because I got a mouse in my house, right? And they get in the wall. So, when I'm trying to bang on it, I went to, kick, because he was near the baseboard, so I went to kick it. But, they got floor studs down there, man. The only thing I had on at the moment was flip-flops. So I didn't really think that through, man. My big toe kind of hurts today. But I had a moment with that mouse, man. I damn near tried to kill it. Like, I sprayed some Raid around the area that I knew it was getting in the walls, because I was trying to show it that we got rules. I captured it last night and kept it in a container for a solid hour. I wasn't being a dick. There was food and water in there, but I would look in there from time to time and go, dude, I'm trying to remind you, it's not easy. And I'm not trying to domesticate a mouse, but I'm wondering if I can get to the point where we can at least coexist. If I can, break this dude to be like, if you can just understand the few rules, there aren't many. You can live here with me. Just don't make noise when you know I'm sleeping. Don't take that as your time to start ruffling around in the kitchen, because I will get out of bed and start stomping around. It's like I'm wondering if I can like break this mouse. Or instead of like, you know, rummaging through my shit, which it's hard to do, but trying to find my shit right now and do what mice do. Like, if he's hungry, do you think I could get him to the point where he would just go up on the bed and maybe do like a dog begging thing? Like, he'll give me some sort of sign that goes, dude, you got any? One thing I've noticed, and I can't keep doing it. What is it about bread? It's like, God, if you go to a pond and you just, the animals love bread, but you can't make that their whole diet. You're not doing them a service when you do that. He ate a little banana last night. That was good to see. And I saw him nibbling at the orange peel, so maybe he liked that. Who knows? But yeah, it's a delicate dance between me and this mouse right now. I love him. I want to love him. I want to continue to love him. But hot dang it, there's rules to this shit, man. I don't feel bad for it either. Most humans would have killed you the moment they saw you. Oh, man. All right, so I might have to keep that one up. Yeah, I don't know what the hell. I guess I could burn one here and start getting into my... Because I'm curious about this shit. That's why I'm hitting record. This is not like me... I mean, there are some things I know, whatever, but like, I'll try to throw what I believe I know in there. But what's about to happen is a legit, dive into this holy grail thing, man. All right, I guess I'll go to browsing. There's a picture of the Sphinx. I'm not saying we're going to start there. But, what the fuck? Cam, that's what I wanted to kill. All right, let's get into some research here. And I'll show you some of the rabbit hole that I was going down last night. Now, the one thing I'm beginning to learn, which a lot of people already know, it's common knowledge, or it's becoming common knowledge, is the power of the zodiac sign, the astrology sort of stuff. And I don't have a proper one. What is it called? Is it just called the zodiac sign? Because I want that one. I need a good, proper, something like this. God. Oh, man. It's going to be a good one. Going to be a good one. If this is a properly sized image, this would be a good one. And it is. Beautiful. That was easy. There's that WebP bullshit. Oh my God. There we go. Save as PNG. Zodiac. There we go. So apparently, these are the signs of the zodiacs, right? Now I wonder what's the astrological bullshit of it. Astrological zodiac. Because they're giving me the months here, right? What are the, like... time periods on the ages? Here we go. How many years does a zodiac age last? Astrological age, 21,600. Okay. Do you notice something there? 21,600. So an astrological age, it's 21,600. Not the months. You know how we got the months. It's your month. And you know, if you're a Pisces, which is a phase within itself. As everybody says, the universe is simply cycles within cycles. Yeah, let me go to main, because whenever I bring up an image, you're not going to be able to see an image because that's just a browser capture. So let's go to main. We'll roll with this. Let's lower me. And yeah, so an astrological age lasts 2160. And so look at the calendar, people. Look at the calendar. That's the point. It's 2025. Because you would naturally assume, you know, this might be accurate to a T. But let's say 2160 is just 2160 means we're in the ballpark. I doubt we have it down to the day, to the second, whatever. But an astrological age is somewhere around 2,160 years. Look at the calendar, people. Yeah. And look at a thing called end times. Yeah, we're at the end of an age. It was reset. Once again, life is just cycles within cycles. Like Jesus, that whole Jesus thing happened universally when it was supposed to by forces none of us can fathom. The calendar got reset. An astrological age is 2160. We're in 2025. We all see clear things of end times here. It's clearly the end of a cycle. We can't go much farther, and we all know it. Like, people should start seeing all of this, and not as a bad thing. When you recognize how the patterns work, how the human pattern works, the human soul works, like, everything's going perfectly fine, actually. Like, it sucks. It's unfortunate that we have to frequently do this, give our power away. And then one day we wake up to whether it's Elon and Trump or the Knights Templar, the Babylonians of old. There's always some force that ends up hell-bent on taking over the world, and frankly, they do a pretty good job of it. Like, this is the story told throughout time, man. That humans get lazy, passive, whatever. We lose sight of the quote-unquote the way. And then we wake up with clearly ill-intended people because light only knows how to love. If somebody is showing up to your doorstep with a sword, I don't care what their story is, they're not light. Light doesn't do that. Do you think heaven has ever knocked on any realm with a sword going, hey, y'all better ship up or ship out or we're going to whoop your ass? Like, no, it's too busy loving. That's what light does, is love. But humans will find a way to make a team quicker than a son of a bitch, man. Well, then the next thing you know, it's team versus team. And I guess that, you know, could say would be one of the ultimate sacred sins if you just put it into words. It's like when you lose sight with your oneness, what the fuck do you think's gonna happen? I guess I should have the deep thing up while I'm just doing this. But no, where did it all come from? So yeah. So what the fuck age are we currently in? I believe it's Pisces. 90% sure. What astrological age are we in? Depending on the calculation, we are Aquarius or transitioning to it. There is no other or. Yeah, the age of Pisces is what they're saying. And that's why, and people have already uncovered this one. We're in the age of the Pisces. Well, yeah, it's called the martyrdom, the Pope hat, but everybody knows. It's like, yeah, do you think it's a coincidence? But here's the thing. It looks like a fish head, and I like to believe it is. It looks like, you know, the mouth of a fish, which is what the Pope has been donning probably throughout the entire age of Pisces, is that. But now that your boy learned a little thing about the old Versica Pisces, you could also just simply say it's that, which is what Freemasons and sacred geometrists would tell you is where the fish head came from anyway. That is just a sign of the fish head. But Pisces is represented by fish. So I guess you could go with either or that one, and I would personally see why. Or if you said it's representing Pisces in the age of the fish, I wouldn't disagree. But if you said it was that middle of the circle, I just said I gotta fucking learn that word. I'm looking for the symbolism here. Again, just to get at what we're getting at. Like the astrological symbols. Because that looks like a ram. So what would he be referencing? I should have left that image up. Because one of them is a ram. Aries. That's what I'm saying. When you get into the symbolism, it's crazy. It's like, why does... Okay. So what's he trying to tell us about Aries? Aries is at the center of the cross. Was that the age when they sacrificed Jesus? Because that would have been what? Like around the transition. All right, so my question then, Google, will be what astrology... I could probably look at it on that chart. Yeah, let me try to answer it. So what... I could. If for Pisces going into Aquarius, yep. We came out of Aries. So I guess that's his way of acknowledging those who came before you. You know, you got, your little Aries thing there in the middle. But that I think that's what that symbol means. Because like I was just saying, like, did not the calendar get reset at the beginning of the age of Pisces? So Aries died on the cross. I believe is what that is trying to tell you. That when Jesus died and we went from Aries to Pisces, Aries and whatever the hell that represents, whatever that era represented, died on the cross with him. It was over after that. And then came Pisces, and and then came what looks like the Virgin Mary standing upon a sack being held upon, I guess, and I'll put it the way that I am, but yeah, does that represent the nut sack? No, I doubt it. But that's somebody out there, but there's the Iron Cross in red, the color of blood. Once again, the Iron Cross is not a bad symbol. It's sacred geometry. Because, we see, like, what do you see? It's kind of like an optical illusion. My first thing went to, Iron Cross. But if you look at it long enough, you'll just see like a white X. Like, but yeah, man. Alrighty. So welcome to you boys' random stream about, I guess this is decoding the Holy Grail. It really is. Because, I've already said, I preference this show with going, I believe the Holy Grail is you. And it might take me a couple hours, but I'll get there. So, that was kind of fascinating because the one that I had opened up from last night, and I'm not even sure why, was this one. So, you'll look at, like, symbols throughout all of culture. The Sphinx. It's everywhere. Egypt. They were definitely big on it. Now, look at them teddies. Now, here's a great question that's offered by the Randall Carlsons and the Graham Hitchcocks of the world. It's like, when you look at that as a geologist and archaeologist, you can clearly tell it's like water damage. I don't know how, but they all agree. Like, there's definitely been some water erosion going on there. And the next logical question is, dude, in Egypt... And that's when you get back to the biblical floods. And it's like, at what point was the fucking Sphinx, like, submerged in water? Maybe not for long, but there's clear signs that it got wet somehow, like soaked in a fucking desert. How does that happen? And then this is totally just, random. I'm sure people have said it before, but if this is a real, current photo of the pyramids, that kind of tells the same story. I'm sure it's been talked about. I've gotten it from nowhere. But doesn't it look like a massive flood came through? Wiped out all that shit, and that's how high the flood was, which would have submerged the Sphinx. But it didn't do it to that one. But yeah, so anyway. There's another version of a Sphinx, even though, yeah, that's a lion with a human's head, but that didn't have the eagle's wing. See, there's one you can believe right there. It could all be AI, but let's say that's a real whatever from however many years ago. Those are some bitches I tend to believe. What were they? Because that don't even look like a human head. But some cultures had quote-unquote weird ways. And dude, honestly, yeah, if there was a version of human who did look like that X amount of years ago, like we wouldn't even fucking know it. Not saying they were the majority, but so there's many examples of that. Now, yeah, what I believe that is, it's like, so why? That's the next logical question is what the fuck? Why are Sphinx everywhere? Like, what the fuck is up with this? Once again, and yeah, they try to merge man, lion, and eagle is what they tend to be. Yeah, and if you probably know where we're getting at this, because this is all global. It can all be found. There looks like Hindi culture there with a similar thing. Because this is Wiki right now, going through examples of what Wiki considers examples of Sphinx. So the next logical question is, what the fuck is this Sphinx thing? Why has pretty much every culture, there's not a culture in the world who's not immune to it. They know about the Sphinx, and what's its like represent? Well, this, if you ask me, because what would it, Leo, I guess. So for some reason, and here's where you would need an astrologist, like what does Leo represent? So I believe it's the Sphinx is saying whatever Leo represents, using a little alchemy, you could combine it with, which one is the eagle? Or is there even an eagle? I guess there isn't one for an eagle. Okay, so then for whatever reason, you have the eagle and human. There isn't an eagle. Now that is fascinating. Because what do you suppose the eagle, okay. Let's ask Google's opinion. I'd rather hear it from Randall Carlson, and he's probably already said it. I think it's the alchemical principles. This is going to be such a vague question. What does the eagle represent? I guess just, yeah, this is going to be a totally poor Google answer. Okay, so now we might be getting somewhere. A link to the sky gods. That kind of makes sense. The spirit and soul in the Bible, God compares his care for his people to that of a mother eagle. Yeah, okay, I'm going with that. I believe that's what it could be there. So it would represent the Leo thing, or maybe the spirit of the lion. The eagle thing would be your connection to the heaven, to the skies, and then the human thing would be, yeah, you're human. So for whatever reason, that son of a bitch appears all over the damn place. And that wasn't one of my good ones. That was just like one of the last tabs I had up. And then I had ball. Which, what I was trying to do last night, I guess we'll veer into that, is what the fuck is like regarded as the first religion or the highest god? Because it's like many times when you wiki these things, something that was known as being very powerful. Like, let's just go with Yahwism, for example. Because Yahwism is the name given by modern scholars to the religion of ancient Israel and Judah. an ancient Semitic blah, 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 blah. So where was it birthed from is my name. Worshipped by them, okay. National gods hold that the god was a consort. So that's where I ended up clicking Baal. Because you hear that name a lot. So ancient Israel and Judah. So I like going to here. It's like, okay, so you're telling me this was one of the first people. Spans from the early appearances. So here's what I like doing. No, you're saying it's even older? So you're saying even Israel and Judah of the Israelites and Canaan from the early appearances. I guess they're really, yeah, they don't explain where they came from. I was wondering, like, when would you get to the end? And I guess this is it? Where there's, like, no explanation of what dated before them? It's like, from the early appearance of the Israelites. So around what time? No, because they're saying 1890. What the fuck? The Israelites. That's what I'm saying. Okay, so Book of Joshua is the 6th book in the Hebrew Bible. And the Hebrew Bible is just was compromising the Torah. So, okay, was the Torah first? No, it's a compilation of books from the Hebrew Bible. So Genesis? Yeah, as you can tell, I already clicked them all last night. So apparently the Torah came from Genesis. So where did Genesis come from? The book of Genesis is the first book of the Hebrew Bible in the Christian Old Testament. Okay. Bereshit. Account of the creation of the world. So I guess that's the oldest records. According to Wiki. The early history of humanity and the origin of the Jewish people. So it don't go any farther back. The Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. Genesis is like the popular one. So are they giving this a date? God decides to destroy. Are they going to give us anything that resembles a date in any of this? Like, what the hell would you even say? Here we go. Here's something. Argues that Genesis was composed in the late 270s BC. What the fuck? You all know that's bullshit. So, but we're getting somewhere, right? According to whoever this guy is. And this is Wiki. Like, let's just ballpark it. 270 BC? For fucking Genesis? But here's an older one. The Persians of the Achaemenid Empire after their conquest of Babylon in 59. Okay, so this is actually older. So what the fuck did these people believe in then? Because they're saying Genesis is, the first book of creation. What? This empire, 300 years older, they didn't have an idea? What? Or what? Because if that's their flag, they had a thing or two figured out, man. But you can see how poor what we're fucking being told is. Like, none of this makes any damn sense, man. So this was before even Genesis. It was an Iranian empire founded by this dude who's apparently going to be even older. So once again, let's just, because we found somebody who's apparently older. So where'd Cyrus the Great come from? Now, what timelines are they giving us at this point? They are 555. So you're telling me they believed in nothing? There was no religion. According to Wiki, there was, these people believed in nothing. Is that what they say? Let's just look for religion. Okay. To the Greeks, he was known as customs and religions. Wiki, this makes no sense. makes no sense. If he had customs and religions, then what the fuck are you doing telling me here on the page of Genesis? Now, it's according to this guy, unless I am missing something. Like, what the fuck? Shouldn't Genesis be like old as fuck? If you're telling us all that it's being credited as the first. Well, okay, well, who's crediting that? The same person that's crediting that as the first book of creation is the same person saying all this shit happened too. So what religion do these fuckers believe in? Because I'm assuming, yeah, you know, the Greek gods of old. Greek god, what time period were the Greek gods? I hope it knows what I'm trying to fucking say. So now we're getting somewhere. Yeah, 3000 BC before Christ. So, damn, the book of Genesis is just a slap in the face. Because that would be... Okay. So let's go... When was the last great human extinction? What are they trying to tell us was the last time humanity got reset? 900,000 years ago. Okay, so dude, they're just digging themselves deeper and deeper into a hole at this point. Holy fuck. So there hasn't been any mass wipe out of people from like shit that we can't control in a million fucking years. Fair enough. So why aren't we, like, the Greeks didn't go away? The only argument would be we killed ourselves off, but there's been no major cosmic event at all to an empire that was so grand that we still look back on them today, the Greeks and the gods and everything that came out of that. And you got to admit, yeah, Greek mythology is like well woven into some shit. So it's like, dude, well, the nerve of Genesis. The nerve of Genesis to say to be an account of the creation of the world. I'll give them that. They're not saying it's the account, because it damn sure ain't. Like, you're modern, you're infantile. It might seem, you know, Genesis to us, but it's a baby. It's a little teeny. It's new. It's a new thing. Okay, so they came up with it like just before Christ. So yeah, I'm sure many people knew that or whatever. But yeah, I just don't get, yeah. So I guess it goes with the culture thing. Because the next logical question would be, unless they were wrong, unless we all agree that they were wrong, then why don't we still worship the Greek gods, or do we? It's like, it would, I guess, yeah, that's where the wars come into play. Like, when did Greece fall? Let's just look that up. When did Greece fall? Because hopefully it'll know what I meant. Like, the greatest era of Greece ever, according... Okay, so that does kind of make sense. We just answered our own question right there. At the same time, when they ushered in Genesis and this, you know, new way of thinking and new religion or whatever, that's when Greece fell. So I just answered my own question. So we were, apparently, to some extent, because, you know, they say the Greeks handed it down to the Egyptians, I believe. I don't know. When did Egypt rise? Let's look that up. When did Egypt rise? According to humanity. When did Egypt rise? And again, it'll know what I meant. Hopefully. Way after. So Egypt got the memo way later. So the Greeks are the ones who are apparently being credited for passing a lot of shit down, man. Well, what are they saying about the Roman Empire? That's probably going to be BC too, because the Romans, oh my God. When did Rome rise? 8th century BC. Hell yeah, they're definitely going after that one. Well, at least they're honest enough to open it up with, according to legend, there's going to be an interesting one to look up for sure. The motherfucker they're crediting for founding Rome itself. Guarantee you that's got some stories behind it. I'm going to leave that one cocked in the chamber. The chamber's getting ridiculous at this point. All right. Okay, so at least, yeah, they kind of, admit that. We done got to the bottom of that. Genesis is an infantile religion that was birthed at the death of whatever it was the Greeks believed in, which seemed to be quote-unquote dominant, because you know how, I don't know, I don't think, I guess humanity, Catholicism, Muslim and Islam are kind of big. And I'm wondering how common it is for humanity to have a basically global religion. So, okay. So this is, once again, 53. So the Greeks is what you need to start fucking around with. Because Genesis ain't even that old. It's like the Torah ain't even that old. It's not at all. This is like some infantile shit when you look at the grand scheme of things. Like I know that sounds insulting to some people, but yeah, because I'm acknowledging the high light we hold the Torah in Genesis and even in Christianity. But I'm like, dude, that's some infantile shit. We're the new kids on the block, dude. It's like, let's start talking about where all this you could say came from. Because they say it's just, a collection of books and what they believe to be true at times. Well, dude, the Greek were their teachers. Like, so let's, pay a little homage to their teachers. If you believe in the Torah now, let's learn about who taught them. According to Wiki. Because y'all are coming along for the ride, man. This isn't me just saying, well, trust me, I know. This is me going, let's try to fucking figure this shit out according to what they're telling us. So again, yeah, I don't care about Yahwinism. I used to, unless you want to apply it to current events, then by all means, it's going to help you explain a lot of what's beneath the surface. But when you want to go for what I titled this stream, the holy fucking grail, then Yahwism, and this is not insulting, you're not going to get to the answer of the holy grail if you stop here. You're going to have to keep going. So it's the Greeks. So let's look up, what I had, Greek mythology. Because eventually I would assume that, we're going to find out who taught them. That's all I'm interested in is the rabbit hole. Is there any description in here of where even this come from? It's a body of myths. We're already okay. It's myths. Myths. So they're starting to loosen it. Told by ancient Greeks in a genre of ancient Greeks, today absorbed alongside, okay. So they happen to throw that in there immediately. In the first sentence, they didn't remind you that without Greece, there'd be no Rome. Into the broader designation of classical mythology. Now, maybe this might open up a door to something. Classical mythology, Greco-Roman mythology. So which is older? Greco-Roman mythology. Let's search Google for that, because I might turn it into a question. What time period was, it'll hopefully know. So again, that's an old one. All right, so they're just talking about that. I thought that might have been one that came before it. It's not. So far, Greek mythology seems like the end of the stick. As deep as I can go at the moment, because unless they're saying it was birthed from somewhere, these stories concern the ancient Greek religions. But again, they're probably just talking about what was birthed from it. Yep, they are. So, for initially propagated, blah, blah, blah. This dude might be kind of, or this civilization. So yeah, still, it's not. Yeah, this civilization is not as old as what they're crediting the mythology itself to be. Now we're getting close. 3100 BC is I forgot the question that I asked about yeah, all right, what was the time frame? Let me ask it again. What was the time period for Greek mythology? Eighth century BC again. They're not talking about. I'm talking about this one, the one with fucking Zeus and shit, man. 18. So it's not saying it came from anything. So I guess this is it. I'm sure there is something before this. But as far as, yeah, your boy just sitting here on freaking Wiki, going random places. Alright, so let me come back to the old Greek mythology. When was Greek mythology invented? There you go. I want to make sure. Around 8th century. No? Yeah, 2000 BC. I don't know. There's that Minoan thing. 3000 BC is like the earliest that they're really crediting any people with any beliefs so far, which was during the Bronze Age. So, okay. Developed from the local, here's a culture. So it developed from this culture. Because I know eventually you'll get back to what, like, yeah, I don't know. Where they came. So are they going to credit these from coming? They were big on the bowl. They were big on the bowl. Because, yeah, I mean, come on now. Showing bowl before, probably. So this is 1450. Really? Like, Wiki right now is saying that this is something. The bull leaping, it's actually in Knossos right now? Because here's what I'm getting at. No, Knossos don't, because what are they getting at here? Because my point is, if they say this is real, like, think of the time frame, people. This is thousands of years older than the book of Genesis. It's like, how does it look that fucking good? How does it look that fucking good? It's older than the Torah. Like, so if that thing from a 1450 BC culture is a thing, how on earth does it look like brand new? Because we're like, not saying the Egyptians built the pyramids, but let me get you an idea what I'm talking about. When did Egypt build the pyramids? Egypt. Yeah, let's even go to Rise. Deities? Egyptian deities. There we go. Egyptian gods? I guess it's the same thing. Here we go. List of Egyptian deities. The ancient Egyptian deities that were worshipped in ancient Egypt. So what time period are we looking at now? So we are looking at... So what the fuck? So I must have read the other timeline where apparently... So 3100 before Christ is like the oldest thing now I can get at. Where, yeah, I guess we had the Egyptians too then, apparently. So Greece was powerful back then, and Egypt was powerful back then. So this followed prehistoric Egypt. But then again, the time period, oh, here we go. See, we have records back to 62. Now we're getting to a leap. Is the last phase of the aquatic culture. But it's then again, it goes back to here. So what the hell? This says at the end of prehistory, pre-dynastic Egypt is traditionally defined as the period from the final part of the Neolithic, period, beginning 60 to 10 BC. Okay. So this period, here we go, is an archaeological period. What the fuck do you, as in, I'm guessing they're meaning, yeah, it's like, it's so fucking old that you gotta use archaeology to be able to be guess. So they're saying these fucks, the Neolithic. Yes, because they say man came out of the Stone Age. So they're saying, because every time frame that we've been shown has only been like a matter of 1,000 years before complete and total paradigm shifts. But they're saying these fuckers had the old WWE belt for a while. All right, had to check chat. Didn't think there'd be any. But this Neolithic included the introduction to farming. So they're giving these people credit for basically the fucking wheel. So this is it. The Neolithic people, the final division of the Stone Age. I mean, you could go further, and we will. Because what about this age? Prehistoric. Dude, yesterday is prehistoric, during which stone was widely used to make stone tools. Okay. So, are you crediting any people? Because you're saying we could make... Who made the tools? Okay, copper was used. Dude, what the fuck? See, here's why Graham Hitchcock is even a thing. Because, dude, we're talking about the Stone Age. You all will probably picture what I'm picturing right now. According to Wiki, the next step above monkeys did metalworking. Like, dude, how can you say it was the Stone Age, but they were using gold and copper? But you're calling it the Stone Age? It is the melting and smelting of ended. But if it lasted 3.4 million, okay, so now we're just going back. All right. So they're telling us about all the things that were done during this Stone Age. They just don't like giving credit. Like, where, this is what I'm saying. This is where the story ends, I'm assuming. Because they're, right now, all these links are just, other than Neolithic, there's no link to any actual people right now. Would you get that fucking damn? Yeah. Neolithic peoples were the first to transition away from hunter-gatherers. I don't know, because they're, we'll just... the evolution of Homo. Because we gotta look at, what the hell? Because, we're looking into the origins of man at this point, man. It's the term ain't what it's currently used as in some cultures. Is a genus of great ape. So, I guess, well, here we go. I guess they kind of do give you credit. They just say that they were... What the fuck? Yeah. Okay. So when are they saying these taxonomic? The hominoid. I'm trying to find out where Wiki credits the birth of humanity, basically. With the taxon hominoid extent, blah, blah, blah. Distinct genre are grouped with... So now they're just being so fucking vague. This is where they start to... Tribe hominin. But they're not going to tell you about like any religions or whatever these people may or may have not believed in. So yeah, Wiki tapers off until Darwinism, you could say. And then it starts to go that before the Stone Age, yeah, it's you can tell this is where the inconsistencies come in. So now they just veer off. Their explanation is they go into the hominoid thing and Darwinism and just whatever. But they're saying, here in the West at least, that yeah, the Stone Age, that they were doing metal work. And this is where Graham Hitchcock says the same thing. And I'm going to stop here because this is where Graham Hitchcock does his work. He's saying the exact same thing I'm saying, him and many others, that this is why people like him were birthed. Because the story just simply doesn't add up. There are clearly missing pieces, which is natural, you know. We're trying to piece together thousands upon thousands of years as a species, human history, and it's not easy, no matter how well-intended you are. So according to Wiki, yeah, the first, you know, civilized man to come out were the Neolithic people. But they don't really say, unless you start looking into maybe Mesopotamia. Because why would there have been a revolution? That's probably a good one to look at. Because they started to fight over something. You would assume at that point you've got gods and deities and shit. So far, the oldest ones your boy can find are being credited to about 3100 BC. The Greeks and the Egyptians. But and we have 10,000 years BC, according to Wiki, to work with. That humanity itself didn't even really come forth until 10,000 BC. We were somehow working metals, yet borderline chimp before that. And yeah, so we'll see. Because maybe it was a proper title for a show, man. Because, yeah, we really tried to get to what you could say was the Holy Grail. It's like, yo, let's just cut out all the bullshit and get to straight to whatever the hell they're telling us. The first God, the first belief, the first time man ever truly had it figured out. What the fuck was he trying to tell us? All right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness. There we go. Stupid blanket. Man. Yeah, let me drink some water. It's like giving a lecture. Yeah. Except most people who give 5-hour speeches, yeah, already have it laid out and figured out. Your boy's just winging it. We're just figuring out as we go, man. I don't have the answer to any of this BS. Said I've had my own, vague opinions. I will go and throw up the deep for a second because I do need a little tobacco moment. After that good solid half hour going in and people like, dude, just go, oh my God, I'm not even going to say that. So yeah, man, welcome to your boy's stream. Oh, that is pretty cool, man, because I did not expect myself to go down this road. It's happened within the last few days. You know how YouTube is, man. You got to give it that. Their algorithm. They do know me. They know. Well, a lot of them I like and subscribe all the time anyway, so that's a reason they're popping up. But yeah, it was a Greg Braden video that I ended up watching. Old Greg Braden. He's been doing rounds of interviews lately, and yeah, it was great to catch up on him. And yeah, like in the middle of that, I switched to a Randall Carlson video, ended up watching him for like an hour or two, then went back to the Greg Braden one, finished that off. And yeah, where I got led into all this is, yeah, just mainly Randall Carlson, but just I've been recently finding out about what people are starting to talk about on Rogan, and it's fascinating when you look into it, is what if the timeline we were told was not true, because there's more and more scientists every day coming out going, look, we're at the point now, thanks to a little thing called technology, that they can prove it's not true. Because this is the wonderful part about technology, and you got to admit it, it's like just, it's such a great time to be a geologist or an archaeologist because of a little thing called Google Maps. Like, you don't even have to leave the house to technically do a little archaeology. Like, they're studying these landforms from their own home and their own computer. Now, don't get me wrong, they're not all doing that. Plenty of them. Randall Carlson, Graham Hitchcock, they go out, boots and grounds. They're getting the samples. They're doing the test. But, dude, just any archaeologist or geologist with a computer and access to Google Maps right now, any one of you can see what Randall Carlson is talking about. And like they always say, develop your own opinion, but it's pretty fucking obvious that what we've been told by popular science is not a lie. It's just that they all know how science is. It's like, and it almost should be that way, but they know it's just gatekeepers. Anybody in any industry knows about that, but they just end up demanding the proof. So when you go, look, it's clear that a whole bunch of fucking ice melted here rapidly, like a fuck ton. Like, what the hell calls that? And that's where they stop. They go, because we can't logically explain it as humans, we can't accept it as truth. And you can't really hate on that, but you kind of have to. And that's where the Graham Hitchcocks of the world come from. They go, look, I understand, using our current understanding, this makes no sense. I'm just asking you, can we go beyond our current understanding and start asking some questions? Because whether or not we know how it happened or not, it's definitely clear that right above where all these ice caps are, you can see all these water-scarred parts of the fucking earth. And you go back to every religion across the earth who talks about this great flood. It's like, we know it happened. And because we can't explain it, science trips upon itself and very often dismisses any discussion of it. But thank God there are people out there who don't give up. They don't give up. They know we don't have the proof, but they know if we keep digging, we'll get there. And yeah, and all it really is a change of mindset. It's like, that's why even I don't know. Well, I do know, but if you wonder why, like, it isn't common knowledge, why it does seem like something that's conspiracy theory, like, why isn't mainstream talking about it? That's a great question, because I don't think many people would question it. They really wouldn't. I don't think it would really rock their paradigm too much. If they were told, yeah, you know, those floods and all that shit, yeah, number one, they did happen, and number two, it was nowhere near as long ago as you might have thought it was, I don't think people would freak out too much. But then again, they would. And I'm just going to throw this in there. This is my deep part to go anywhere. Is, let's assume, because I was thinking about this myself last night. Let's assume that the earth does go through very traumatic events very often. You could even say it's biblical. You could say we don't fucking learn and the universe has to come along and smack us, whatever you want to say. But yeah, humanity needs to be reset from time to time, that it's damn near extinction. Like the earth is just constantly just civilizations building up, and then something happens, and then everything's torn down, and you got to do it again only to know it's going to be torn back down. And that's just the cycle of the universe. Look at all the scars on the moon. Like, dude, if you don't think asteroids are actually common, that's the thing that geology is starting to show us now. We can now see, because just imagine 40 years ago when we only had the technology to finally notice the first, 50 big craters in the world. We were like, oh, there's one, there's one, there's one, there's one. And we were like, oh my God, there's a lot more asteroids hitting this planet than we thought. Dude, that hasn't stopped. It's 2025, and now we're looking under the surface, and we're going, there's one, there's one. Dude, at this point, we've discovered thousands. It's not as bad as the moon, but it is. You look at Mars, you see the same thing. That's what happens. Planets get hit with comets all the fucking time. Far more common than any of us thought. And that's all Randall Carlson is about. He wants our government to recognize this, because if we know it's far more common than we think, and it's probably there laid out for us in scripture and in the cathedrals and all these things you see shooting down from the sky, they're trying to tell us that this is actually a common event, and it doesn't take much, man. It doesn't have to be the complete end of humanity. It just needs to be a dust cloud big enough to drop the world temperature for 2 degrees, and you will be thrust into a dark age. That's all we're that fragile. We really are. It's like it's not properly talked about. But where I started all this, I haven't lost it, is I could see why the Illuminati, whoever's in control, the gatekeepers, the gray hairs, they wouldn't want this knowledge of the earth doing a frequent reset, whether it wants to or not. They wouldn't want to acknowledge that, because that frees up the divinity within you, does it not? Mortality becomes a little less scary. Life on earth becomes a little less scary, because technically it's all for nothing. But that's not a bad thing. Doesn't that relieve a lot of the pressure of whatever you believe your current version of mortality is? Like, oh my God, I have to get it done, and I have to get it done by this point, and it better be perfect, because I'm never going to get to do it again. There's like a lot of pressure that comes with just not accepting that you are indeed a grain of sand on a beach. You are vulnerable, my child. That's all it could take. At any second, it could all be taken away from you by this force none of us can fathom. That's not a bad thing. It's, that's why they call it afterlife. Don't be afraid of mortality. What begets life is simply more life. If afterlife is real, and I like to believe many people believe that it is, just look at the term itself, afterlife. What begets life is simply more life. Life is a continuum. It doesn't stop. Does it change? Yes. Does a caterpillar go into a cocoon and come out a completely different thing? Can it literally morph to something different right before your eyes and still be the same thing? Yes. It's that fucking magnificent. For the afterlife to make sense to you, just look at a damn caterpillar. It goes in a caterpillar, genetically and biologically different, comes out a different fucking species. It was land bound before, and now it can fly, and not many species can. Insects, you could go there, but mammals, there aren't too many of them. They're called fucking birds, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. They transcend the ground to the air, and it's common to us, right? We're like, oh yeah, I know that. Oh, it makes total sense, right? They go into a what? The space between two circles. They go into the Viscera Pisces, and they dismantle themselves. They phoenix rise. It's an alchemical mush of just shit you and I don't even fucking know about. And then it comes out an entirely different species. A fucking beautiful butterfly. And then beautiful too. It toys with you almost. Many caterpillars are beautiful. You have to admit it. But man, butterflies, come on now. Come on now. That's how you know God loves you right there. It's giving you the Holy Grail itself. And when it comes out, it's trying to get your attention. It's like, yo, there's a reason I'm brightly colored and beautiful and actually will land on your nose. Like, yeah, man. So I can see that's why the Illuminati would not like information, or whomever's in control would not like that information getting out. Because you think weed or whatever, your whatever of choice makes you feel good. Just imagine the relief of knowing that, yes, you are mortal, my child. You're not here to live forever, and you know it. Many reasons to life on this earth. You know damn well immortality is not one of them. It's one of the cruelties of life on this earth. You were created to die, so you might as well enjoy it while you're here. Like that. But is that not the ultimate? You can see the divinity within that. Like, let's say we weren't living for a tomorrow as much as a collective. The world would be a little better. Art would come back. Creation would come back. Because it's all just temporary. Why not have a good fucking time? Like, we're not building towards anything technically. The only goal you would have would be what societies before us who knew this had. You'd be looking around going, hey guys, we're all going bye-bye one day, and you and I both know it. So let's go on and build some fucking pyramids, man. Let's just put all of our effort and our time and what we live for and stand for into just building something so badass that it will withstand floods and the sun and erosion and hell on earth, literally, and volcanic eruptions, and it'll still stand, not forever, but for a long enough time for man at some point to hopefully look back. And yeah, they left us a secret with that one, man. They really did. But what if that is, and it appears to be more and more every day, the truth of the universe? Because, dude, we're only talking about the asteroid thing. And you can go into religion, because religion does talk about all of this, does it not? Name one religion that doesn't speak of great fires or fires falling from the heaven. Name one religion or culture that doesn't speak of a great flood or water somehow wiping out, water. Wind? I don't think wind is really in there. The air seems to be where the gods descend from. But I don't think wind is really mentioned throughout prophecy, religion. But if you know about asteroids, it's an unfortunate, definite byproduct of it. I don't know the math behind it. But when you have a mile-long asteroid that hits, along with the dust clouds and, I'll get into this later, but yeah, imagine the wind. Imagine the wind, because, dude, that from a fucking asteroid from space, not a small one. I'm talking about a once in a cosmic cycle. Holy fuck. Dude, the wind from that, I'm not making it up. If it hit in the dead center of the United States, the wind alone would fucking wipe out everything, dude. Just that initial whoosh. Fucking see you. It would dissipate. But you'd probably feel it. Up until Europe. It'd be a couple days later, but it would be windier that day. It wouldn't be devastating, but the whole globe would feel it, man. It would be so much force, it's hard to fucking fathom. It would definitely 100% go around the entire, and it'd probably create, this is speculation, but I'm sure a mathematician could prove it. Yeah, technically, if the force is big enough, by the time it does go around the world, there's going to be a part at the other part of the world where the seismic whatevers meet. And there's going to kind of be another explosion. based on how big the sumbitch on the other side of the world was. If you happen to be 100% perpendicular or whatever to it, ground zero, you're going to get a very diminished version of, that impact. So that's fascinating to think about. What, Rob? Potential devastation, man. Your boy loves just, fathoming that shit from time to time. A little what if from every now and then never hurt nobody. But here's another thing I'm going to throw in there before I forget it. Another thing your boy ran across, thanks to Randall Carlson, he pieced it together for me. Like going with the asteroid theme, that it does happen a lot. Noah, 40 days and 40 nights of rain. Seems like an asteroid story, does it not? Because when you look at the part of the world, it's around Israel, the Holy Land, where they're saying Noah was. Look for the evidence of water-scarred land. It's there. You can tell there was a big old whoosh. It came in not terribly long ago because we could still see it. Like, it happened short enough time ago that the scars are clearly there. But long enough ago where, the forest has recovered, humanity's recovered, and at this point it's talked about in lore. But what was the 40 days and 40 nights of rain? Well, talk to an astrologist or a geologist and ask them one of the side effects, blowbacks of a large meteor strike. What would happen? If it hit on a glacier or a large lake or in the ocean, a body of water, the impact of that would vaporize, literally vaporize. The heat and impact from that turns bedrock into diamonds. It's so much fucking pressure. The heat from that instantly vaporizes anything around it, including water. So picture it on a massive scale. You know how steam works, and the Earth is a self-contained, enclosed environment. We are launched into an immediate, not sauna, because along with that, all that shit gets put in the atmosphere, so the temperature's gonna drop. It's not like it's gonna turn into a greenhouse effect, because you're gonna lose part of the sun. But all that moisture goes into the atmosphere. And like Randall Carlson put it, and these scientists would put it, like whatever big rain we've had here, and we've had some big ones. I think India had some. There have been some big rains recently. Dude, picture, I don't give a fuck how big that rain was. You're talking biblical level. Like, it's rain that's hard to fucking fathom. There's so much moisture in the air. There's basically a layer of ocean in the fucking air that now rains down upon the entire world for weeks, months. It's so much moisture. All it does is rain. And I'm not talking rain. I'm talking biblical level rains. The sun's gone, dude. It's cold. It's rainy. It's horrible. Like, yeah, that's what the Noah floods were. 40 days and 40 nights. Now, that wouldn't have been a major one that I'm talking about. Yeah, damn near extinction level event. But it was one big enough to fuck the world up, put a little dust cloud up there, for 40 days and 40 nights. It was nothing but rain. Because there's no natural explanation for that. There's none. There isn't. It doesn't naturally happen on Earth. There would have to be some either internal bubblings within that you could no, I don't know. You can't even say that every volcano in the world going off, no volcano could produce that amount of heat. That it would have to be cosmic. There's nothing internal on this planet that could vaporize using heat. That's why they can't figure out the glacier thing. That's why it's been left unchecked, because unless you go with the asteroid theme or something from the outside, the sun has enough energy to rapidly melt that much ice. But the only thing that would have to be something like a meteor that has so much impact that it vaporizes the impact area of the iceberg and just creates a flood of water. Especially when it's an iceberg, because that's what Randall Carlson goes into also. You don't have to also factor in the amount of water that has now been melted off of these glaciers in an instant and is now steamrolling for the rest of the fucking world. And as it's doing this, it too is filling up the ocean. And you have to look at like picture the windshield on your car. Whenever you have any sort of structure, it could be a piece of concrete, and you smack the fuck out of it, what do? You fracture it. And it's the same thing with glaciers. So when the glacier is hit, it now creates all these large and micro fractures. And dude, when you're talking the amount of pressure to fucking create diamonds, any sort of crevice and water is just going to go. So all the water within that is not only much of it just vaporizing and falling as now water, and there's your initial wave. But think about the unfathomable amount of cracks and crevices that water's already there. Sea level is already there. And, there's water under any crack now, thanks to that pressure. Water is being forced through under the earth, like in ways you can't fucking imagine. It disrupts the earth so much that instantly earthquakes happen, volcanoes erupt. Like, it's hell on earth when this shit happens. Because what's going on beneath the surface, you think it's crazy on top of it. It is, but what's going on underneath is equally as crazy. Now, granted, you're talking bedrock and shit, but still, you're talking asteroid level. So even the bedrock gives a little bit, and shit that starts to happen that never fucking happens on this planet unless it happens from an impact like that. So that's where, all of this crap has even led your boy, man. Because then you start going into, like, Randall Carlson's a great dude. Like, his teachings are, you have to be into this sort of stuff. But he's almost like, he's going to go down as one of the legends, I think. But, damn, I think a lot of them are. I'll give you an example of what I'm getting at. Like, Jordan Maxwell is known as one of the OG esoteric decoders of my time, of my generation. I'm 44. But it's like, he used to be a dime a dozen. You could say the Alan Watts of the world, who are just like great philosophers. Now, he's not into the esoteric, but he is. But just every now and again, you get a Jordan Maxwell, you get an Alan Watts, you get a, Socrates, you get all these great fucking people throughout time. I think we're getting a lot of them now. And it's going to be brief, but, think about it. We're all at a point where we have the honor and privilege of being able to stand upon the work of others. Because Randall Carlson has ran into Jordan Maxwell and Graham Hitchcock. They're giving birth to so many people. Like, years and years and years of work they can lay out in 10 books. A lifetime of work can be laid out in 10 books. And what took you in 50 years of insane passion, if it's your passion and you lay it out, you have now saved the person before you 50 years. You've given them a foundation to go upon, to do with what you did, to go insane, and then write 10 books of your own, taking what you were given, injecting it into your own, adding additional perspectives, because evolution happens, technology happens. We can continuously go down this endless rabbit hole a little further and continue to piece together the infinite pieces a little more. And I think we're in a special time right now. Like, you have to admit it, no matter what you're into, the database, that's part of why AI is so impressive. We have access to that same database, call it Akashic Records. Like, to be here now and to be able to stand upon the shoulders of all that knowledge and information, that's pretty cool, man, because unless we find a way to preserve it moving forward, like many cultures before us has tried, and it seems like they often fail, we're at a great time right now. Let's say an astrological thing happens, something happens, this earth gets reset, humanity's got to do it all over again. It's going to be thousands upon thousands of years for them to get to where we're at right now. How to piece it all together. It's just, yeah, they're going to start from the most basic of basics. Looking up at the stars again and going, anybody got a stick? Because we're going to have to map the trajectory and going by the angles, and then we're going to have to write this shit down, and yep. Ain't nothing but a cycle, man. Ain't nothing but a cycle. Because I haven't really thrown it in a lot this one, but it feels like a good time too. That's why all the bullshit in the world is what it is. Now, I will throw this in there because it's a question that I don't have the answer to, but I do wonder it myself. Like, because I would assume that's a possibility. For this Earth to get reset frequently, let's just go with that, assume it does. Okay, it gets reset frequently. What are the possible ways? Yeah, we've already went over asteroid, volcano, this, that, the other. What about divine intervention, divine redemption, you could say? And that is a, in my opinion, good, honest question. Is it biblical, you could say? Because, I mean, I think we pretty much know. Most people would agree there's aliens. And for whatever reason, they're leaving us alone right now. I mean, they could easily be up there putting on a show, doing whatever, fucking with us. It don't have to be war. They could definitely be getting our attention right now in infinite ways, but for whatever reason, they're not. So maybe they are leaving us alone. This starts to, because it does. It naturally coincides with each other. It's a logical question. My first question to you would be, do you believe in aliens? And it's not like you have to be passionate about it, but many people's answer is, yeah, I do, but I don't really think about it. Fair enough. That's good enough answer for you, boy. So you believe in them. Isn't it weird? Knowing that you know, or you've accepted playfully, through whatever, that you believe in them, why don't they say hi? It's like, this is the only question that you could only ask somebody who is at least open to it. Because if you don't believe in aliens and things like that, then there's your answer. Why don't they say hi? Because they're not out there. Okay, fair enough. But if you're at least open to it, is that not a logical question? Okay, aliens are out there. They're real. And from time to time we see one, as in they have figured out how to traverse the galaxy, at least our solar system. And for whatever reason, why don't they say hi? You know, we like to think our LEDs are pretty cool. Well, we can't do what they do yet. So believe me, they got some LEDs, dude. And you think ours are pretty beautiful? Wait till you see theirs. Why don't they do any of that? Like, is that not an honest question? Why? The only hypothetical answer could be they're clearly leaving us alone, right? What's the reason? Who knows? But the one thing we can clearly tell and establish is true is, for whatever reason, they're not. They're not fucking with us right now. They are leaving us alone. Don't know where I'm going with this. I forgot it. The possibility of divided interventions. Because, yeah, alien, angel, call it what you want. Call it what you want. Just something from the sky, from the heavens. Like, do you think, number one, they have the right to, and I believe they do, or do you think that happens? That from time to time, like maybe we might be in for it soon, sort of example, that aliens, angels, entities, guides, spirits, whatever you want to call them, fairies, gnomes, deities, do you think they are watching us from time to time? Because it appears that that's what the heavens do. They just sit back and watch us. Do we get to the point where they go, yep, enough is enough. Enough is enough. We have to save them from themselves. We see what they're doing. They did it again. They've done picked up the sword, except this time it's called black powder and muskets and drones, and them fuckers are at it again. Like, is divine intervention really a thing? And what form would it come in after that? Because you could say, Satan or darkness because it have its own divine intervention. I guess that could be part in it. Societies that destroy themselves. But I wonder if an asteroid is sent, you could say. Call it divine intervention. That they're just like, all right, man, it's time to give these fuckers an asteroid, or maybe it'll be a solar flare. They'll make the fart burp a little extra more, knowing it ain't gonna hurt nothing but us. It's just a way of snapping us out of it because they know something that we don't. Kind of like a parent just observing their child, going, all right, man, I was hoping you'd learn on your own, but it's time to fucking get out the belt. It's time to get out the belt. What the hell, man? I wonder if that is a possibility. In our current state, we better fucking hope not. I'll tell you that. In our current state, we better hope that if you're screwing up the planet to a point that you're just getting it so wrong, call it aliens, call it divine intervention, call it whatever, call it end times, that light has to come along and just bitch smack the fuck out of the entire planet and go, would you finally give a damn for once? What's wrong with you? Where is your focus? Why are you all doing this? You have the power to stop it, but you don't. Like, what the fuck? Maybe we need a little help. Maybe we need a little help. Because I know whatever you want to call this, the world we wake up to, a lot of us want it to stop, but we don't know how, do we? We want it to stop. We just can't make it stop. So maybe that will be the return of Jesus or whatever, the Christ-like consciousness, the Buddha-like consciousness, the consciousness of just giving a damn again. Maybe that will come back based on a prayer. Maybe that's what it's taken. Maybe the prayer ain't quite loud enough yet. Maybe the suffering needs to get a little worse for enough people to pitch in on this prayer of healing. And can we stop? But once we get enough people on board, maybe our prayer will be answered, and that will be the return of Christ. Maybe that's when, the universe will go, fine. They have finally reached the number. They have finally reached the percentage of people who have repented, gone back to the light. They're one of us again. They've returned to the kingdom of heaven, and they are ready to share it with all. Yeah, once we get to that point, they'll probably send a mercy meteor. Oh, and don't deny the divine. Don't deny the divine. If a lot of people go bye-bye, just like in biblical days, yeah. Like, let's say the Noah flood was, real. It was known to be a punishment to man. That's what prophecy tells us. It was a punishment to man for the error of our ways. And you have to assume within that plenty of good people got taken out. Like, no doubt it was probably, I could see being it like a society like this. It's like, granted, some people were probably raping, pillaging, looting, consumed by the 7 deadly sins and just making a mockery of this sacred thing called life. Like, granted, there were probably a lot of people doing that, but I don't think it's 100%. I mean, that's kind of what prophecy told you. It's not like Noah could fit everybody on the boat. I'm sure that's actually in there, how a lot of people wanted to go. But and yeah, I could see that being a part of this world too. I mean, you could see it now. You could see it now because there are a lot of good people dying. Look at Palestine. All 100% of them victims were defenseless citizens. And there are thousands upon thousands of them. And Trump's fucking proud of it. But that's a perfect example of how during end times, not only do the bad people go away, but plenty of the good ones do too. And that's when you got to just get deep and go to soul contracts. Because you have to agree, like, all right, let's, on a soul level, and I know somewhere within all of us we feel this. All the world's a stage. Life itself is nothing but an ever-unfolding symphony, an ever-unfolding play. So there are such a thing as soul contracts. I know that's not the first time you've heard of this. Soul contracts are a thing that's been discussed and explored through humanity, through the universe, throughout time. And your boy likes to believe that they exist, so yeah. It's kind of Christ-like. All those victims, the good people that are dying now, during this transitional period, the legit good people, the quote unquote victims, you could call them, are anything but, because of the soul contracts. Like, for us to really feel bad, for us to really get to an alchemical point of darkness that it's just so potent, it's so dark, it's so just nasty, which is where we want to get. I hate to break it to you. That's where we're headed for, and that's where we want to get. Because from a transmutation, alchemical, energetical level, for a species to be able to transmute the darkness we are letting unfold before us, if we let it get worse, and it will, when it gets to that, oh my God, this is almost the end point, and it will, to transmute that level of darkness, so dark you're one sunrise away from the point of no return. You are straddling the razor's edge between light and dark. It's that potent. To transmute that amount of darkness, where you are on the doorstep of a black hole and not get sucked in by it. Somehow find a way to go, holy fuck, we're doing it wrong. Let's adjust course now. And come out of that. Have you ever heard of a thing called the rubber band effect? It's a simple way to describe a very powerful energetic principle. Let's use darkness as the metaphor, but we all know how a rubber band works. If you pull it back a little bit and let it go, it doesn't shoot very far. It's not very impressive, is it? So let's use darkness as the backdrop, as the metaphor, and let's use light as the metaphor, as into the distance ahead of me. It's a principle of physics. This is scientifically proven. All you need is a rubber band. When you pull yourself as an individual or us as a collective, this is universal. When you pull anything back into the darkness a little bit and let it go, it will shoot forth into what we call light, heaven, a little bit. Yes, this is equal and opposite reaction. This is yin yang. This is why you cannot have a yin without a yang. When you pull a rubber band back a little bit and shoot it out, it only goes but so far. Now, humanity, if you wonder why it sucks right now, pick up a rubber band. If you wonder why prophecy makes any sense, pick up a rubber band. Because when you pull yourself back into darkness, hell, whatever, personal and global, when you pull yourself, when you take that rubber band, now might be a good time to go back big on the full screen. When you pull that rubber band back as far as you can, you have now stretched using tension, using stress, using pressure. This poor rubber band is about to snap. You can start to see it rip at the threads. You ever pick up an old dried out rubber band? You have this rubber band under so much stress. It's literally ripping apart right before your eyes. It can't take it anymore. You gotta let it go, or it's gonna perish within it. When you let that rubber band, when you pull it so far back into the dark that it's now going to be consumed by it, it's not going to be able to make it out if you don't let it go. When you let it go, it will now shoot farther. It will end up in the light. Call it heaven, call it whatever. A version of reality so fucking magnificent that unless you could say that beings have ever been more sick in all of creation than human beings are right now, I like to think we're the sickest of the sick. And that's not saying it is a bad thing. That's saying if we are, from an energetic point of view, this end of the dark night of the soul, this astrological cycle, this end times, has never been as dark, therefore will go forth into a light that has never been experienced in all of consciousness. Even heaven is sitting back, rubbing its hands, going, wait till you see the version of heaven these insane son of a bitches who are willing to rape and eat and pillage and murder their own young have found a way to come up with and coexist within. Like, the sick shit we're doing is sick. It is. Turn on the fucking news. It's insanity at this point. The people who are in control of it are psychotic themselves. That's how far gone it's gone. It's a darkness that makes no fucking sense at this point. Even participating in it cannot be fun anymore, but they're still doing it. It's fucking mwah. When it comes to darkness, if you're Satan, you're going mwah. Even if you're heaven, you're going mwah. Because of the heaven it's going to give birth to. The hell we're in now. Because that, once again, that rubber band thing, it's called equal and opposite reaction. This is nothing, out there. It's how this reality works, and there is more than one way to prove it. You can go to the scientists, you can pick up a rubber band, or you can pick up a book and just read equal and opposite reaction. Like cause and effect. There's so many ways to put it. So, that might have answered, we might have stumbled across that one answer, that one question I asked before I kind of went into that. Like, it's like, okay, why are aliens leaving us alone? Let's assume they're real. Why are they leaving us alone? I probably just answered that question with the whole rubber band thing. We have a very delicate experience going on right now, and it's hell. It really is hell. They're doing that, but they're letting us do it because they know the rubber band effect, just like I just explained. They know that they have to leave us alone right now. That as much as they want to intervene and just go, hey guys, you can change all of this overnight, like. It's very simple, actually. They don't, because number one, free will exists. That's, I guess you could say, the main in-your-face answer right there. You definitely don't want to interfere with another being's free will because they happen to know something about the universe. I can't find my water. Oh, there it is. A fact of the universe is the greatest power requires the lightest touch. That's why enlightened beings such as their self do not interfere with free will, because they know how sacred that universal thing is, because they don't want their own free will toyed with. The greatest power in the world requires the lightest touch. If you don't believe me, then why is there meditation? Meditation is people constantly trying to get better at that. What's meditation? It's when you can go within. You turn as many senses off as you can, whatever. Like, do you not seek inward enlightenment? Enlightenment. When you meditate, you simply lighten up. The quickest way to enlightenment is simply lighten up. That's what enlightenment is. If you're looking for enlightenment, all you're looking for is a little bit of inward light. So why not lighten the fuck up? You've got it right there. You're now more enlightened. Because you have lit up your inside by lightening up. So you're now more enlightened than you were in the previous moment. Are you not? I don't know where I'm going with any of this shit. Your boy likes to drop them from time to time, especially when the P's come on. Especially, the greatest power requires the lightest touch. That's what I was getting at. It's an energetic law of the universe, man. Because, a lot of time we picture the most powerful energy in the world being alpha-like. It's something you have to impose upon another, whether your intentions are well or not. Like, because that's the fine line Jesus never crossed. Like Jesus, for example, Buddha was the same way. Like Vishnu was the same way. The ones who truly had it figured out never said, follow me. They just said, be like me. There is a fine line, but that's the difference right there between alpha and divine. Listen to me. I'm preaching to you is very alpha-like. the divine has a slight advantage because it's just more based in love, I guess you could say. And it's just a man's way of describing it. But that's why energetically the greatest power in the earth in the universe requires the lightest touch. Because what is force? I mean, force is pushing up against something. It's energetically related with the Bruce Lee quote, be like water, go with the flow. Do not introduce any resistance at all, including pushing upon another. Like, resistance is resistance, period. And that's the beauty of the divinity. There's no resistance there. It's just, that's why the women are the receptacles. That's why the womb is just that. You just receive. Like, you don't penetrate. You're not doing the forcing. You're pure. There's no resistance there. You're the receptacle. It's the birth of all life. The greatest power in the universe requires the lightest touch. Call it Zen. Like I said, just it's what people who are good at meditation can probably explain it better than I can. Simply ask it, what is it you're seeking? And I promise you within there will be the greatest power requires the lightest touch. That is a universal fact. The ultimate example of that is God. It really is. It explains God in free will. Like, I've touched upon it many times on this show. It's like, how can this God, if it does exist, sit back and watch all the atrocities we know that are possible within consciousness itself? Like, why would you give people free will to kill another human being, to rape a child, to do harm to the world, give them an atmosphere where they could actually do it if they wanted to, and then sit back and go, hey, it's fair game. I gave you free will. If you want to, there are avenues to do it. Like, you could manifest such a reality. You know, you got law and all that shit, but damn, Epstein Island people, okay? So, all right, so yeah, how could a God sit back and watch that? If we didn't stop Epstein Island, God could have, of course. That's a level of love that's hard to fathom. The greatest power in the universe requires the lightest touch. Which being in all of consciousness is good at it? We would naturally assume God. It's called unconditional love, right down to the everything. That's love, is it not? That you could witness your creations, your children that you gave free will doing what they do, know what's going on, going, damn, you went for the sacred of sacred, didn't you? You went right for the I told you not to, and oh my God, what's wrong with you? And still love you? The greatest power requires the lightest touch. Because think about it. That's the ultimate Zen master, is it not? Because what are Zen people trying to do? They always want that state of I'm in love. Just a constant state of I'm happy and nothing can affect me. That's Zen, is it not? The Buddhist monks, the Tibetan monks are known for being able to reach such Zen levels that they can light themselves on fire, and up until the death, they're trying to mimic God. That's what I just told you. If you wonder how God can do what it does, the Tibetan monks are trying to reach that level that God can do this shit on. That's fucking unfathomable. That it is literally the ultimate love. It's the highest vibration in the entire universe. And it never leaves. It never leaves. It's aware of all this shit just like you and I are. But I'll be damned if we all don't go, oh my God, fucking hell. We get affected by it, don't we? This God thing finds a way that the Hitlers, the Netanyahus, the Satan itself. You think God, like, if you believe in religious whatever, did it ever say God ever stopped loving Lucifer? No, it says it never stopped and it never will stop. Like, it's even though it gives credit to Lucifer for all that shit, which is horrible, it also says, I have never stopped loving it. I am eternal love itself. Like that, it's hard to fathom. It truly is. Unless you get scientific, unless you get, the emotions of it, the energy and motions of it, make it hard for us as humans to fathom. But let's get robotic on it and view it from purely calculator, all motions AI, all emotions removed sort of perspective. AI would be able to explain it to you. Ask ChatGPT. Well, I don't know. It might not be. But what is God? Yeah. It's the ultimate version of light. It's like you could look at it as an energetic thing. If all you believe in is energy in black and white, then you must believe in the ultimate pure white. And the ultimate pure, what's the end of illumination itself? Does it ever constantly change that form? Like, that form is always out there, isn't it? Like, there is always a maximum illuminated whatever. It's like that's a scientific way of, I guess, trying to look at it. Unless you're an atheist and you just believe everything goes black, but you could technically destroy an atheist using science, because to destroy an atheist, the only thing you have to do is present them the scientific fact. Once energy is created, it simply cannot be uncreated. This is provable. So you ask that atheist, you know your energy, right? I mean, fuck, dude. You know your energy. Don't get so defensive that you're going to tell me that you're not energy when you can hold something cold and witness it get warm. Dude, your energy. Energy doesn't cease to exist. Is that not a logical question to ask an atheist? Okay, you don't believe in God. Fair enough. Energy doesn't cease to exist. Where do you think you go? What do you think happens to your energy? Because when your body goes away, I can prove it to you. Your spirit doesn't, because your energy. Like, science can fucking prove that to you. I wonder how an atheist would answer that question. Where does your energy go? It would perhaps answer it with the holographical thing, and they wouldn't be wrong. If they answered it like, well, technically, there is no such thing as an individuality that has to be born from the egoic mind, that really this thing we call consciousness is just one drop of some sort of alchemical, energetic, collective, whatever. It's holographic. So that would be a good answer from an atheist. They could look at the person asking them that question and go, well, in your reality, I am only something but a reflection. You could get deep in it on that. It's like, you don't know where I go when I die, do you? I admit I'm just a holographic part in the all is one and the one is the all. I am just a string in a symphony. So you could turn it around on the person asking the question that you want. Because none of that means that you believe in God. You could go, I never said I believe in God, but I didn't say I don't believe in holograms. I didn't say I don't understand how the one can be a part of the whole. Hell yeah, man. You boys just going out here, man. I didn't tell myself I wouldn't. I didn't go to my job interview yesterday, if you can't tell. You can't blame me, though, man. It was a part-time position at Lowe's, stocking shelves. So, yeah, reality hit it. When it came time to do it, I was like, what the fuck am I doing? And I didn't go. All right, I got to pee. I'll be right back. Oh, man. Come on now. Yeah. Oh, man. We's bubblier than hell. All right. Back to hanging out in the room with your boy Robo. God, my videos suck. I know your boy could quote unquote not blow up. I don't want to make it present it from that perspective. But I know I could make my social media is a lot better if I would make highlight videos of them little gems that I like to believe appear on this stream from time to time. That's what most good streamers do. You go for a few hours, then pick out, an hour worth of the best and just put together. You boy ain't got time for that shit, man. It sucks. Because honestly, I never try to be a holier than thou guy. My name of my stream yesterday was philosophy. I'm just, taking stabs at the wind like everybody else, man. But I like to believe that from time to time, your boy has a gem or two on this pathetic ass stream of mine. And I really should. I told myself that last night when I was done streaming. I was like, Rob, if you're going to sit at that computer and do something, start editing. Nope. Went right back into watching videos, which I was glad, man. I watched 3 hours of Randall Carlson last night, man. I love those moments. You can't fake them either. But you ever have them moments, whether you're just into whatever, like researching, where something just means a lot to you. You find out about something new. You broaden your perspective. You run across new information. And like for a week, you can't get enough of it. Like, yeah, that's what your boy was. And I don't go through that a lot, but I had the privilege of going through that recently, where I had never heard of Randall Carlson, or the only one was Graham Hitchcock. So I knew a little bit about that. But then, yeah, just hearing it from Randall Carlson and just, God, everything he offers too. Because I also know about Freemasonry, but I've never met one or seen one that's been so open about talking about it. Like, not the the secrets. Because he'll even tell you, like, this is what I'm learning so much about Freemasonry. Like, even it's a never-ending quest. That's what it's like. It's a never-ending quest. It's very, not metaphorical. It's very cryptic. It's very story-like. It's not like a classroom like you would think it is. It's very artistic. It's like being a part of a play, is the way that he puts it. And there definitely are things where you have to like prove yourself, as in it's not hard to do either. Like you're talking about masonry and things like that. It's like you have to prove yourself as a human being sort of thing. So it's like if you walk in as a mason and you have proven to your other masons that you have taken this thing called life and you have created a business and you're now employing 20 or 30 people in the area, and you tell them that you have, 3 children and one of them's going to college, those are the sort of things that are part of advancing in masonry. Because what it is it's basically them just giving you the blueprints. They give you very simple things and then they go, now go forth. And you have to prove through your life, through what you go through life as, that you have it figured out. Because if your life starts falling apart, then they know that even the basic shit they told you from the beginning, you clearly don't get it, or else your life wouldn't be falling apart. So that's why many of them, and even Randall is not against talking about, the deeper secret society within all secret societies. That's the nature of secret societies themselves. They all get infiltrated and they all get spinoffs, you could say. He doesn't deny that. But he'll say, you notice a lot of prominent masons in positions of power. It doesn't always mean, and more often than not, according to him, it's not the gatekeepers. It's not the ones who put them there. It's not the negative versions. That there are many successful masons that end up making it because Freemasonry happens to work is his point. Like, look at him. He's successful and he says it all the time. He's like, I apply these. He's a 33rd degree Mason, and he constantly reiterates there's no part of your life that Masonry doesn't help, because you recognize patterns and just whatever. It's just an understanding of the cycles, the patterns that the world, the universe works in. It can help you in every aspect of your life. So that's another random just gem I've been running across with old Randall Carlson. This is the backup. Yeah, he's been kind of spilling the secrets of what it's like to be a Mason. But not really. Because, yeah, at once it was basically common. Like, it was kind of the thing to be. And according to him, the thing about Masonry is, yeah, you can never be recruited. That's something that, and that I'm sure that's where the Illuminati version has perverted that. But real Masons don't recruit anybody. It's against one of their like rules. And like you're not allowed to break it. They take it very seriously. The only people they want are people who seek them. Like I said, it's like it's a quest to them. It's fascinating when you get into it. And this used to be common. That's what I'm saying. It's just worlds lost. Like we live in a very shallow world. Everybody knows it. Like this is what happens when, and we all know it, this is what happens when you're just out of balance. When you technologically advance quicker than expected, really. But when you don't have the art and the spirituality and the sacred geometry part of it, I mean, because sacred geometry is beautiful, is it not? It's like, look at the universe. Like, look at those vibrational resonance videos that we all know are out there. This is, again, we should be grateful that technology has evolved to a point that we can all now see clear ways to understand something very complex. When they have a bunch of grains on a metal surface and you put a speaker underneath it and the only thing you do is change the frequency. Like, that is a accurate way to tell when it's low bass frequencies. It's very distorted. It's ugly looking. It's hardly even resembles a shape. It's very chaotic. But when you raise the frequency, if you raise it enough, you'll start getting things like snowflakes. You'll start getting beautiful, symmetrical designs that are pleasing to the eye. So that's another thing about sacred geometry. It's like, it'll waken you up to the fact that, number one, it's beautiful. And kind of number two, consciousness is real. Like it'll get you into a divinity sort of perspective filled with a lot of appreciation. That of course the building blocks of the universe are going to be beautiful and divine. They were built by the divine. It's why sacred geometry and just how the universe is built is so beautiful. That's why many of these cathedrals, yeah, I am on Maine, that we see built of old are so beautiful. We get them confused a lot with religion. We're like, where they clearly were religious. It's like, no, what if just, God, this is going to go through God knows what. It's like, what if just using sacred geometry, you always end up with what we would call art. Because it's just that sacred geometry is beautiful. Yeah, it's going to cycle through by the name. It's like, yeah, man. I could see why buildings like that, which are littered throughout the world, have religious implications. But that's when you go, are religion and science any different? One of the secrets about Freemasonry is that art and the architecture, the architecture you do is the same. That's why all Freemason buildings come across looking like art. Because through their own wording, and I'm paraphrasing here, there's no difference between the two. There's no difference between art and building. That it's literally the same thing. And when you build buildings using nothing but sacred geometry, you get what looks like pieces of art because they are. But that's not because they were seeking art. It's because the building blocks of the universe, they were just trying to explain to us how the universe works. And the building blocks of the universe happen to be magnificent and gorgeous and beautiful. So when you mimic it, you end up getting art. Because it's fucking beautiful. And that's the, good part of it all. All dogs do go to heaven, people. White does have the advantage. I'll go on and before I rip this bowl, and then we'll get into some more researching here. If you ever fear darkness, like taking over light on whatever reality, just know that other than temporary victories, you could say that's impossible. Because picture a society birthed from darkness. There's no way they can go forth in that darkness without inevitably eating themselves. Like, look what we're doing now, humanity as a whole. Like, if darkness goes unchecked, you're going to wake up one day where it's just you against you. It's just humans against humans. Like, any society, any species who tries to go forth in darkness will inevitably consume themselves. It's what you see now. It's like the Illuminati, or whatever you could say, is existing because of negative traits such as treachery, illusion, backstabbing, deception, things like that. That's how they became the Illuminati, the whole group of them. And what do you see going on now within the Illuminati? The same traits that allowed them to become the Illuminati. Deception, treachery, backstabbing. They're all looking over their shoulders right now. People who they thought were their friends, who they thought, they're now realizing, well, no shit, dude. This is a law of energy. You have willfully surrounded yourself with nefarious people doing sinister things. What sort of an outcome did you think that was going to yield? You're now surrounded by a bunch of snakes who are in it for themselves. Like, every society who goes forth like this, you end up cutting the head off the snake. It's impossible not to. Darkness will eat itself alive. It's inevitable. The only societies that ever make it in all of consciousness are the ones who are based in the light, because then it becomes about helping your fellow brethren. It becomes about being service to something sacred and that you can't understand. Like, you live a life of service. You live a life of love. That whole culture is constantly preaching how to go within and be a better person and leave the planet a little better place than you found it. It's really evolution at its finest. Those cultures, literally, the sky's the limit. There's nothing that can stop them except for themselves. As long as they continue to hold on to that light, they will continue to expand and evolve and go on to glorious things. So if you wonder if any negative alien species could ever come, strong arm us, the answer is no, because that society, other than a temporary victory, would just be in the middle of eating themselves alive. Here's one thing that was thrown in it. Here's an example of that. The Anunnaki. Many humans are aware of the Anunnaki, which are known to be like low vibrational aliens. Many times they're related to reptiles and the reptilian part of our brain. It's like they are interwoven in a lot of stuff. And the story is, that they were here for the gold and they impregnated our women, and it was basically a hostile takeover. So they must be all powerful. The Anunnaki, oh no, what if they're in control? The Anunnaki must be, powerful beings. No. Let's just hypothetically go with that story. That there is an alien civilization out there like the Anunnaki that for whatever reason has to come to Earth for the minerals or whatever. They got to impregnate. They got to do their little thing because they fucked their own planet up so bad that they can't do it there anymore. And they need to bounce around the universe right now and find a unevolved, barely above a chimp species that they can, overpower. Like, let's go with that. What makes you think that's a powerful alien society at all? Did you not hear the part of that story? That what alien society that has left their own planet in rubbles? Like, dude, they're on the verge of extinction at this point. Could you not, like, so even going with the, oh my God, Anunnaki. Oh, don't tell me dark versions of aliens don't exist because I know about the Anunnaki. It's like, dude, even that story is littered with dark empires, human or not human, do not collapse upon themselves, man. Like, even if you're an alien going about with all that technology, using principles of darkness, you're going to end up where the Elons and the Trumps are ending up now. Like, dude, you're about to destroy the planet that you're on to the point that it's not fucking even inhabitable at this point. And you now have to go to other parts of the world, you and your group, because you know that's what Elon and them are kind of thinking now. They're like, oh, we don't give a fuck what happens on this bitch because we're developing space programs. We can get out of here whenever. It's the same mentality. But it's so foolish. It's so foolish. They can't escape the universal law that darkness only knows how to consume itself. Light will always have the advantage. Because if you ask, they don't even have to be aliens, but I think it's a proper way to put it, to wrap your head around it. Yeah, which collection of beings are doing better? Picture aliens of the light who are using all that technology for noble and divine and righteous reasons. So who do you think's more powerful? The aliens, whomever, operating in the light, doing nothing but expanding, giving, helping one another with each other's dreams, and it's heaven. Or do you think it's the one operating in the dark on platforms like treachery and backstabbing and like, dude, from an energetic level, just trust me, they have no hope. They have no hope ever, eternally, always. Now, will the battle always be there? Yes, it will. But they will never win. That's why it's hell. That's why it's in misery. That's part of what makes hell hell. It knows its role, you could say. Like, it has no choice but to always play second fiddle. Because the universe doesn't care about who's right or who's wrong. It's just cause and effect. Those who are going forth, helping each other, looking out for their brethren, being the best son you could be, being the best parent you could be throughout life, just being the best version of yourself, the change you wish to see in the world, naturally, the universe doesn't care. That's just how light works. Those who look out for one another and support one another are going to shoot for the stars. That's why it's called that, because it really is inevitable. Is you shoot for the stars at first on the physical realm, and then I guess you shoot for more than that. You shoot for beyond the physical at that point once you've mastered the physical. See, yeah, man. That's random shit that your deep-ass boy likes throwing in here, man. I guess it's kind of off the topic. Because the topic of the title of these streams is, of course, getting to the bottom of the Holy Grail. So let's go on and shift back into that. Because I did start off with that. We looked into it a little bit. So to catch, anybody up who might be in chat at the moment, what your boy was basically trying to look for, using Wikipedia, but it's fun, because at least using Wiki, we all get to see, the bullshit we're being told. But I'm trying to get to, what are they crediting, like, the beginning of humanity at? Because when I was looking up religions last night, of course, when you look up, the Torah and, Christianity, anything, it's like usually they'll tell you that this main book is a compilation of other previous books. So the rabbit hole your boy's been trying to go down is just going, okay, the Torah came from this, and then going to that, and then going, what did this come from? And then just trying to find out who was the first teacher of who. And we made a little bit of progress. So let me get some tobacco here, and then your boys are going to get a little high to make sure I have a nice proper, because, man, you got to have a little hack when you're talking about hacking the Matrix, man. So that's tobacco. I did bring an origin. Hey, here's a little random thing. I'll throw it. Your boy loves throwing random shit in there. Look up, you might already know about it. Look up the relationship of oranges in The Godfather. It's cool what they did with it. Like, whenever you see an orange, oh, there's some killing about to go on. Like, look that up, man. It's pretty fascinating. His old Tony Montana. Yeah, what's it? No, that was Scarface. Fucking Corleone, the son, the Al Capone Corleone. When he died, this is one of many examples. I won't spoil the whole thing for you. But when he died, it was a scene of what? Him sitting there holding an orange, and it fell to the ground. Like, look up oranges in The Godfather. It's the video I saw like years ago, but I was like, that's pretty cool, man. Because there are tons of videos like that. That's why Hollywood claims to be magicians, and they are. That's one example of it. It doesn't have to always be nefarious, but that's one example of things that they put in there that you would never know are in there until you see it. It goes with that hidden in plain sight thing. Once you see it, you go, holy shit, it's been there the whole time. And that's their way of going, ha ha ha, got you. Like, they love that shit. So, and it doesn't always have to be nefarious. It doesn't. There are nefarious ways that you could implement that. But it's not all nefarious. They're not spawns of Satan. They couldn't be that evil if they want to. You know, art is fun to create. Art is really fun to create. So don't think they don't have like childish, as in it's not Illuminati fun. They're still working their Hollywood magic. And when you find examples of that, like the orange, which are harmless, you could say, well, it does represent death. But I found that cool, man. A little random video your boy ran across. All right. Quit your blah, 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 and Rob. Let's throw up the old really for this one. We haven't had the old really yet this stream. What the fuck? Oh, yeah, I got it below the deep. There we go. Oh, I got it below the webcam. That also defeats the purpose. Well, it should be to the left. There we go. This is what your boy likes to throw up when he takes his philosophy medicine. Hell yeah. I don't even have to do it. Man, I think it was the other day I went to some streaming site, and the video on the front page at the time was a dude hitting a blunt. You know, he had music going on in the background. He was interacting with his chat, but I mean, damn, that dude wasn't just burning one, man. It was a well-rolled blunt, too. Your boy has to admit that. Dude wasn't no amateur. I ain't smoked a blunt in years. Where the fuck's the old Riley now? There it is. I got 2 old Rileys. I do have 2 old Rileys. Well, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing. All right. Let's get back into something kind of meaningful here. Where the hell? All right, so here's where we left off. Anybody who may be watching this failure of a stream right now, according to Wikipedia, the Neolithic culture was the first culture worth giving any fucking credibility to. So, West Asia, Tigris Euphrates. I'm thinking, is there anything about religion? And so they're saying the start of humanity, of course, this is nothing, is Mesopotamia, which is the part between Africa and Europe, basically. Here's how it currently looks in 2020. That's where they're saying the origins of humanity as we know it originated from. And, okay, so yeah, the Sumerians, they gotta be the oldest one, right? So they're saying, yeah, the Sumerians, which I think many people credit for being like old, the first ones to leave behind records, I guess you could say. So they're saying they're from 5500, so they would have predated Greek and Egyptian mythology. So Southern emerging during the Chalcolithic. So what was the Chalcolithic era? By increasing use of smelted copper, because that's another thing. Is my webcam goofy? Nah, that might be kind of good enough. That's another thing, you boy. There are so many inconsistencies, man. Like, I could bring it up now with the Stone Age. Oh God, that's Mozilla. Yeah, I don't have the Stone Age one up here, but you can look up Stone Age on Wikipedia, because it's weird how they word it. They'll admit that like all this was already going on. Like, I'll just go on and do it, man. Because, where's the wiki? Stone Age wiki. Because that's all I'm doing is, why don't I just look it up on wiki then, you dumbass? So they're saying the Stone Age was the prehistorical, because it ended at 4000 BC. 3.4 million years is what they're giving it. This is like the last thing, according to wiki, that before the Stone Age, there was no humanity to speak of. That humans came after the Stone Age. But here we go. But see what I'm saying? How even during this, wiki doesn't deny that these hunter-gatherers were able to work metal, gold, copper. Like, it makes no sense. If it's the Stone Age, then who in the fuck is smelting copper? It's like, because they're saying this is where humanity came from. Like, their description of Stone Age, it's kind of not really related to this, but there's just a lot of inconsistencies to what wiki is saying happened. And that's been, whatever. So they're not really... All right, let's see if I just straight up, what's credited as the first religion? Hinduism? When was Hinduism first founded? 4,000 years ago. BS then. No. Because they're saying the Indus Valley, now we're getting into something older than Greek mythology. We truly are. So let's see. What the fuck? I didn't expect that answer. Hinduism? Came before Greek mythology? See, now they rapidly... At 33 to 3100. What was... See, because where was that 5100? Here we go. Well, 44 here. Where's it getting this from? 4500 BC to BCE to 5000. According to California State University. Then wouldn't you think it'd be on Wiki? So according to this, which is California State University, and it's just saying the birthplace of Hinduism, extend quite far. Can y'all see any of this? Yeah, just making sure. Hey, what are we weeking? What's up, Biz? How you doing, my man? If you're going where I think you're going, I don't know where I'm going. Randall Carlson is leading me down this. Sacred geometry is where it all starts, and symbolism. And yeah, like I'm trying to just see what Wiki is trying to tell all of us is basically the first gods, the first accepted gods. Yeah, the Abrahamic, yeah, because, yeah, and I'm getting beyond these, well, except Jewish. Because as old as I've gotten so far in this little bit of research, is they're saying the Greek mythology and the Egyptian mythology both came around 3100 BC. And that's like the oldest one I can find at the moment of like religious, sort of structured religion. But according to whatever the fuck this is, yeah, because I don't see this being older than the Greeks and the Egyptians. Because now I'm not seeing that 4,500 or 5,000 number that Google was telling me is on here. Let me make sure to include that. There's only one? Where is, yeah, right here. The Indus Valley Civilization, or Harpan Civilization, originated sometime around here we go. Because according to Wiki, and I don't know which one it's on, Wiki's crediting Greek mythology for like 3100 BC. Let me throw up Just Chatting for a hot second so people can see what this guy's saying. What's up, Biz? Yeah, the BC stuff, that's definitely the only stuff I'm interested in. Muslims don't have that entire... No, they do not. No, sir, they do not. No, sir, they do not. Not at all. Not at all. They are all clearly talking about, yeah, the same things. Because religion has been very... From what I can tell, religion was more unified. I don't know. But I haven't even heard of these people. Yeah, the after Christ ones, that's what I did learn about. I was learning about how, like, technically the Torah is, because I started off, God, I might need to create a new window. Because when I started off on my own last night, yeah, when I got, like, to the book of Genesis, I thought, like, oh, okay, I got to be getting near the beginning now. But then, like, you realize, you're like, no, man. I know we regard these books, the book, the Genesis. I know that's wrong, but here we go. But here's the rabbit hole I started going down. I'm going to check chat in a second. But it would tell you, it's like, this is a collection of Old Testament, and even the calendar tells you that. But yeah, when you look at the dates of them, of course, yeah, it's when the calendar was reset. And that started, like, dawning on me. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, like, even the Torah is only like 2,000 years old. That the Torah took everything that they claim to be. Yeah, they took prior knowledge and then made the Torah. But my question is, what the hell was the prior knowledge that they took? Yeah, Chris, yeah, because paganism was before. Yeah, what are they? That's got to be AD. I'm thinking paganism is AD because I'm thinking Celtic stuff. How old is paganism? Because that's definitely older than Christianity. 8,000 BC. See, that's what I'm saying. Out of nowhere, we're getting 8,000 BC. And the Stone Age itself, they're saying, didn't even start till 10,000. So they're saying hunter-gatherers were pagans. It's like, oh, wait, yeah, y'all can't see. There we go. This is what I'm looking at here. When I asked Google, how old is paganism? According to them, 8,000 BC. A long time. Yeah, Christianity is definitely, everybody, yeah, knows. Because I'm a believer in end times. Here's my deep thing that I put up when I'm just sitting here talking. Like, I am a believer in end times. I am not I believe kind of what you got at. I honestly believe in all religions. Every one of them. I think they're just different versions. They're just different interpretation. And then the Vikings, yeah, they're around the Ice Age time. But yeah, that's what I'm saying about, it's hard to kind of research this, is it not? Because there's so many inconsistencies. Because it's like, okay, here you have AI telling me, acknowledging that paganism was like 8,000 BC, so religion's been around for a long time. But when you try to find the origins of religion, Because according to that, this should be some 8000 BC shit, right? But not, is a term first used in the 4th century by early Christians for people in the Roman Empire, which now we're talking, this is where the inconsistencies come up. Roman Empire. Okay, at the earliest, you're seeing 27 BC. But yet we're talking about an 8000 BC old religion. Like, there's no consistency here. Oh my God, I forgot that thing was up. I do that frequently. AI is a useful tool. But yeah, here's the inconsistency I'm getting. This is 8000 BC. According to that link, the same page with the 8000 BC link, I clicked the paganism wiki version. So they're telling me this 8000 BC old religion, was just a term used by Christians in the Roman Empire who came way the fuck later. Like, they invented it. But yet it's been around way before them. So it's like, now here's another thing. It is a program script. And here's another thing I'm about to give the program script that I got a feeling might yield a different result. If I just ask it, what was the birth of paganism? When was the birth of paganism? Was the birth of paganism? It might give me a completely different answer now. No, it's still saying, okay. What were pagan teachings called? Because I don't know what to look up for. Or wait, let's just look up pagan gods. Pagan deities. Because if there's a list, see, now we lose it. Where's the wiki? But here's the pagan deities include, well, I guess not really, include gods and goddesses from various mythologies, Greek, Roman, Celtic, and Norse. So they're saying that pagan gods are included. They're just not saying which one comes first. Because according to them, all these borrowed it from the pagans. If you look at the timeline they're giving it from. Norway era? What is the Norway era? Is that like an old time? Because I wonder if there was anything like, once again, let's go down to what was before 8000 BC. Are they crediting? Because none of this makes sense, man. Oh, there's Nora Aramis. I don't know why that auto-corrected to that. History of Norway. That is old. Yeah, that's with the Neolithic one. That's where the wiki search left me, was here. The wiki search left me with saying was that the Neolithic people were the first ones to come out of what we call the Stone Age, the transition from ape to man. So I'm with you on that one. That's definitely where it takes you, is to those people. The Neolithic culture. That's why you can see it's already clicked for me, because I've already been to this one, because it's led me here too. That when you go by, you can see 10,000 BC. That's indeed, we're on the same page here. That somewhere in what we're currently telling ourselves as humans, we're saying the Neolithic people, so they must have been logically the ones who were practicing paganism. We can assume. Because, yeah, this is kind of the whitewashed way, or just the way that we're piecing it together. It would have to be logically, because I'll go back to Greek mythology. When you go to what they're telling us currently about Greek mythology on Wiki itself, I forget the dates, but yeah, let me just go back to the date. When did Greek mythology start? Because it's probably on this page somewhere. But it credits it 3100 BC was what I could tell. Yeah, even this is saying it. Like 3000 BC are like the earliest references that I can find of anything claiming that Greek mythology was around. So that's quite a long time. Like, cause you know humans were worshiping something. So they seem to be going with paganisms. So what is paganism then? What are they telling us paganism, the root of all religions, apparently is? Let's just go with there, because I didn't keep going. Pagan class, whatever. So it's not saying ritual sacrifice was an integral, but that's not saying it was of paganism, just of Greco-Roman religion. The term paganism was applied to any non-Christian religion, and the term presumed a belief in false gods. That's definitely true. Because pagans eventually turned to witches and like whatever version they had, and they had the first one. So I guess, yeah, if according to what we're all being told here, paganism was the first man to really go forth, the first society to really go forth with a religion. And while doing that, man invented its own. And then it became a crime to be pagan. So it's not like they presented it and everybody agreed. They presented it, and then the religious wars started. And then, I guess, it's hard to appease everybody, I guess you could say. The bigger a group gets, the harder it is to appease them. So I guess naturally, when you start off with just, barely evolved people, not a large amount, it's not hard to all be on the same page, you could say. Where 100% of the existence as you know it agrees to agree on the same thing. And then you happen to meet people from another part of the world. The group gets bigger and bigger. Diversity is a thing. And next thing you know, somebody goes, wait, we got a version too. And when you're talking about something like religion, aka the meaning of life, at that point you'd be willing to die. Well, no, if you really knew the meaning of life, you'd never. Well, then again, if you know you're immortal, what the fuck do you care about a little bit of mortality from time to time? So contemporary knowledge of old pagan religions and belief come from several sources. Yeah, anthropological. Because here's another thing I ran across, and it makes sense. You get to the point when you're seeking information, they call it like an anthropological era, like paradigm, you could say. And it makes sense where it's the limits of, like, when you're talking about going back, but so far, dude, even metal only lasts like a few thousand years. Like, shit corrodes, man. So there does get a point where even if nothing is in the way, as in there's no nefarious anything, that you would have to describe it as the only way we can begin to talk about this people is by digging in the soil. Because we're talking about people who are at this point 10, 15,000 years ago, and no metal. Like there would be no trace of them. Like the pyramids aren't even that old. Oh, who's to say? But Okay, so let's continue going here, man. The evidence of archaeological artifacts. That might be interesting. Like, what sort of things? Once again, would you assume it'd be like, see, I'm calling this bullshit right here. But maybe not. If this got excavated and that's got to be, it is stone because there's a crack. Okay. So this would be an example of something that would be from some ancient, because if they excavated this in a few hundred years BC, according to the story, then this is some old shit. I believe that's what the story was. Let me double check it. Excavations of Nabonidus, 5500 BC, or 550 BC. The world's first archaeologist was a Babylon king. That's random. Oh, here we go. Here's the wiki for this shit. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, around this was some culture. Apparently from Babylon. Okay, but cool. So we're getting somewhere. Let's stick with the paganism thing, man. That's what I want to stick on here. is the paganism thing, which currently is the oldest religion I can find. It far predates Greek mythology. So, as far as I can tell, yeah, this is really it. And they don't give you a lot of information as to, like, who did they worship. So all right, let's check the official pagan deities. Pagan gods. See, yeah, let me just list of pagan gods. But I want to see the wiki or something. List of Slavic deities? What the fuck is this now? The pagan Slavs. All right, let's check time frame. 6th and 7th century AD. That's pretty old. It's okay. So we're getting somewhere. Okay, so give me a list of these freaking supreme deities here. Here we go. Pirun. In Greek, changed it to Zeus. Okay, so this is where they're acknowledging it. Cool. So this is telling you that Zeus, according to pagans, is Pirun. Pirun. Hades is Veles. Alrighty. So they can connect the dots here on Wiki. But apparently, this one is the personification of the morning star or planet Venus. They decided to leave that one out. They said, we don't need any of that Venus bullshit. That says a lot. Okay, so are there any others? Wait, how's this one left out? Prone or prove? So I guess they're telling us that they know it was a god. They know it was a thing. But, maybe I could go to browsing for this one. That might bring it up a little more. I would just have to point at another. No, then let's just stick with the main. So, yeah. Okay, that's the list. But the Greeks also didn't adopt this one, who is a deity with unclear functions. Okay, let's check this one out then. What? Horus is a Slavic god of uncertain functions, mentioned since the 12th century, generally interpreted as a sun god. Well, there you go. That's all. Maybe the moon god? So they left out the sun and sometimes the moon god. They left out the Venus god. So then why not? Okay, oh, it says it here. For many years, he was interpreted as a sun god, supported by the theory that the name is a loan from one of the Iranian languages. So that's kind of a hint at something. But then again, a theory. But talking on a timeline perspective, they're going with they borrowed it from the Iranians. So they're saying that because they loaned it, the name is a loan. You borrowed it. So these fuckers are older. But again, it only points to a language. So let's see the timeline of this language. But then you go to the language and they're saying that no, we're only talking about one that started in 400 BC. That this language, I get, since 900 CE? So they're, wow. So what the hell, what era is CE? What era is CE? Common era. So wait. Is the equivalent of AD. Okay. So never mind. That's kind of disappointing. I thought we were on to something. Alright, so Or maybe I have no, because I don't know what the fuck. So let's leave that one up. Slavic paganism, I don't know. It's the timelines, you boys. I'm trying to find the birth of humanity and what's being credited to what. So, here we go. So they left out the mother goddess. Okay, that makes sense because they left out the Venus one. So they don't like Venus and the mother goddess. They don't like the sun and the moon god, the male. Cause the sun god you wouldn't want a sun god if your main god's going to be the lightning god. Cause when you got a sun god, most of the time that tends to, take the cake. And the other one they got rid of was, and mentioned in the sermon by one of, blah, blah, blah. And, okay, here we go. It don't indicate any functions of this god. It is believed that he is associated with the care of plants. So, well, we know why they got rid of that one. Hell yeah. So, it's a winged god mentioned in 2 sources. The origin of etymology is a subject of considerable debate. No shit. You're talking about the birth of humanity. The dominant view is to interpret as a single deity who was borrowed. There they go again. So paganism, which they're saying is the oldest, we're going to admit this religion. They keep borrowing from these Iranians. AKA Persia. So now we're getting to Persia. Are you going to give me a time frame on this page? Let's see if we get anything that resembles a time frame. Yeah, 7th and CE, which is, like they said, AD. But let me ask you this. How's it look that fucking good? Wouldn't you think the farther we're going back in time, the worse these artifacts would look? You're telling me we're getting into shit that's now like way before the reset of the calendar. This is what it was? 7th or 8th century CE. Let's just look this up. Let's just Google this. If you're looking at a time period between 601 and it would be considerably the 7th. If you're looking, I don't know. We would need somebody that has that knows something about is there a, what would this be? 50,000 year timeline of eras? Can you give me some sort of timeline? What are they saying this CE shit is, man? Now we're getting into KIAs, Upper Paleolithic. What the fuck is CE? I think this is their way of trying to make it fucking confusing. It's dude, what is older? What are they trying to fucking tell us? All right, so let's see if we get, how long did the BC era last? That's the only thing I really want to know at this point. How long did the BC era last? I'm guessing 2000 or something. It's an unlimited time length? Oh my god. Can you keep mucking up this anymore? What the fuck? There has to be something out there. Dude, BC, I guess it is. So BC is just the overall umbrella. And within that, there are errors. I'm assuming this is how humanity have laid it out. That BC within it includes all the other whatevers. So, how long did the era of CE last? I think I've already been at this because the Common Era hasn't ended and is still going on. Okay. So again, it's AD. So again, what the fuck sense does this make? If you're telling me this is AD, then how the fuck is this older? They're telling me it came from these people who are older than the pagans themselves. But when you start to look into here's the shit that they left behind. It's happened rather recently, and it was only make up your mind, man. Who came first, these Iranians or the pagans? Because apparently paganism borrowed shit from these Iranians. Who, so what are they saying? That, it came back? Well preserved? It was there the whole time? Because how can they be there before the pagans? All that shit they're saying happened while paganism was a thing happened. And then later in AD, here we go. So did they teach the pagans, and the pagans suppressed everything, buried it away? And then when the pagans finally fell and we didn't, around AD and all this shit, we just dug it up and now it looks brand fucking new. None of this makes any sense to you, boy, man. None of this makes any. What's up, Spirit Oyster? How you doing, my brother? What is up? I couldn't tell you. I'm trying to get to the end of the Holy Grail. That's why I titled the stream what I did. I'm doing a timeline thing now. Greek mythology and Egyptian mythology is I don't know, man. It's been a rabbit hole because we think of the Torah and the book of Genesis to be oh my God, that's got to be the beginning, where even Wiki will tell you that no, it was a collection of books. And then you go, okay, where did that collection of books come from? And then, I ended up in Greek and Egyptian mythology seems to have a huge impact on the current one, but I wanted to go farther than that. It's clearly we have records of humans being around way before Greek or Egyptian. So yeah, they might have. So what did they believe in? Did the Greeks borrow it from them? Did the Greeks have teachers? Because it seems like humanity is constantly just trying to pass down knowledge of what they believe is sacred and holy. And we take it and morph it and come up with our own thing. And then we tell those people going forth, hey, dismiss all that other shit but this. There are often wars about it. The beginning is the Epic of Galash and ancient Babylon. Yeah, well, I'll look at them too. Because Babylon is indeed mentioned. The Neolites are, I believe, because I don't think I've done not on this stream yet. Let me go back to browsing. No, let me just, go back to main. But it's a pleasure to have you in the chat, Spirit Oyster. Hope you're doing well today. I didn't go to the job interview. I'm going to reach higher than what I was reaching higher for. I said, Rob, don't dude, if you're going to get a job, just get a job. That's what I ended up telling myself. So, all right. Yep. Let's check out the timelines. Let's add, when did Babylon start? It's the only thing. I don't even want start and end. Okay. 1894 BCE. So, technically, what they're saying about Greek mythology and the Egyptians and all them, they were before that. 3100 BC is the general. So, because if I ask it now, when did Greek mythology start? The answers, it's difficult, but they get from about 3000 to 1100. So I like the about part, because that tells you there was at least something there. Somebody was, So 3000 is, what I can see is the birth of even Greek mythology, which, according to this, right? So if Babylon, didn't start, when did Babylon start? So Greek mythology around 3000 BC, 1894 BC. According to this, those Greeks were older than the Babylonians. And I'm with you on that. Because before you start, if that's even where you're at, but I'm just going to go on and say, to me, that kind of blows my mind. Because in my head, for whatever reason, apparently I'm not naive, I picture Babylon being old, man. And for whatever reason, I don't picture ancient Greece and Zeus, all them, being that old. But according to this, yeah, the Babylons came after when they were already well established doing that Zeus shit. And yeah, that kind of blew my mind. That's when I started going, okay, yeah, let's just continue to go down this rabbit hole, because I'm finding out things like that. Like, I thought the Torah was like really old and the book of Genesis was really old, but when you look it up, it's not. Like, let's look up the Torah, for example. It's so highly regarded. Like, once again, let's just get straight to it. When was the Torah written? And the answer we're given is there. way, way, way after. Dude, you're talking 4,000 years, roughly. 3,500 years after Greek mythology. It's an infant, man. This thing is compiled that, and I know a lot of us currently believe in it. And yeah, it's in Christian culture too. Like, I agree. It's held upon in such a light. But when you really start to research it, it's now, you start going, all right, where did this come from? Like, this is a relatively new thing. It's only not even 2,000 years old. It's 1,500 years old. That's relevant. In the timeline we're trying to look at here, it's infantile. Torah, that's one that I ran across. Yeah, Torah. Let's go down that one, because I love looking at them all. Because I believe you find so many inconsistencies, or just, yeah, I don't know why I spelled that. Tarot's another fascinating one. We could look into that. There it is. I believe that was it. Torah and the Bible. I'll just copy and paste that, man. You boy. There we go. Let's see. But I admit it. I'm just researching here because I knew I was going to do this anyway. That's why I started streaming today. Really, your boy's been on a rabbit hole recently, man. It's been on a while since I've been one like this. Torah and the Bible. So are they going to give me Torah? Let's look at Torah. Give me the wiki on Torah. Torah, but that's what we just looked at. So maybe they will have a Torah link in here. But I doubt it, because once again, yeah, even they're admitting we're talking, but I don't know. Or there's just no record of those Torah people. But they seem to just, yeah, when you look up Torah, according to Wiki, I'm assuming they're being, just associated with that. Ancient Egypt's negative confessions written in the Book of the Dead. And they are coincided. Yeah, that's another thing I noticed. And the origin of the stories of the messenger of God and Adam and Eve is from the Epic of Gilgamesh from Babylon. Again, okay. But how does that make sense? Unless there's another version of Babylon. Because that's what I was just explaining about these Iranian people. It's like, dude, do they just go away and are there two versions of Babylon? Because the one we're currently is not that old. But the Egyptian one, that I did notice that too. The Egyptian mythology, like when you go, when did Egyptian, I'm going to butcher this, Egyptian mythology, there it is, start. It's, if anything, a little before. Now I'm seeing 6,000. So that's one thing I noticed was, at the very least, Egyptian was either at the same time, and I think Egyptian was before when you look at certain things. Because I think if you look, I believe, we're going to keep going here, but I believe if you look at the Egyptian stuff, they do, or the Greek stuff, they say they borrow. We've already told they've been borrowed from the pagans. But I'm wondering, if we could find out if the Greeks borrowed from the Egyptians, because their agreed upon time period start is roughly the same. 6,000. The Persians are kind of ancient, you would think. Because Persia is another one that comes up a lot. When did Persia start? They're saying they conquered Egypt. Or no, let's look up Persia. Yeah, let's see if we can. We'll keep what I got. I already looked it up. 550 BC. So again, that's nowhere near the eras we're talking about. It's old, but according to them, yeah, Egypt mythology is as old as 6,000 BC. God, you search Persia? Oh yeah, you get Iran. Ancient Persia? Ancient Persia? Here we go. Let's look that up. But either way, I don't think it's going to be too long. But this is the sort of stuff that I've been finding out about. Because unless I'm missing something, yeah, these are the agreed upon time frames. Oh my God, let me go back to Maine. Good. Most ancient religions. Okay. At least your chat was up there. Here's what I've been looking at. Yeah, when you ancient Persia, it's like 5500 BC. The Achaemenid Empire, 5500 BC. So Alexander conquered at 3, okay, but yeah. So I'm saying like 55 or 550 BC is the Persian Empire. So again, yeah, the Egyptians and the Greeks are way older, according to what we're being told. Because that's one thing I was, noticing, that things like that, like Babylon, Persia, the Torah, the book of Genesis, I'm like, man, these got to be at the front. I'm like, what the fuck? These are all at, like at the end. I've never looked into this. Again, I assume this is common knowledge for most people who really know the timeline we're being told. Maybe there's a proper book on this that lays out the timeline of just religion itself as a whole. Where did it start? What did it transform into? What came first? Like, not as conspiracy or whatever, just aren't like what I'm using wiki here. Like, we all know how bad of an idea that is. I'm just trying to piece together using public information what the hell story America, like, or humanity's trying to tell each other. Because this shit's blowing my mind. That's why I've been going down a freaking rabbit hole for the last 48 hours. Because I'm like, wait a second, none of what I had in my head made, and I admit I've never really looked into it. It's like I'd look into Greek mythology and be like, well, that's cool. And I'd look into Egyptian mythology and be like, oh, that's cool. And I'd look into Babylon and be like, that's cool. But I never actually looked at the timeline, the way they're saying these things unfold. Because naturally, yeah, the stuff that's true now is going to be when these empires fall, they take that knowledge and they just call it their own thing now. When Greece fell, or at least we think they did, that's, yeah, because apparently they were onto something. You wouldn't look at, like, yeah, these are societies who were the United States of our generation or whatever. They were the establishment. The rest, that's why it tended to became the world religion, because you would clearly look at this society destroying it. Like, this society's doing it the best. What do you believe in? Because you would argue that would have to be the case. You would have to really know sacred geometry, how the universe works. You would literally, by default, have the most accurate religion painted in whatever picture you want to paint it in. But the more accurate you are, if the divine rules of this universe are true and your people are going by them, the more your whatever is going to take off. So I would assume that would be kind of how it works. Because for a while the United States had been able to sell, and somebody, it was my man Blizz, I think, who chimed in. Somebody pitched in today about how Christianity is being butchered today. It's like, you can see an example of that. It's maybe the reason Christianity took off the way that it did was because America was just doing so damn good. It was pretty easy to convince people, trust us, we figured it out. Look at what we're freaking doing. And then now we wake up in 2025 and we know they're getting an inverted version of it. And I don't think we're likely to show up with our crosses anymore going, trust us, be Christian, because it's like, wait, what does it mean these days? War? Like, no. It doesn't mean what it used to mean. Maybe that is kind of how it turns out, man. Like every society, because I like to think humanity goes through cycles. And you could say every society in their story does. Like the Greek Empire was at one point regarded very high and righteous, and by the end of its story, not many people liked it. Rome, the same way. Egypt, Egypt, the same way. Rose to be mighty and powerful. What's up, Angela? Darn, I'm all right. I'm in the middle of trying to figure out the secret to humanity. That's why I titled this stream, We're Going for the Holy Grail. Because really we are. It's supposed to be about the Holy Grail, but I believe that's what the Holy Grail is. I honestly believe that's what the Holy Grail is. It's kind of a trick. It's just to get man to go on a quest to give a shit again. It's not really a thing. It's a trick, you could say. It's not really a thing. In the end, when you find the Holy Grail, you realize it's you. Like you trip across your own divinity and go, oh, I've been searching for myself the whole time. That's what I think the Holy Grail truly is. Yeah, that's Spirit Oyster. Let's go back to just chatting. Hopefully they're both showing up now. It did the auto reset, so fuck that. It's supposed to be off, but it ain't. But yeah, that's what I'm getting at. It's like the Philosopher's Stone. I'm totally with you, dude, and that's new to me, as in within the last 48 hours. Because before, I've never really considered the Holy Grail. I was like, it's a thing, whatever, it's a little bit of the story. But Randall Carlson happens to really go into it. And when he was going into it, I was going with it. And I'm like, holy shit. Now, I don't agree with what he's saying it is. I agree with what more like you're saying it is. Because naturally, and I'm not saying he's a dumbass, his passion for geology and just Freemasonry is like, I can see where he came to his conclusion, and it's not wrong because of what you're saying. It doesn't have an answer. Everybody can find their own version of this Holy Grail, articulate it to a T where you go, you know, this sumbitch ain't lying. But it's universal like that. It's magical like that. Each person can find it in their own way, describe it, and you really can't argue it. So when old Randall was taking me that's what I believe it is. Because I believe it's represented in Christian culture by the cup that caught Christ's blood as just that. Like, because what was Jesus? That even Jesus would tell you this. What was Jesus? Just the ultimate example of how to be the best person you can be, to play with this thing called light, to try to find out every day, can I really heal the ill? Can I really feed the hungry? Can I really, just try to be Jesus-like. I'm losing this one. Let me take a hit of tobacco. But what if, that's the Holy Grail. That's what that represents. That's what makes it the Holy Grail. Because what the fuck is the whole story? The dude caught the shit in a cup, put a lid on it, went to a certain part of the world, whatever, and now we need to find it because according to all the stories that are also interwoven within these religions, when you find it, it illuminates everything, and it will heal the earth and the sick, and all problems are gone, and it's just this magical what the fuck ever that everybody is always trying to find, because when you find it, it's going to make everything okay. That's what the story is. It will heal the land. It will bring back the love. And when you find it, that's it exactly. It's like a Philosopher's Stone. The answer is we all have to have it, because is that not the answer? Once we all find it, call it love, once again, just represented by the blood of Christ. If we find everything that Christ represented within us, whatever that cup represents, if we can get the blood of Christ within us and become that, would not by sunrise the earth begin to heal itself? Would not by sunrise we begin to heal ourselves. Like the disease goes away. The Amazon comes back. We stop all this bullshit. We start giving a damn again. When we find the Holy Grail, we're going to know it. We're going to know it. And what prophecy tells you is going to happen is going to happen. When you find this son of a bitch, humanity, as in not one of you, when you find this as a whole, your world will heal overnight. And that's the golden age I'd like to believe we're headed into, that we will find it, but that's the beauty of it, man. That's the beauty of it. It's our own inward journey at the moment. What's it gonna take for all of us? And I admit I'm guilty of this. Now, I'm not saying we're all pieces of shit. You know, infinity lasts a long time, but once we all, as an individual and in a collective, ain't one of us immune to this. If you think you are, that's the definition of the arrogance of man. Once we figure out how to give a shit again, that's the Holy Grail. And I'd like to believe that most people do, too. I'll throw that in there. We all know, and it goes back to the Illuminati. That's why I love going back to the Illuminati. Because it's not that people are evil. It's that we have been blindsided or just willfully yet unconsciously agreed to a system that allows this to happen. There wouldn't be no Trump. There wouldn't be no Netanyahu. There wouldn't be no Elon without the man-made systems within that they're standing upon that are nothing but agreements. Government is not etched in stone. Money is not etched in stone. They are both man-made inventions, no more real or unreal than Super Mario Brothers. It's an invention, yes. We can picture it in our head. Yes, it's a thing, but it was created by and invented by man. It's a literal creation. Government, money, it's the same thing. Agreed upon man-made systems, man. And that's what religion tells you too, man. That's another thing that your boy kind of tied together last night. Was, yeah, just picture what it must have been like to be around during the sacrifice of Jesus. Now this, because I'm American, so I'm going to go with the Jesus thing. But yeah, it's not like prophecy tells you that the world agreed with it. When you look at the paintings and things that were left behind after Christ went away, all you see are sad faces. Sometimes they'll throw messages in there where the one guy dressed in black has a grin or whatever. But the story that they're trying to tell you is the situation that we're in now. That there can be times that your mass, your population, thinks they're in control. Like, this is clearly a democracy. We all have a say here. But from time to time, when the people you've given power to become hell-bent on something, like sacrificing Jesus or taking over something like Palestine, as horrible as it may be, you have no choice but to sit by and watch it, something that you know is innocent and righteous, just get crucified on the cross. Because of what? This fucking system you have agreed upon. Like, technically you have the numbers, but it takes a while to happen. But when you wake up one day and they're holding the swords and you're not, and they're holding the shields and you're not, and they happen to be the ones who want bad things and you don't, who wins in that moment? I don't care how well-intentioned you are. Be careful the bed you wish for. Be careful when you ask to be led. Because all it takes is a sleight of hand. It's happened before. Like, we're all sitting back right now as a global collective, just praying to God a few select people don't decide to blow us all up. And it's similar to sitting back and watching Jesus being sacrificed on the cross. Like, and they tell you that's how it went down back then. And then what happened immediately after that? In the midst of all that sadness, just imagine everything you collectively agree is everything good, holy, and righteous is purposely tortured before you by some sick force just to show you that it's their way or the highway. And you have you have a say. It just don't matter. After that happened, here came the Dark Ages. Humanity itself went like, and you wonder why. You wonder why. Call it divine intervention, call it whatever. Dude, when you're at the point you're sacrificing a Jesus Christ on the cross, it's not even religious, it's energetic. Bye. The only question is, how. But at that point, if you're so far gone, man, you are going to consume, you're not going to make it. And that's similar to the boat we're in now, because humanity goes through this all the time. You know, we are at the end of that age, and we are headed into a dark one. It's going to be a brief dark one. That's the good. Well, we are in the dark one. We are in a peak technology area. We're lucky we're alive now. That's our version of it. Thank you, because every time this happens, those people on that planet at that time have a certain version. Like, we remember the paintings of the catapults and the swords and the arrows. And, yeah, ours is going to be paintings of drones and people on computers. And just that, yeah, it's going to be a digital war. It's going to be nothing like, it's not going to be only digital, but it's going to be more digital. And come on, people, we know it's going to be dominantly digital. Palestine was a warning of that. It was mainly drones, electromagnetics, electric charges. Just, there weren't hardly any boots on ground at all. There wasn't hardly any artillery. Like, there wasn't a lot of bombing that was talked about, was there? But yet, when you look at the pictures of that place, it looks like it got airstruck. It didn't get airstruck. It got inward struck. Like, they tested their new technological, you can destroy. Literally, they had a war, and it really didn't look like it. They didn't send in tanks. They didn't send in Air Force. Like, they made it. Yeah, they did what militaries used to have to send in an army to do from a fucking office. Like, this new war is not going to be what we picture it, man. The only boots on ground you could say is they needed people in there to plant certain charges. Because you can see from some of the videos that came out that, yeah, it was like demolition. It was charges that went off in a row to take out a block. So that's the only boots on the ground that you could say. That some of the things that had to be activated wirelessly or whatever do have to be put in place. That's the only boots on the ground you need. And you can do that at 2 a.m. when everybody's sleeping. Like, it's so easy to freaking just do it now. Let's go back. Yeah, we are on that. Good. I don't care about Palestine and Israel or Ukraine and Russia. It's these countries' problems. Not really. Not really, because the reason that I care about Ukraine and Russia as an American, it's just my opinion. I see what you're saying. But World War III, it's like, this is our war. If Russia, China, Iran goes to war with the United States and whoever on NATO we haven't pissed off yet, and that ain't many people. Like, if that happens, nobody wins. Like, we're all going to have to pay a price. Even if it doesn't happen in your country, when the global economic trade collapses and every stock market across the world plummets and we're all now plummeted into a Great Depression, everybody's going to give a shit. Because of what I was just saying, we're also dependent on systems. All they have to do is collapse the global system that we all need. We're all codependent on each other. If they can collapse that system by whatever means, we all pay the price. When global trade stops because we're mad at each other, people suffer. Not that we're mad at each other, because you're right. This is what we're getting at. It's only because a few select people are mad at each other. They're playing God right now. Our future is dependent on whether or not they can come to an agreement at the table, because if they decide they can't and we're going to do this, there's going to be no winners. Everybody's going to lose. And even they are too stupid to realize that. I'll throw that in there. I mean, you can tell by the Trump-Gaza thing. They are so fucking blinded, and they actually think their master plan is going well when it couldn't be going worse. Like, yeah, they actually think they're going to get away with this bullshit. And the only thing they're going to do is help perpetuate this cycle from time to time. Humanity just don't learn and resets itself. We're headed right for it, man. As prophecy said, did it not? Yeah, pride will be the downfall. That's where it starts. The pen is mightier than the sword. The moment you start believing the story and creating Team A versus Team B, yep, the moment you open up that play, then it's like, well, I've picked this team because of what I know. And it's like, yeah, your enemy did the same thing. They picked their team because of what they believe they know. And now you guys are willing to fight to the death because of an opinion. Holy shit. The ignorance of man. We can go to space, but we don't know, we can't see that the fate of the world right now is an opinion. Whose opinion is right and whose opinion is wrong, and damn it, we're willing to wage it all for it. But it is a rather beautiful planet, so you can't say that it's, it's not a worthy prize. If you could somehow come up with a way to quote control the planet, and can you not hear the arrogance in that? That's why these fuckers have no troll. No chance. They're actually on a mission to control the planet. Like Carlin and people have always pointed out, dude, if this planet wanted us gone, all it would have to do would be like, you know what, I'm done with this shit. We're gone. We're gone. We are gone. And we actually think we can somehow, and again, do you not think the universe is never going to let that happen? This is a beautiful planet, man. Like, cause and effect ain't going to let that happen. The way energy works isn't going to it's just not going to happen. That's what they do. We see it throughout every, it is fascinating how we do that. We are spent in our childhood reading about other societies doing that, and that is the root of all evil, and how it's such a bad idea to do that. And I'll be damned that by adulthood we're not going, where do I sign up for the military? It's like, what the fuck, dude? Damn, you passed history? I question that, and that's not me shitting on the military. I know how bad that sounds. Hopefully people could chuckle at that. Because many people say that. People in the military say that, man. It's like, no, nobody hates the men of uniform or whatever. It's the fucking assholes that come up with the stories and give the orders, man. Those are the bastards who create it all. Because it's through no fault. Yeah, there's always been armies. Yeah, so you can't say it's an individual's fault. No, it's what we're talking about now. It's just a collective mentality of, for whatever reason, it's like I like to throw in there, never forget that the gift from Satan in the Adam and Eve story was intellect. And what is intellect? When you know in your heart killing is wrong, you have no choice. It's the product of the way this realm is built. You have to go to the mind to justify it. We know God would always tell us, Jesus would always tell us, no, there's no reason to ever go to war. There technically isn't. You could get into it. We know that in our heart. But then you go up here. The gift from Satan. And intellect. I can barely get it out. Once you can come up with a way to justify it, aka think about it. Total intellect. Religion tells you that with Adam and Eve. Once you bite that apple, you can convince yourself to do satanic things. You really can. Once you bite that apple of intellect, and start thinking about it instead of just shutting up and going to your heart. That's what the snake might bite you. You might wake up in one day and find yourself with either a sword or a shield in your hand. And either way, both realities suck. Whether you've got the sword or the shield, war isn't never talked about properly, unless you talk to the people who come back. It's called shell shock here in the United States. Unless you talk to the people who come back. Has there ever been one person that's came back from war other than the people were paid? No. It's never like, oh yeah, that went great. Sign me up. I can't wait to do that war shit again. No, it's usually, oh my God, I can't sleep. And unless doctors and psychiatrists swoop in rather quickly, you might be on suicide watch here in the next fucking few weeks. We made a movie about Rambo. Don't even get me started on the fucking cultural implications. Just how, dude, you might go there a killer, but you come back a scared child. War will fuck you up. I don't care how. As it should. As it should. If you come back destroyed, you know you have a soul. As it rightfully should. It should destroy you if you have any connection to anything divine. Shell shock is one of the most fascinating. Yeah, if you want to be fascinated, it might rabbit hole you. I mean, as you, I'm saying generally, anybody. Yeah, I remember, your boy had a shell shock night one night. When you learn what shell shock is, that could be a whole night of research in itself. Just, especially, Vietnam War, I believe, is where that term came from, but it's just a term. Like it happens after every war, but it was so bad post-Vietnam, they gave it a name, shell shock, like because we sent so many people, it lasted for 5-8 years. It was long as fuck, dude. It was crazy. The Vietnam War was so ugly. Like, we think the Middle East was bad. It's like, dude, nothing to this day has ever been remotely close to how horrible Vietnam was. 5 to 8 year war. I could look it up now, but it's, somewhere along those lines of just horrible death rates, horrible military tactics, the sickest of the sick. There's still mines going off there to this day. So no wonder they came back with shell shock. They just take you when you're healthy and throw you. Yeah, and that's another thing that did get exposed through that. This same government that was trying to build up how cool it was to be in the military, we weren't really too war battled by that. So we actually went to war, or we weren't war tested up to then. We go to war, they come back, and you would expect just that. Great care from the most powerful nation on the earth, and then we all know how that turned out. It turned into protests, and people are still fighting to this day. They got fucking ignored, dude. And that just pissed people off even more. They were like, dude, you destroyed any chance these, like you said, once great, because they're coming back like 25, 26. Normally, they'd have had a bright future ahead of them. Nope. Most of the people who came back just never ended up amounting to anything, man. Like, and it's not that being a blue-collar worker is bad. Look at your boy. I mean, yeah, the best you could say would be they got a 9-to-5 job making a slightly above average wage and just lived with some nightmares for the rest of their life. That's considered a good story, good way to turn out when you hear about how some of them did. Many of them did. But again, the nature of man. And from that, I don't know. We really did, because normally after a traumatic event like that comes a lot of positive things. But I don't know. You'd have to know there were. I can't speak of them, but I did hear others. Others have spoke of that. It's similar to the post 9/11 thing that many of us has went through. That's what they went through. It was a really bad event. But you know how 9/11 in some weird way brought the country together and we could all feel it that's what they went through. That's how I've heard people, now that I think about it, describe it. That there was a lot of good that came out of that. For a while, and just like 9/11 with us, for a while, there was the brotherhood, and then they went right back to the divide and conquer, and they couldn't stand each other a year later, just like we did. See, I bet I love it, the stream that goes all over the place. It's a pleasure having you in the chat. Like I said, Spirit Oyster, I hope your day's going pretty well. Mine's going great. The usual coffee, unhealthy habits, still have yet to shave, duck my interview. But honestly, yeah, like I didn't stream yesterday, and I went on like a 6-hour rabbit hole in the evening. And I decided to hit record today because I'm like, well, this is what I'm going to do anyway. And I'm going to take a pee and get back into it. Because as you know me and I know you, I always throw this in there. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I admit it. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Many of what I'm coming across is blowing my mind. I'm adjusting my perspective in real time. Like trying to figure this out. I just finished my daily intake of Neverwinter. Hell yeah, man. How'd that go? I honestly think about you now that we're developing a little relationship, because I still have my moments, because I have to admit it, I want to be a gamer, and I'm not saying never, But when I say I used to be a gamer to a fault, like I have no teeth, it's almost like I'm burnt out. Like I went so hard that I'm still cautious. It's like my crack cocaine. That if I fall in love with a game, my life tends to end. I'm that much of a gamer. So I think about you from time to time because yeah, I played Neverwinter and got into that game for a good half a year, if not a year. I played it for about a year, but really got into it, man. So yeah, man, I hope you had a 11 till so you had a what is that 9-hour session? That's an appropriate session. That's about what my average was. No matter what, 9 to 12. If anything, 9 was a little low, unless I had a job and life was busy at the moment. Yeah, I had about an 8 or 9 hour a day average because I would average about 6 after work, and then on my days off, I would get in like 12 to 24, if I'm being honest. So yeah, awesome, man. Well, like I said, glad to have you here on the stream. I'm about to take my usual pee and then perhaps go back down this journey of, I guess you could say, you and I have already found the Holy Grail, and that's a perfect way to put that, Philosopher's Stone. I haven't heard Randall Carl put it that way, but I'm going to use that moving forward. It's just like the Philosopher's Stone, man. Yeah, it's your own unique little thing. You'll find it, and when you do, it's your own. It's crazy how that works. Now, let's throw that in there. I'll throw this in here before I go take a pee. Now, what if we're both wrong, my man? What if it's really a cup that's blessed by the blood of Christ or and Buddha and whoever, or whatever, and there really is this just crazy mystical thing? No, I don't think that's the answer, but that would be funny if it really is. No, we can't have that because then humans would go right to who's going to control it. And I like to think, yeah, they ain't going to do that to us. We can't have nothing like that on this planet because you know how humans are. Alrighty, I guess I'll leave the just chatting up here because I should have a proper BRB. I do. Alright, I'm going to take a BRB pee. I will be right back. Alrighty, I am back. Well, those of you who may be familiar with the stream, you know your boy. I love microwavable food. I just don't like microwaving it. So, yeah. It took a couple seconds longer because your boy had to get out the frozen pizza bites to just sit here. So they'll be ready for me. And, a few hours. Go on and wrap it up, man. Yeah, my mouse bud came out last night, man. But I had to have a moment with him. I had to have a moment with the old mouse bud. Because the thing he's been doing, or that he did the night before, was he's starting to get in the habit, or she is starting to get into a habit of waiting until I go to bed to start getting into stuff. Now granted, that's what mice tend to do. But you got to understand what I'm trying to do with this son of a bitch here. I'm not trying to kick him out. So we got to come up with a way to coexist, me and him. So, yeah, when I noticed he started getting a little brave, you'd think after breaking bread with the son of a bitch, giving him a little water from time to time, that, we would be developing some sort of a relationship. But he was kind of pissing me off. Now, the thing is, I'd get up and do the stomp, right? So he would know. He would stop. He clearly got the message. 5 minutes later, he did it again. I'm like, dude, okay, I know we're on the same page. Because when you heard the stop, that meant stop, you stopped. So at that point, I started feeling like this sumbitch is testing me. I was like, all right, you wait till I get up. You wait till I get up. Well, yesterday I got up. So this sumbitch starts coming back. He does this all the time. I got him pretty much well timed. No earlier than, 6 something, quarter after 6. No later than like 7:30. He'll come in. Sun's going down, whatever. So he did that last night, and I put 3 no-kill mouse traps out, baited with bread. Didn't take long. Took like 5 minutes. The one right behind me. I put one up, like near my chair. He walked right into it. I heard the snap, and I had him trapped. So what I did was I put him in solitary confinement. Bon appetit. I'm telling you, in about 4 or 5 hours. But I do have an orange, good sir. I do have an orange that I will be partaking in eventually. So yeah, it was just him in a big plastic container. Just him. And after about 30 minutes, I felt bad, so I put a sock in there. I gave him a little cot. I was like, well, you're in prison. Because that was the point I was trying to make to this. As pathetic as this sounds. And it's not cruelty. It has a happy ending. I just wanted it to realize, dude, I'm trying, I could catch you anytime I want. I can confine you anytime. I can kill you. And, I just want him to realize who's holding the cards here. So, he was in a little clear plastic bin trap. And here's the shit of it I didn't know before, but I suspected. As I'm sitting here on my computer, he's incarcerated, just hanging out. I noticed in my eye a little mouse run across the floor. I'm like, you son of a bitch, you done, how did you get out of that? So I open up the towel that I had draped over, thinking he's gone. No, the one I caught's still in there. I got 2 of them in this sumbitch. So then my plan went to, well, let me catch its bud, so at least it'll have a friend. Because if it's got some company, I'm going to confine this bitch for I'm going to send a message. I didn't want to get too cruel. Solitary confinement, it's a little mean. But if he had a friend in there, then I might have extended his sentence by an hour or 2. Because at least he had some company, and they both would have been able to learn at the same time who's running this bitch. That's the point of all this. But that didn't happen. Apparently my bud, the one who's getting friendly with me, naturally appears to be the stupid one. Because his boy's pretty good. When I put the traps down for my bud, like I said, within 5 minutes, this son of a bitch just done walked right in. And I guess it's because I use the bread too. I know he loves the bread. But his boy didn't fall for any of that bullshit, man. I left it out for like an hour and nothing. So eventually, when I realized I wasn't going to catch his boy, that's when I just started feeling bad. So I put up some banana and some oranges and some real food. I put some water in there and I kept his ass in there. I still was sending my message. And then came put my hand in there. This is the only way you're getting out. And that took an hour. He ended up being there like 3 or 4 hours overall. Not of did that, just confinement. But I would have to go over there, spend a couple minutes trying to get him to go on my hand. He wouldn't do it. I'd get a teeny bit closer next time. I'd get a little closer every time, and it took about 5 times before I basically still at that point had to corner him. But then he went on my hand, and then for whatever reason, immediately chilled out. No, he didn't bite. They do bite. They do have, apparently they can chew through wood. Because that's one of the things that I have to stop them doing. I'll hear them gnawing at the 2x4s in my wall. So apparently they can even nibble through wood little by little if they feel like it. But no, it didn't bite me. And yeah, once it was on my hand, it stopped. Because I kind of wouldn't have been surprised if it ran right up my arm. No, but it stayed in my hand. And I didn't take long. I didn't fuck around. I slowly and gently then just put my hand on the bed. And he ran away. But hopefully he learned from that. I'm trying to borderline domesticate him. Just try to, I don't know. And the weird part was, a couple hours later, I'm going to have to start being cautious of this. It was pretty cool. I wish I would have known it before I did this. You know, I was adjusting my blanket on my bed, getting ready for the night, and I gave it like a little flap, and he was in my blankets sleeping, like, because then he went running. He's probably there. I don't think he ever left the bed. Like, I don't know where he went, but I don't think he ever left the bed. I think he got comfortable, and then when I went to get in bed at night, yeah, and I adjusted my blanket, he ran. So now I'm going to have to, creep into bed all slowly. I might, because that ultimately is what I would love to get the point at, domesticating a house mouse, kind of like a pet, where it's going to know when I go to bed, and from time to time, it might just hang out with me. And I don't want it to start sleeping, because then you're going to roll over and smush it. And I think even it knows that. But yeah, if I can get it maybe like on the other blankets that I have, like the other pillows, maybe it'll snuggle up in there. Who knows, man? So that's your boy's life. That's what I did last night while watching Randall Carlson and looking into it. I'm still trying to domesticate a mouse. I really am. And it sucks because I'm likely out of here. I will throw this in there while I'm loading this bowl, and then I'm going to get back into some research. But yeah, regarding my whole job situation, the only thing really holding me back is a piss test. I'm trying to find one that's decent, that will accept the fact I got, THC in my urine. And all my friends have been telling me, just fake pee it. And I've never done that in my life. But I'm just at the point where I might take their advice, man. Because I noticed there's a job in town as a machine operator, which I have 5 years experience doing, very good at it. Starting is $28 an hour in Pennsylvania, which goes a long way. Because I walked away from a job making $25 an hour, and I was living like a king, and I'm going to be making $3 an hour more than that? Now, the only catch, if I get this job, and the schedule I'm thinking about taking, so it's appropriate, I guess, to talk about now, would be the shift I'm thinking about taking. I've never worked this before in my life. I've worked 12-hour shifts, but I've never worked 6 on and 7 off. So I'll have to go to work 6 days in a row for 12 hours. But in return, I'll have an entire week off. I appreciate your spirit, Oyster. Because that's why I ducked the interview yesterday. I was thinking about using a part-time job as like a stepping stone just to, sort of ease my way back into this whole working thing. And I was like, no, all you're doing is settling. Like, what are you doing? You're going to get a job that it's only temporary. You're going to have it for a month. And I was like, no, just... So that's when I got on Indeed and did what I hadn't done in a while. Looked for a real job. Like, the minimum pay was 20-something an hour. So I appreciate that one, man, because I know I can get it. I mean, I'm well-spoken. I stick every damn interview. The only thing that ever messes me up is the piss test. So I might take my boy's advice and what everybody in my reality that know me in real life, and that's about 2 people. Yeah. I know unless I screw it up. Unless I screw it up, which has been known to happen. People do. It's all about the temperature. As long as you can get it, you can get that 98.6 degrees or whatever, you're good. So I don't know. And before I take this rip, the last thing I'll throw in there was if I go back to making that sort of money again, I still have, it's going away quickly, enough money in the bank where if I get working in the next 2-3 weeks, even up to 4, I could easily stay here if I want to, but I don't want to stay here. But anyway, yeah, there's an update on your boy. And who knows, I still might be, either way, it's not going to affect the stream. It'll just affect what the background looks like, basically. Is it going to be my house or another one? Because currently, the plan would be, I'm thinking about going home with Mom, but she don't own that place. She's a renter. I've got a 3-bedroom house when 2 of them fucking bedrooms are open, and that's not counting my empty living room, my empty dining room. Like, oh yeah, she might just end up coming with me. Who knows? But anyway, this has nothing to do with the Holy Grail. Well, I don't know. I guess talking about your mother, pretty important. Old moms. Because me and her are about to have that talk. That'll be the last thing I say before I take this rip and start ripping apart Wikipedia and the fucking bullshit it tries to tell us. Is that, yeah, she's getting old and I'm 44. I got a feeling when we have this sit down talk that we're both going to need to accept it. I ain't going to move away from Mom anymore, you know? Like, 'cause she's going to, and it's not far off. She's going to get to the point where she can't take care of herself. So it's naturally either going to be retirement home. Like, she's going to need somebody to take care of her. And yeah, I know who the first phone call is going to be. It's the guy behind that Oh Really picture. So I might as well just accept that now and go, Mom, let's just accept our fate. All right, we're going to team up again. And even if you're just my responsibility now, basically. Hell yeah. Hell, man. I don't see Mom doing it. But if we ever were living together, you know, and I'm out working, which I will be, doing things, like, Bob, go live. Oh, believe me, if you've seen my stream, trust me, you don't need no skill. You don't need no talent. Granted, you won't get no viewers, but you'll get a few people. Spirit Oyster, man. I mean, Mom, there's a dude named Spirit Oyster in my chat. Just log on my account. But I doubt it. I doubt it. My mom is not that type of person. But I wouldn't be against it. I'd totally let my mom go live while I was at work. I wouldn't care at all. I'd show her how to do it. Sign me in. You're still here, Spirit Oyster. Cool. So let's try to, learn something here. Instead of me just blah, blah, blah. Because I have been learning, all these civilizations, like the timeline that I thought I had was fucked up. And the other thing I'm noticing that a lot of people know, when you try to see what Wikipedia is telling you, that don't make no damn sense either. So far, we've established that, Greek mythology is like 3000 BC. But according to the shit that we're running across here, that Egyptian mythology, I've already asked, when did Egyptian mythology start? Is even a little before that. Mythology? Fucking hell. Don't take a mythology start. Here we go. We're getting there. Because see, this is already 4,000. Up to 6,000. And I've seen nothing like that on the Greek one. I've seen up to like 3,100, 3,000. So according to Wiki and what we're telling ourselves as humans, the Egyptian mythology, whatever the Egyptians had, was before the great gods of Greek mythology. Because we've gotten into paganism, which they're saying is the root of all religions when you really get down to what they're saying. But are they admitting here, are they saying that this apparently up to 6,000 BC ancient mythology, was it born from anything? Maybe the sun god Ra, the sun god, might give us some leads here. In the 25th and 24th centuries BC, in the 5th dynasty, 25th, that's where it gets because I'm assuming 25th century BC, because at that point, you're counting backwards, you could say, would be 2500 BC. So yeah, that's what that would mean. 2500 BC. Why don't they just put it that way? But once I can get used to interpreting it that way, we'll be fine. So 25th century BC is 2500 BC, I'm assuming. So, okay. So if they're saying 2500 BC, then that's kind of old, but even Greek mythology is older than that. But by 2500, well, yeah, because they're saying it's from Egypt, but yeah, so they're not saying they borrowed it, or are they? During Egypt's new king, he was fused. Okay. So the only really thing interested is the old falcon. They do love the falcon. That appears a lot. That and the eagle are usually the two you see. Okay, so the Egypt shit is definitely old, but it's not saying that they borrowed it from anybody. The origins, here we go, dumbass. The development of Egypt, can y'all even see it? Let me make sure we're good. The development of Egyptian myth is difficult to trace. Naturally, Egyptologists must make an inference about its earliest phases based on written. Okay, no shit. Thanks for the no shit opening line. One obvious influence on myth is the Egyptians' natural surroundings. What do you mean, desert? Each day the sun rose is set. As we all know, that's a natural quality of Egypt. Man, I wish I had a sun that rose and set. Man, them Egyptians had it awfully nice. I guess if you had a sun that rose and set, you would have a hell of an advantage over everybody else who ain't got none of that sun rising and setting going on. So bringing light to the land and regulating human activity each year. The Nile flood, the flooded Reno. Okay, yeah, that's what happens when you live in a desert. I guess you could say it puts you in tune with Mother Nature a little more at that point, when it's pretty obvious that you are very dependent on this thing called water and you happen to have one source of it, so to speak. But that's all you need, so you can go forth from there if you figure out a thing called channeling. And when you look back on it now, some of the Egyptians, again, Roman, a little later, channels. I don't know if we could do it to this day, but would you see it and understand how it works? It's impressive technology, the way they distributed water wherever they needed it. So I could throw that in there, that yes, being in such an environment would give birth to, things that human beings can do that you would have to borderline be godlike to do. Because human beings are impressive. Even when we don't have outside interference or help, we're just impressive beings. So, but they're not saying they borrowed it from anything. That's what we're getting at. So these are the origins of it. So they're saying the origins of it is basically the fact that the sun set and rose. Is it not? So they happen to have a sun and a Nile River, and that's where it came from, according to Wikipedia. Now, again, according to Wikipedia, paganism was well established before this, as we have, established here. So they're saying they basically completely ignored it. It doesn't matter that it just started from here. But this is kind of like, I'm not against it either. Like, if this is the answer, that Egyptian mythology, which later gave birth to Greek mythology, perhaps we're going to look into that more, but it was definitely before it, was just that. They didn't borrow it, or at least they're not openly telling people that they borrowed it from anywhere, that they came up with all this shit on their own. And you could argue it's true. That's what I say. I'm not saying I'm debating it, because the way the Egyptians made it look, like this sort of, Egyptian hieroglyphics, those aren't on the Gothic cathedrals. sacred geometry is. And I'm sure in some way a lot of this is sacred geometry, but not all of it is. But so yeah, maybe the Egyptians really did just come up with their own unique interpretation of it. I'm sure they acknowledged paganism and whatever was there at the time, but they might have just felt like they knew something that they didn't, and who's to say they didn't? So they said, fuck it. Let's just start this thing from scratch. Clearly built around the sun. They said it in your introduction. Even Ra is the sun god. So it started and ended with the sun, which you can see that repeated throughout all religions. They tend to be male figures, but they're all the what? The sun. The sun. The son of what man would call God. So they definitely acknowledge the sun, as every religion that went forth did, just in its own way. You change the U to an O, and you have a different sun, but do you? And that too has always been known about paganism, that it started from the worship of the sun. At least what I think I know. This wiki shit might prove me wrong, man, because I've been getting my ass whooped recently. But from what I believe I know, paganism was all about and started from the sun. So they might have well, apparently, because even according to Wiki, there's no other option that I've ran across, as in what religion would have been there even before the Egyptians. So paganism, according to what we've discovered so far, would have been the only thing they would have borrowed from. But anyway, let's zoom in down here. So there's the water thing. So they're not disacknowledging water, but it's rightfully here. So could they be implied they sailed? These figures look human-like. They don't really look toyed with. They look like the Egyptian style. There's that eye, the all-seeing eye of, Horus, Egypt, whatever. There it is. And I assume they all have it. And this appears to be woven and then painted upon. So naturally, I could say these wouldn't have as much of that aerodynamic, definitely that version of the eye. But why does this one have, again, what appears to be, I guess, a falcon? I'm trying to get us, hopefully you could see it. Let me check okay, we're pretty good. I might be able to make this a little better if I take a couple seconds, find Chrome, go to browsing, and just tell Chrome to look at the new one that I have. Hopefully this is a little more zoomed in than the other one. It should be, because it's not easy to see. There's a serpent behind it, only on this side, whether that's part of the boat or whatever, but that's definitely that's a cobra. It appears, because the body goes up and the neck gets really big and it goes back in like a cobra. So it appears to be a cobra. And that appears to be, it's usually, from what I can tell, a falcon or an eagle, and there's the falcon. And they're known for the beetles. That part I can't explain, other than, the beetles here in American culture. Perhaps that was their way of honoring the ancient Egypt traditions by making sure the Beatles were the Beatles and making sure they were named rightly so. So that's the one they gave the pushes. They were good too. I'm not going to say they weren't, but then again, they knew the secrets. They passed the secrets of melodies down to them boys. Oh, they did some things with it, man. Here we go. And they are all clean shaven, no beards or mustache. We should be able to, there, look at that. And Luna Jones. Your Discord username is not working. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but it ain't working at the moment. I don't even have it open. But all right, back, yeah. So yeah, true. So that would be, true. And that could imply a bunch of things. Your guess is as good as mine, but that's a good observation, my man. They also don't, unless, is that Egyptian, because you can see a black, because even I can only zoom in so much. I mean, I think What is the, I don't know, the Chrome zoom? Ooh, I think I could. Isn't it at view? Because I might not get that much into it. Yeah, I don't know what the shortcut key. Here we go, zoom. I don't know what the shortcut key is. But I will go on and zoom. Here we go. Hopefully that's decent. I can actually tell. Yeah, okay, we're good. Because I'm looking at the screen technically now. Even though I'm looking at OBS, I can see what you see. It's okay. Now I'm back to the screen. Yeah, maybe the goatee. But other than that, yeah, no full beard. No full beard. So we got the going with the... I guess they're saying they settled there. I'm guessing. Your guess is as good as mine. Or somehow they came for the water. That could be another thing. Somehow their arrival, they arrived by sea, by water. There's the eye again. So yeah, what is that? Is this like a hanging? Or is this a as above, so below? Because they appear to be just standing on a floor. You know what I mean? And they're holding on to that person. Or at least, that's where it gets a little, yeah, chopped and screwed because of the nature of how old this shit is. But I'm trying to find I could just, yeah. So you really can't tell. But yeah, either they're grabbing the old penis. Or they're probably just holding on to, you know, who knows. That is screwed. Maybe that was terms of service. That's why that had to be eliminated. But it doesn't appear like there's any strife going on there. That's what I'm seeing. I'm guessing as below. No, but then again, not really. Maybe we just descend from above? Because it is right next to the, yeah. Some dude from Pennsylvania trying to translate Egyptian hieroglyphic. Hell yeah. What? There's the cross. So they had the cross. Is that a sphinx? This dog looking thing down here. A cat? They were big on cats, and I think they had their own unique, yeah, sphinx type thing. Because, yeah, I guess that's clearly an Egyptian thing. That does appear to be their own. That was introduced into it all, according to what, you know, they're telling us all. Yeah, I think the Egyptians were really the first to go, whatever the Sphinx mean, to go, we need to incorporate this in here. And it looks like, you know, an ostrich, definitely some like water-like bird. That's a big bird with a beak. It seems to be another one there. So they seem to be big on the birds. That damn near looks like a UFO, and I really mean that. Like, or TP. Because that looks like a tent of some sort, yet it's detached and there's something at the top. So maybe that's the thing on the back of the Illuminati, or on the back of our dollar bill here in America. Maybe that's the first version of that. Just a pyramid with the capstone detached. Maybe that's what that is. They are gods of heaven. Yeah, throw that up there for a second. Either they are women or they are young males. They are gods of heaven holding the sun. That's what, okay, the male, this part. Oh, I need to go back. There we go. True. If I zoom out, they do seem to be under it. Is that, what do you think the wavy lines are for? Maybe just, you know, added touch. I wonder if that's depicting, like, you know, claws in the sand. Maybe not. But for some reason, they put a few squiggly lines in there. But yeah, the bird thing seems to be popular. So birds meant a lot to Egypt, which once again, birds imply sky. So from above. So they're trying to tell us, in my opinion, just someone talking crap. They were big on the sky thing. They were big on those who can take flight and see from above. Yeah, that appears like an illuminating sun. because they were big on the sun, but ignorantly, I'll say, other than the big one, do we see too much of it? Like, would you assume the circle with the dot, which maybe that's the moon, because that's typically the symbol of Islam, which they're saying, according to some of the inconsistencies we've run across, is or isn't very old. It's apparently very, very old, but only makes appearances here and there, from what I've discovered. Because, yeah, they have a circle with a dot. Some of it appears to be illuminating, or it's just four somethings that are holding it up. But most of them do not appear to be. They come in different sizes. This one appears to have two, kind of like a button on a shirt. This one here to the far left. Now, why is that red? I guess there is some red here and there. But there's some of them are red. Okay, some of them are red. And you know there's a method to that madness. As long as, assuming this isn't doctored at all, then some of these over here are red. Not all of them. And they're in, you would presume, a certain order in a certain way. And the next question would be why? Did you see the cat bottom left? That is a question from Spirit Oyster. Let's go there, cat bottom left. Very, very bottom left. No, but that sucker? Yeah, that was the, if you're talking about this thing, yeah, that was the one where, yeah, I was like, I'm guessing Sphinx or cat, feline, I think. It's definitely feline, yeah. But is it a cat? Because you could even ask yourself, for domesticated cat, you would assume, come on, yeah, we're talking about whatever version that was carrying the feline gene at the moment would not be a cat like we know it. But I agree. And you might be 100% right that that's just the cat. But that's what they looked like back then. Like, that's what they ended up domesticating. They look like bigger. Who knows? Or it could be Sphinx related, because they're known for their Sphinx. That almost, yeah. But that's the cat that I noticed. It looks like, yeah, maybe. Okay, cool. Yeah, that thing. Yeah, because that's there for a reason. First one, you could say. Again, it kind of toys with your perspective, but no, yeah, everything's oriented feet down. So, yeah, they're going with, I would say that's the first one. Other than the humans hanging from the top, all the animals. No, like the humans in the middle. So there's a human with, what does that look like? A flag? Because they don't have too many humans. There's one over here doing something. They do. Once again, let me zoom out real quick. Are they really on the bottom? I'm not seeing what looks like too many humans here on the bottom. I'm seeing birds. I'm seeing what look like flags. That looks like a branch. That looks like a fishing hook. So maybe they're telling the story of man. Because that looks like a fish. That looks like a fishing hook. That looks like a branch. That looks like terms of service. No, that looks like a lava lamp sort of thing. It's something with something ejecting out of it. And I'm not implying you know what, because they would, if that's what they wanted that to be, that it's not that. But what is it? Something that ejects something out of it. It appears to me, or maybe it's something on a string. But this coily thing here, because I can tell from my screen, I don't even really know. No, you're really not going to see it. You might have to go to the main screen for this, which is going to be a little less zoomed out. But I know you can see it now. It's this lower right-hand corner thing. This lava lamp-looking thing here on the far right. Wonder what the fuck that could be. Cause yeah, so here's where it seems like they're telling the story of man. This is where I see the fishing hook, the fish. Looks like instruments. Because now that we're away from this, while I had this zoomed out, here's the far right. You see an eye, you see a flag. There's the viscera pisa that appears to me. You know, the center between two perfectly drawn circles. That's what that appears like to me. That appears like a totem. So going with the telling the story of man, this side goes from like something squirting out, fish looks like a flag, totem looking thing. That looks like something I'll get into here in a second. Yeah, the vice of a piece, the center of two circles, another flag and an eye, and what looks like a joint. What looks like a joint. No, actually it's repeated here, so we can zoom back in. It'll give you time to, all right, just double check and chat. So let's go back to the zoomed in version, where like you see, you're going to lose some of the right side now, but let's move me too. Let's move my ugly ass. Let's just do that. Let's just do that. So yeah, it's this specific part here, which to me looks like a horizon with a circle, a ball in the middle, indicating a sun, and two lines coming out indicating a sunrise or a sunset. Or perhaps both, and that's why they're side by side. So it seems like, I don't know, then you got the circle thing. That does look like a snake. Those look like branches. Those look like instruments. That look like a snake. So we got lots of what looks to me, it's got to be a language. We can't go with flag. I'm thinking I'm way off on whatever these things are. Except maybe that one to the far right, which I can hope is repeated somewhere else. You may be able to see it. But other than the totem that does look like a serpent with its tongue coming out, all the other things that I'm calling a totem might be whether, like, is that a flag? That does look like a flag. You would assume commons or flags are common. It's a simple idea. It's a pole with something on it. And it's not hard to make a piece of cloth that you can see from afar. You can see flags being just early human technology, I guess I'm saying. The first way man goes, this is ours. Planting the flag like really means something. It's easy to do, and you would assume all of humans do it. That's what I'm hypothesizing here. If that's even a flag. It's like we're going to go through this phase. I'm spending way too much time on this. But perhaps not, because this is where we're ending up. It's like, okay, what were the first religious teachings of man? According to Wiki, and where this rabbit hole is leading us, and even if this is not the end, we're down to what Wiki is even admitting is 6,000 BC at this point. So back in 6,000 BC, I mean, when you start to look up the timelines, I mean, I'm talking way back in the day. It predates Genesis, the Torah, everything we're studying today. What we borrowed to create that, this is what I'm trying to get at. They borrowed from. It's like who borrowed from who and what was, and not even saying they borrowed it, because kind of what I opened with this is where this rabbit hole appears to be leading is that Egyptian might have been the first openly accepted worldwide, according to Wiki culture, to be like, this is a religion other than paganism, which we're going to have to get into that later, because that's a blurred line, what they're saying about paganism. They're saying that's the first, and even this came from that. But when you go to look into what it was, that's when the line starts to blur. When you look into what is it they actually worshipped. But I know there are things like pagan experts out there. So yeah, there you go, Rob. You need to step up your and that really will be this sort of stuff. So I'm kind of glad I'm putting this out there. Because once I start going, hey, let me interview you, they're going to check me out. They're going to see if I'm just marketing or if I really give a damn about this. And it's like, no, I really give a damn about this. Like, I would love to talk to you because I admit I'm in southern Pennsylvania. Well, those are the sort of people, like, I'm a dude, look at me. Like, I'm just reaching here, trying to figure this crap out because I don't know what the truth is. I just know we haven't been told it yet. All right, Spirit Oyster. The branches are like the USB logo. That might don't get me into that. That'll be another 5 hours. But yes, sir, my man. I hope you enjoyed the strum. I don't know how long I'll be going. Oh God. I honestly didn't plan on a long time. But you know me, I always say that. It's only 2 o'clock. But yeah, I'm going to keep going. And I will minimize the camera here. I'm going to have to unlock it. Because normally this works fine for YouTube. But I'm not YouTubing right now. So let's relock it. Okay, now back to this. What they're apparently telling us is the first religion of man. We can basically credit it to the Egyptians. I'm not going to, like I said, spend all day on this. I'm about to move on. Because I guarantee you there's other pictures. Like, this is just the first one I ran across. I was like, okay, going with this is the first accepted recorded religion of man stuff. Then what was the first version of trust us, we've got it all figured out? That humans were trying to tell other humans. And apparently it was this. Well, this is the Egyptian version, which is, yeah, unique. It really is. Beetles, I don't think they show up a whole lot. I could be wrong. They would be from desert part. No, beetles are everywhere, I'm assuming. We got some cool ones up here in PA. I think I got pictures of a couple of them that are eventually going up on Instagram, but I've been saying that for now. Because they definitely like the beetle. Because not only do they have that one there and they gave it proper respect, that might be the best looking thing on the whole damn picture. But again, when it was brand new, who's to say? But the beetle is rather profound. And then when you see the only one, which you probably, yeah, you can. All right, I'll make it sure. This one is the only one I can see, and I'll be damned if it's, hard to miss. So they only put one beetle, but when they put it, they put it. Like snakes, you see a lot. Birds, you see a lot. So apparently when the beetle happens or whatever, it only happens once. Now, anything up top? No, there really isn't anything up top. Just these symbols here in the middle would perhaps be the only thing to look at before we move on from this shit. The ones that apparently would mean a lot to them. Again, it's the bird. There's the viscera pisca, I think, which is not the same as the eye, but that might be what they're telling you. It's like there's the viscera pisca or whatever with no eye, but there it is, and then there it is with an eye. And that's, I'm sure, some symbol. And there's the old, that looks like a box with a triangle, pyramid, whatever, on top of it. Maybe a snake. Alrighty. Let's hit back. Well, no, that is an image you boys are going to want to save. Hell yeah. That's something I need to get better at. So that way it's not always this. Me just referencing web pages. Things that I already know. Create folders for them. And be like, look, I've already got the pictures, man. When you look at this shit, I'm telling you. Something's going on. Okay, so as far as pictures, the sky depicted as a cow goddess. Okay, so again, main point here, and I'm going to move on. They're really not saying they borrowed shit from anybody. And that's what I was hoping to get at. And I think I finally got here with the Egyptians. I don't see them being credited, even in the origins department, with borrowing this shit from anybody. Nope. It's just the ritual. We will look in their gods like Isis. So yeah, but nope. Consists of origin myths. That's the only thing that might be worth looking into that has anything to do with timelines. We could check out some of the myths of the origin, because that's what they're basically saying. That, unless they created it themselves, because the Greco-Roman, a lot of this is about who adopted it later, as they're telling you. 332 BC. This is way later. Freaking 6000 BC, because we're at the end of the origins. So yeah. Okay, so other than that, it's speculation. So, is there anything in the origin myth I doubt it. I'm not going to spend long here either. Maybe this, which are distinct from it. No, never mind. I thought that was an era. That's often where it takes you. If they say, you know, they borrowed something from the stories of this era, that's where you naturally go. Okay, so pretty much where we're at now, it appears, is that Egyptian mythology is given credit for basically being the birth of all religions, the first time humans got together and actually made one, unless you go into this paganism shit, which has a way earlier timeline, but not much information. We're on the timeline of prehistory at this point to try to figure this out. So the timeline of prehistory, okay, whatever. That is interesting. I guarantee we're going to get some trip ups here. So according to what we're telling ourselves, before we could even write anything down, when was the earliest writings, if anything like that is even on here? Terminology, emergence, before the 20th century. No, I think they're going way late. I don't know. So they're saying the emergence of writing itself. 3400 BC is the oldest thing I'm saying. So apparently the Egyptians couldn't even write. Now here we go. Here's 8000 BC. So what's their explanation down here? Scholars have noted that the something of Abydos while gradual evolution of the Mesopotamian system is lengthy and well documented, with its predecessor token system used in agriculture and accounting attested as early as 8000 BC. And the singular is singular and sudden, while the gradual evolution of the Mesopotamian system is lengthy and well documented. Wait, you can't have documentation without writing, right? Unless they mean writing in the general term? Qing Dynasty, once again, way later. Did not produce writing system. The earliest writings dates to the earliest. So now we're getting a little earlier. Early Bronze Age is the first time they're really saying, other than this weird, what the fuck is this thing? Symbols originally inscribed between 3400 were discovered at Abydos, which isn't even really considered to be that old. 1600, once again. See, the only thing is whatever this means. So they're saying the gradual evolution of the Mesopotamian system is lengthy and well documented, had to be with writing, while its predecessor token system used in agriculture and accounting attested as early as 8000 BC. That's their way of... I might have to ask AI, what the fuck does that mean, man? What the hell are you trying to say? So let's just go Mesopotamia. So it's these fucks who are you saying basically invented writing? Uh-huh. 3100 BC. So they're saying the Sumerians and Akkadians, each originating from different areas, dominated Mesopotamia from the beginning of recorded history. So that's what... Yeah, this is what I'm looking for, kind of. Yeah, written history. What are they saying? It's the first time we started to write shit down. We call it recorded human history. This is why I titled this damn stream, We're Going for the Holy Grail. At this point, we're trying to figure out the origins of recorded human history. It's a great question. I mean, this is wiki. But when the fuck did it happen? When did we start recording shit? 4th millennia BCE. Again, that's roughly what they're saying. That would be 4000. And we've seen a lot of 3000s, 3100s, you know. So according to Wikipedia, recorded human history for broader world history, recorded history, and it admits it's just broader world history, but no shit. Begins with the accounts of the ancient world around, begins with the accounts, and it concedes with the invention of writing. It's like, make up your mind. The history of writing traces the development of writing system. Well, yeah, okay. So the history comes first. When emergence before the 20th century. Again, you're talking BC, so now they're talking 20,000. See, out of nowhere, they took a quantum leap. Or let's keep going. Before 20th century BC, most scholarly theory, I'm assuming. No, let's keep going. That's the only thing I'm seeing is a date. So we're back to the same thing. So it's a loophole that just basically tells you recorded human history, other than this weird explanation here, which we're trying to get into now. Okay, so apparently, recorded human history was around 4000 BC. So we've established that premises, unless I'm wrong. Oh my God. I did accidentally hit the old Discord, but yeah, I just want to make sure there's no activity in chat. All right, so yeah. So human writing was 4000 BC. Okay. But yet the Egyptians, by this same wiki, is telling you were around at like 6000 BC. They just weren't writing anything down, and none of this was recorded. But here's pictures of the artifacts that we've since recorded. We just didn't figure out how to record it until a couple thousand years later. This is literally what Wikipedia, and you wonder why Graham Hitchcock and people like that are out there going, dude, the timeline we've been given is actually, God, could you try it a little harder than this? Because damn, man, it's like I'd be a little bit insulted if I was Egypt looking at Wikipedia right now. Crediting the birth of writing itself in recorded human history at 4000 BC, yet while acknowledging you existed before then, up until 6000 BC. But the only thing you could say, and like, well, I'm sure there's many, but one way you could say I'm off is like, yeah, they're really not saying that the Egyptian population started with the ability to write. They're just saying that's when they started. So maybe that's part of the answer, that you can prove they were around. But then again, how? Like, I don't know. Well, maybe we'll get to the bottom of this, because that's the point of this show. Like, it's not adding up to you, boy. And I admit I'm not perfect. Some of it's me, but not all of it. You do, and naturally too. Once, I don't want to come across as like Illuminati or whatever. It's like when you're getting into something so deep, even a well-intended Wikipedia might have some holes or some inconsistencies. I just didn't expect this damn many, and like just being, I don't know. I really did. I thought it would just be pretty much laid out, that you wouldn't have to, not that you have to, but anyway. Because so that was a random question, but a rightful one, I'm guessing. The history of writing. Wait, recorded human history. Okay, that's just a bunch of hands. That was done recently. When you zoomed out, I was like, they're not going with the like reaching out from hell thing. But if you wonder what like Wiki has of recorded human history. So let's see, that looks pretty old. Like that don't, and that don't. So let's check this out. Linear A etched on tables, found in Akron. So linear A, what the fuck is this? Here they go. So they're crediting this image to 1800, 1450 BC. So something from then would look like that. There's their writing. There's their proof of writing there. You see, we got some things etched in the stone there. So I'm not saying, okay, so here we go. So this fucking thing. Palinkingolis. I'm just looking for a timeline. So like, who were the palanquins? I hope it's not just, because I'm assuming these. So what are the, who are the palanquins? I guess the Aztecs. Oh, here we go. Oh, CE, as we've already, no, CE is current. When do they say the Mayans were around? That's another one that's, notorious, and I don't really know the timeline. No timeline. There's not going to be a whole lot on Mayans. So the Mayans, 2000 BC. So that ain't nothing. Okay. That's another one that I'm sure has interesting things. So the palanquin, or whatever these are, the palink. Because, yeah, I might have to add civilization. Ooh, that's not how you spell civilization. Because they're going to keep giving me, I think it's a city, too. Here's the proper one. It's a language. So Palinque was a Mayan language. Palinque, ruin, ancient Maya, city of language. I don't know where we're going with any of this. But this don't seem to be too old. Okay, so more complex writing systems were preceded by proto-writing. Early examples are the giant. Wait, they're saying this is 660 BC? See, here we go. So they're acknowledging something like this is from 6000 BC. But they're not really calling it writing. Well, fair enough. But what is special about this? What do they claim this is then? A necklace? That hole is well preserved. That might be recent. They might have had to do that to get a turtle. Oh, it's a turtle plat. So, well, yeah. Inscribed with an eye-like symbol. That? I don't see no eye-like symbol. That? Or am I totally missing it? Hey, what the fuck? Ain't no damn eye. Unless they're talking about that. So, alright, so they're claiming they etched an eye. They can't draw for shit. It does look intentional. I mean, looks like somebody put it on it. So, okay. But again, anyway. But I guess it's something you do have to, factor in there. Like what we're even considering is the age of writing itself. So the Egyptians didn't borrow shit from nobody. We've established that. Is there anything? This didn't make any damn sense. Let's go back with the paganism thing. List the pagan gods. They're calling them Slavic. Yeah, the pagan Slavs. Because, yeah, here's the interesting page I was on earlier. So they will acknowledge, yeah. So we've explained that. The Greeks adopted them. And they came a little later than the Egyptians. So I guess you could say, yeah, the paganism, or the Egyptians, realized paganism was out there, didn't give a fuck, came up with their own version. They may have borrowed from it, but they came up with their own version and definitely threw their own stuff in there. But the Greeks didn't. The Greeks, who knew the Egyptians were alive too, or maybe, or whatever, saw, yeah, they decided to borrow from paganism And I wonder, I'm sure there's some Egyptian, we already know that they also took from the Egyptians. Maybe these gods that they didn't take. All right, so they admit that Greek. All right, so let's see. The god of lightning and thunder is Peyron. Let's not start with that one. Let's go to the sun god. Because I don't give a shit. What the fuck? What order these bastards have it in. Like, here we go, this guy. I'll start with the sun god of paganism, which is Dashbog. Mage of the gods, okay. Most likely a solar deity and possibly a cultural hero. You think? Mentioned in the primary chronicle. Now, what the fuck is this? And what are they? What timeline? From about is the chronicle of 18? So it's way later. Way later of something that we're talking about is 8,000 BC. Okay. So yeah. It even came up in things like the primary chronicle. So this is old Dashbog, which really is like one of the earliest gods according to Wikipedia. This predated Egyptian mythology, Greek mythology. A history of as one of 7 gods who state Prince Vladimir the Great. Okay, so Vladimir the Great acknowledges son of a bitch. Apparently. Now let's see, like if you go to his, because you can see how it's relating it here. Dashbog is mentioned in the primary chronicle, a history of early as one of 7 god whose statue Prince, that guy, erected in front of his palace in Kiev in 1980 when he came to the throne. So he's mentioned in that chronicle, blah, 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 blah. He claimed to be Christian. We all know Christianity's born from paganism, so there you go. So he went forth with it as Christianity. Because I bet if you do the old find trick and I type in Dashbog, it's already nowhere to be found. So they don't mention the sun god in here. I wonder if they even mention paganism. So if I go to find and I hit pagan, 13. Hey! Might be onto something. Originally a follower of Slavic paganism. Okay, that's all you need to know. They acknowledge it. That he borrowed it from them. Alright, so, cool. There's no inconsistency there. Good. Good on you, Wikipedia. Because so far I ain't been able to say that a lot. But yeah, that one made sense. And I wish I had coffee in this son of a bitch. I done put sugar in my damn drink and I didn't bring in the coffee. So, okay. So, yeah, this is the origin of religion, you could say. Let me check chat real quick. Yeah, we're good. So, Dashbog is the first sun god ever. And my question is, now, of course, we're not going to get what I would be hoping to get. And, of course, you're not going to get it. Would be like, well, what was left behind from 8,000 BC? The only thing we're going to get are modern interpretations, which, is cool. Modern pagan altar with a depiction. So, yeah, see, they're saying a modern version of paying respect to that dude would look a little something like this, man. That's a good way to pay respect to whatever the hell it is you believe in. So, yeah, man. So according to a modern translation, that would have been what the pagan sun god. Is there any consistency here? No, that's sacred geometry, but it's not that. A lot of symbolism there. Naturally, there would be. What do we got here in the bottom? Is that even the right screen? Yeah, we're good. I don't know. Looks like the lion head. Definitely a lion. Sphinx looking thing. They got the sun and the moon thing going on. No, that does look like a crescent moon. Yeah, they do. That's the sun. That's the moon. So they got that going on. I'm sure there's tons of astrological crap up here. So, yeah, for a modern depiction of them or whatever, that's fair enough. They got the usuals in there. Holding the torch. Expressing, illumination. I'm assuming. Wow, that's a weird one. Okay. This is the war version of them, I guess. If he was a hateful god, he would look a little something like this. So they got the crescent moon. Alright, word. So that's the sun god of paganism. As often to be considered. See, here, I'm glad I kept going. Because they're giving paganism credit for being the first religion. But they frequently mention this before. What's this bullshit? Proto-Slavic is often considered to be an Iranian borrowing. So once again, who? Being related to Indo-Iranian Baga. So this, if they're borrowing this shit, these fuckers better be older. They're probably not. Vedic god of wealth. So they, alright, once again, is often considered to be an Iranian borrowing, being related to Indo-Iranian Baga. Often considered to be a borrowing of this, the god of wealth. The Vedic god of wealth. Okay, before I even click on that shit, give me a timeline. Like they might not. Legacy? No. Okay. So it was from these people. The Vedic. The Vedic religion or whatever. Once again, bullshit. 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 Look at these timelines. 1500 BC. 2000 BC. How can you borrow something that hasn't even fucking happened yet? This is... It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any damn sense, man. Graham Hancock is right. When you try to do honest research on this timeline they've given us, you end up tripping upon shit like this all the time. It's like, dude, and this is where I'd say this is a common theme. That when you get to the pagan thing, they're saying they borrowed it from some sort of Iranian people. But when you try to find out who these Iranian people are, it takes you to way more current shit than where you started, which was like they're saying, am I wrong? That right here on Dashbog, the pagan god of the sun, it is not saying Proto-Slavic, which is what this religion that birthed this god is. Proto-Slavic is considered to be an Iranian borrowing, like these Iranian people again. So they admit that they borrowed it, unless you say it's related to Indo, so they're not saying that's directly it, so it's only being related to this guy. But again, how can you use that as an example of borrowing? Unless you would say, because okay, let's go with borrowing. Dashbog is a sun god. So if they borrowed it, why is he the god of wealth? He's not even a sun god. Like, what are they trying to say by this borrow bullshit? And who are these Iranian people who apparently like I've said during this stupid stream, because this is wiki, we all appear to be being told that there was a very old Iranian people who existed, but their influence never made an appearance. That apparently pagans borrowed shit from them, and then, people borrowed from the pagans, but none of it appeared until like shortly before. You're talking 2000, 1500. So there was a big gap of unexplainable something where it's like these great religions admitted that they borrowed a lot of this from these weird Iranian people, but they just were like, yeah, we're borrowing from them. We're just not going to tell you about it. And I don't know. We're trying to get to the bottom of this. I do know I'm going to get that coffee, damn it. That was water. One of you boys. A few good habits. That's why this stream is called Trying to Get to the Bottom of the Holy Grail, man. Because all I'm trying to do is just figure out what Wikipedia's trying to tell us. And man, yeah, you wonder why. We'll go with this one. Yeah, you wonder why, there's so many people out there just going, hey, can we question this timeline? Because it's like, can we start doing this? All right, I'll be RB. Oh. Yeah, man. Ooh. Every stream, lighters hit the floor. Oh. That'd be a good intro to this stream. Just take the song, let the bodies hit the floor, chop and screw it a little bit so I can get away with the beat, and then just make it, let the lighters hit the floor. That would be pretty cool. Oh. I wonder how my cooking dinner is doing, man. Is it still? Yeah, ain't no gumming into that, man. You jumping a little ahead of yourself here, man. I don't know. We got room for one. Yep. Ma'am. Let me go grab the old BRB. Ain't nothing like a still partially frozen pizza bite. Oh, man. They be hitting the spot. Look at that. Fantastic. Now I bet I forgot the spoon. That's why you're getting the results you're getting. It's this guy trying to get to the Holy Grail. Ain't no freaking prayer in hell. I'm not even going to throw up the BRB for this one, man. Throw up an appropriate one. I'll be back in like 5 seconds. My God, man. Watch me find a spoon before I even leave the room. Alrighty. There we go. The same guy who forgot the coffee, went to take a pee, came back and forgot the spoon, is the same guy who is not gonna who's gonna say who's gonna get to the bottom of this Holy Grail beginning of recorded human history BS. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's going. Mm-hmm. Catch everybody up on this BS who may just be joining in. I guarantee it. I don't even look at my freaking views at the moment. I don't want to disappoint myself. But yeah, man, so far what we've undiscovered here is that yeah, Greek mythology is pretty damn notorious. Everybody knows about Zeus and all them. But the Egyptians came before them. They borrowed stuff from the Egyptians. And even before the Egyptians were the pagans. And they seem to be the only one. Because those are the only things that I've found so far that are even earlier than Greek and Egyptians. I think I always forget their damn name. There are a couple. It's basically like the origin of man is what you're looking for. Like what we're looking for here on this stream. It's like, what are you saying is the origin of man? Basically, because you have to assume that religion is, going to be a part of man's story all the time. It's like, even if you picture, primitive, whatever we would call Neanderthal man, let's go with the Darwinism thing. Like, you don't think this thing would have a religion? Like, it would have something it believes in. And that's kind of what we get at here. Because one thing I've been looking up tonight that I think goes hand in hand with that is looking up what we're giving credit to, like the earliest forms of writing to. And that is also a slippery slope, where it seems to be around 4000 BC that they're saying recorded human history began, but it don't make no sense to me, man, because we all know, okay, the Egyptian Empire, which you're saying by your own dates is up to 6000 BC years old, and the Greek is up to 3000, which is less, but yeah, 6000 and 3000. So the Greeks is less than 4000. So it's like even Wikipedia is saying that recorded human history was 4000 BC, give or take. But the same Wikipedia will also tell you that this great Egyptian mythology we all know about, the Egyptians themselves, were like 6000 BC, which is 2000 years before they're saying recorded human history started. So I'm like, dude, that's one hell of a slap in the face to Egyptians. Heard you're saying, that Egyptians were on the earth for 2000 years, in the process, or already of becoming what they became, but just didn't know how to write anything down. Just none of that started until 4000. And going by that, yeah, of course, naturally, but yeah, so just know that moving forward. Is this, according to Wikipedia, recorded human history didn't even start to about 4000 BC. So if you're looking for records of anything before 4000 BC, you're not going to find them yet. Yeah, we got the whole Egyptian thing. So good luck dating that. That's just apparently, who knows what part of it, not a part of recorded human history. But yeah, the fascinating part that we keep getting to is they're crediting paganism to be even before the Egyptians, up until 8000 BC. The Slavic crap that they got going on. The Slavic whatever. We'll go back into it. So then, the whole thing I've been keeping an eye on, anytime I've been looking into any of these, were the origins. To see if they borrowed it from anybody, or were they indeed the first. Now, paganism seems to be the infinity sign. We get lost in this Iranian part. They mention an Iranian culture and Iranian people that pagans borrowed from, but they don't tell you anything else other than that. They don't tell you what they borrowed, and then when they tell you how it turned out or whatever, the examples you're given of how you can see it today, you immediately quantum leap into like fucking 1000 BC, 2000 BC at the earliest. So it's almost like, from what I can tell, yeah, Wikipedia is saying that paganism was the first religion that we know of. But even they borrowed it from some weird, mysterious Iranian people who, like, their teachings showed up later after thousands of years. So we'll see if this goes any farther. That really is just the stream for today. That's all I want it to be. Now, it's going to veer off into God knows what. Or it could. But that's where I'm at the moment, man. I'm going to continue to see if there's anything else that I can uncover, trip across, whatever, other than this current here's where I'm at now thing. So apparently the first religion was paganism. So now, yeah, we might run into some shit by doing it this way. We'll continue to go down the list of these pagan gods who are apparently the first gods ever, that humans ever like, okay, here's a god. The first people to ever do that were the pagans, apparently. So we're going to, rip one and get into that shit. This is a little tobacco. I haven't got it to do's for today, but that's probably a good thing. Because, yeah, this shit, I guess, this thing, I don't know. Is it more important? To each their own. Let's keep looking for the Holy Grail, because that's another thing we could shift back into. But we've already pretty much covered that. But it will keep coming up. Hell yeah, the Holy Grail, in your boy's opinion, is, yeah, it's you. And we'll make sure we weave that in here from time to time. Alrighty. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's relax. Yeah, that's another thing, man. Checking news pisses me off. So that's I don't mind, going down a rabbit hole such as this. Dude, I got an entire other browser open full of shit. Like, it got to be so bad I had to open up another browser and look at it already. So yeah, Dashbog was, okay, Slavic mythology is what they call it. So, and here's what sucks about it. Here's why I might move on soon. Is because you are legit, even though we run into many inconsistencies, we're not going to expect many pictures like this. Like, there's going to be no such thing as, like, leftover shit from an 8000 BC culture. So, Baltic, which is most akin to Slavic, which was birthed from it. So, even the Baltic mythology, yeah, again, they're saying it's 15th century. Even if that is BC, because they don't always specify that. But even if it is, yeah, that's just 1500 BC. So, yeah, most of what we're going to see, of course, because these are the first, are everything that was birthed from it. Which is most akin to Slavic. Sun is a female deity, Sau. Yeah, Baltic would be its own thing. Okay, so that's that guy. Let's go down to another one. So I wanted to start with, yeah, we'll save, the Hades one later. So Greek mythology, we all know the importance of Zeus, the thunder god. So the pagan, this is what it's telling you, that the pagan god was pre-run. Greek turned it into Zeus, because Greek came later. So if they, and it is, hypothetical, but it's likely to be assumed that a pagan was the first religion, they knew about it or whatever, and they perhaps borrowed from it. Or you could just say, well, it's natural they were going to have a thunder god anyway. Who knows? But the god that preceded Zeus was known as Perun. Yeah, I want to say Perun, but I know that ain't it. Yeah, is the highest god of the pantheons. Because see, they even acknowledge it here. Now, this is Perun. But he's still the highest god of the pantheon. Now, that's the part, of course, who's to say? But I would think, I don't know, the god of the sky. Who do you think would be higher? But then again, with everything they're crediting him for, so he's the highest god because he's the god of the sky and thunder, lightning, storms, rain, law, war, fertility, and oak trees. That's kind of funny. So yeah, his other attributes were pretty much everything. Earth, wind, and fire. Iris, that was the Egyptian god. No, Isis. Okay, but let's keep that aside there. The iris, there's the eagle. The firmament, we're going to have to look into that. So yeah, let's look into that right now. That was joined with the notion of the sky of stone. So the firmament in ancient Near Eastern cosmology means a celestial barrier that separates the heavenly waters above from the earth below. That's interesting. And I guess you could say, if you've gotten into the flat, I look into everything. Not saying I believe in flat earth, but I have given it an honest shot and looked into it to see where they were coming from. It kind of, but perhaps not really, goes hand in hand with that. But that's interesting, is it not? That is this how pagans viewed it? So you would have the water on the outside, the chambers in heaven, waters above firmament. You would have the pillars of the earth. So this is us. This is the ground. And we got the stars and the moon. I could see it being, you have to look at it as an invention. Because, we all know water is transparent. Because that wouldn't be the seas. I don't know. I could see that being true, and it's all a perspective thing. Now, your boy just smoked the ball, all right? But you're going to have to free your mind on this one. Like, imagine gravity is the thing. Now, but the chambers in heaven part is where we'd stumble up. Because here's what I'm getting at. Imagine you're down here. So let's say you go from land to sea. It's like, if this is true, how in the fuck? Because unless you go linear, you start going with this and that. But let's just go with, I have to. I can't do the forward and back. Left to right. You leave the land, bam. But thanks to a thing called gravity, the same force emanating from within. Maybe it just isn't coming in from the outside like we think it is. Maybe it's an inward force pushing out, and that's what we call, gravity. But then it would lift things up at one point. Or maybe it's the effect. You know how if you got a pail of water in a bucket and you swing it around really fast, that water won't fall out? Maybe it's something like that. If we're spinning that way, maybe, yeah, that's what gravity is. Because we think the mass of the object sucks it in. But maybe we're just being spun. So this force, maybe it's that sort of perspective would be how a reality like this, God, I really got that out, would work. Once again, and I don't know if any of this is true. I'm just going with, I'm saving this image. I know that I'm damn sure saving this image. Let me make sure I call it something proper, as in Tehom. Because you all can look this up. Tehom or Great Deep. That's what it says, as you can see on the bottom of this picture. Those are my Netanyahu Oh man, I had a couple off. I'm saving them. I'm saving them in case I ever want to be a keyboard warrior. But this is similar to what flat earthers kind of say. The only thing they really say is, the way we look at the earth, it's a perspective thing. Is all it says. So let me give some context to this shit. So that image was an artist's depiction of the early Hebrew conception of the cosmos. So, okay. So apparently that has references in Hebrew. That they went with that too? So how is that even related to this? The underworld passage of the death. It's a permanent place of the dead. Okay, but I guess, I don't know. I would need somebody educated in Hebrew okay, here we go. In Hebrew, this tehom is used to describe the primeval ocean and the post-creation water. Post-creation. So, I don't know. So what are they saying? What about, like, pre-creation? So, but again, does it really say that the water in heavens or the whatever, that heaven is water? Because it's using it as an example. The requai. Like, you'd think they'd have a freaking link to that. A Hebrew word that means that appears in the Bible and refers to the firmament or sky. Okay. So the requai. So yeah, apparently Hebrew does refer to that, but I guess once again it depends on your definition of firmament. Has multiple meaning, exactly. It's either a sky, a celestial barrier, touche, same thing, and a sphere of interest. So even this says, yeah, the firmament in the Bible. I was hoping on a bigger image. That's good enough. Shows Earth in the middle, then the atmosphere, then outer space, then some barrier, then the waters above. Well, saving that one. Because who knew? Apparently this shit's common in the Bible. I'm living here in America, western part of the world, and Christianity's pretty big. I'll be damned if I don't hear it. Dude, I've never really heard this part. You're telling me that, like, this shit's in there? That, like, apparently we're all surrounded by water? But it does get into that. But as you see, when you look up, I'm just doing some research here, man. I'm just going with the flow. I don't have an answer. I'm just trying to look for some, and this is the type that we're getting. Things that I'm not expecting. Just trying to make sense of all this bullshit. So, alright, so apparently there's firmaments if you want something to look up. Let's check chat, and let's try to keep focused here, man, on what the fuck we were doing. Because this is Baga, who is that, I believe, nope, where did I go with this? So, Perun was the main god who we connected to Zeus. But then, yeah, alright, so let's go on and eliminate them one at a time. So this Perun, the highest ranking god in pagan religion, which apparently all religions came from, they made sure to associate his association with Iris. So when you go to the wiki on what the hell an iris is, of 310 accepted species, I'm sure that's got sacred geometry. Why else would you point out the 310? I don't know. That's a good opening line. So apparently there are 310, or it might just be coincidence. Okay, so with showy flowers. Okay, let's get into fuck this bullshit. They gotta have the meaning behind it. So once again, they're giving credit to Greece. So it means rainbow. So the Greek goddess of the rainbow is named Iris. Okay. Look at them teddies. It's going to be toss. Okay, so yeah, again, I'm not going to get into that. But, yeah, the Greeks even named the god Iris. It's the largest genus of the family Iridae, 300 species. Blah, 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 blah. The conception. Okay, whatever. So lilies are beautiful. And I'll just keep that in mind moving forward. Try to remember what they look like. See how they're often depicted like this. And I'll just start looking for things like this while we're in the middle of, going wherever we go. Okay, so the lily is apparently important. That's what we're learning from this. We just went over the firmament thing, which means the Rakai in, biblical Hebrew. But I will scroll down this before I close it. So this is from woodcut dated 1475. And they're saying it depicts the same thing. So I'll go on and save it. Because we'll probably be talking about this firmament thing. This is called Scheme of Things, is what the image name is. So I guess I'll keep Scheme of Things. So I know that whoever released this, and it was made in 1470. So that's the name of this. Okay, but it's related to the, and I'll probably butcher it, firmament. Dude, I got caps down. I'm not even typing it right. Firmament. It's probably way off. But I'll know what it means later when I actually go to sort this shit. Look at that Kanye, man. Oh, I got him in the chamber, boys. Don't you worry. That's actually a GIF. That's a GIF. And oh, man. It's already a current notification, so. Yeah. So cool. So that's the other reference to this firmament thing, which apparently is present in Hebrew and Christianity. Now this is a panel from the Tapis de la Création showing the fermentum between the waters above and below. So yeah, I guess that's what it would mean. I mean, if you just go with that line, as above, so below, naturally heaven would, have some water on it. If as above, so below. So this is apparently an example of that. You can you can see the squiggly lines of water on the outside. And the earth is on the inside. And there's some symbolism there. Okay, I'm not going to save that one. But you can look it up. That's apparently what's in, whatever. The Tapis de la Création. I don't even know. So, word. So that's what a firmament is. Cool, we learned that too. And that is related to Rakai. We can close that one. Where did Bogger come from? Yeah, Vedic. I wanted to see if they were crediting. Because they said Baha, or this guy, in Vedic religion, is also birthed from the pagan one. And they admit Vedic is a lot later. So, that's, they say 1500. So, Vedic is like 1500 BC, which is even more recent than Greeks. So, as in, it's not as interesting to me as the Greeks, because I want the ones close to the front, man. Or whatever the hell they're saying is the front. Is it? Yeah, this is the same deity. Okay, so this is the same damn one. I can close that. So this was the winged dog. Why did I click on this one? But who cares? So this is one of their gods. But see what I'm saying? Well, no, that is just an example of how see how they constantly relate this? Like they acknowledge, that's Ukrainian. Never mind. I thought it was Iranian. But yeah, them Iranian people are the only people I could see. But whether or not, yeah, I mean, how do you even know why are they relating this to that? So that's a Ukrainian army, like, brigade logo, but how can you necessarily say it's related to an East Slavic god from 8000 BC? But I guess that's just an example. I mean, often depicted as a winged dog. That doesn't even look like a winged dog to me, dude. That's that combination of the eagle and the lion you see all the time. In my opinion, no, that does have wolf. No, that could be a reference to Sirius, the dog star. That's the only, unless wolf means something else. The only thing I know, we had dogs, specific dogs, perhaps the wolf, to be, is a reference to Sirius, the dog star. Because it's typically astrological. You could say almost always it's astrological. So the lion would mean Leo. But the eagle one, I found out today, I don't think means astrological. It's the whole representation of the bird itself. The eagle is man's connection to the sky, to the heavens, and the falcon. Because when it's the eagle, you'll see the eagle head, but the eagle is really for the wings, and you will see eagle heads plenty. But falcons, from what I can tell, it's always the head. If they're going to use the eagle, that looks like the snake eating itself. A possible image of this god. So they're saying he was like serpent, dragon. And it's at the Borshehe Cathedral, which is current. And I just want to check out something. We're not going to spend long here. Just some of the architecture. Yeah, I like the golden tops. Those are some magnificent looking buildings at this Boris and Gleb Cathedral in Chernihiv, Ukraine. Oh, I guarantee it don't look. Oh my God. It might not look like this no more, people. But at one point, it'd be a shame if a building like this got destroyed. Because here we are trying to look at the history of man, and it's got shit like this in it. What's up, man? Whatever that was, we might get an echo. Appreciate the follow. Yeah, I hope this shit is... Yeah, we did get an echo, and your guess is as good as mine on why the hell we get that shit. I set up my damn events. Custom GIF, custom sound. And now I get 2 of them every time I do it. So yeah, that's apparently in Ukraine. So this... Persians would have might have been the only one. Slavic paganism. I don't think we're in the 6th... Yeah, once again, 6th and 7th centuries AD. So yeah, we can close that one too. I was just looking for further explanation on that, because this was the one that I brought up trying to explain them Iranian people. And I'll close. That's an interesting... damn, if that really is transparent, I'm going to have to save this. Because no matter where that came from, like, what the fuck? That does seem to be going with the same thing. It does look like a dog head with the eagles. So I'll just go on and save this. It's Senmarov. Yeah, whatever the hell that is. So apparently, yeah, they're saying that this thing clearly appears in a lot of stuff. I'm not going to normally do. What I do is go into it and find out what exactly it is. But that don't really appear like it. Alright, so these are kind of cool looking, but who knows. Anyway. Alright, so that was the highest god of paganism. I'm going to stick with these guys because I only made it to firmament, and that's where we just went down. But there's the eagle again. So it's like you don't need to click on the eagle. So the supreme god in the Kiev roof during the 9th and 10th century. So he was the supreme god. They're finally giving him some props. during this time for these people rather recently. So yeah, okay, because paganism, it came back. You could say it might have been the first. So okay, so they didn't abandon whenever it came back, because Greek and Egypt, they had their run, and paganism made a little bit of a comeback, and they never abandoned the original God, which record even is saying was before any of that shit even happened. It just, lost control of the number one ranking for a little while, but it didn't go away. But as far as pure age, paganism is kicking everybody's ass right now, dude. The Egyptians, the Greeks, Babylonians, the Jews, the Hebrews, this is way before any of that shit, and Wikipedia will tell you that. I mean, way before any of that shit. I didn't think I'd end up here either. I didn't think paganism was going to be it. But again, I'll throw in there, apparently, that they did borrow some from some weird Iranian people I have yet to really find a good reference on. You'll hear them like acknowledged, but it's hard to trace where they came from naturally. Because like I was saying about tracing this whole pagan thing, if you're talking about 8,000 BC and you're looking for any sign of what the freak the people before them were, another 1,000 years, God, at that point, it has to be lore. There is no evidence. At this point, you've done stacked it up to, yeah. We're at 9,000 BC. 15,000 BC, and here we are 17,000 years later. There would be absolutely no side at all of what, unless it was Captain Head, of what the hell those people were. Okay, so they get into how indeed this main god of paganism is a big deal. And I guess you can continue to see all its relations and whatever. Said I'm interested on a timeline thing here. So as long as I don't run across them saying that they borrowed it from anybody, and I'll take a look at this little shit here. And if I don't see any links older than 9,000 BC, then fuck it. And I don't. So cool. Alright. So the god of the underworld. Here's the other one. Once again, multiple things, but according to Wikipedia, it's what Greeks called Hades. Whether they borrowed it or not. They're saying they did. See? Let's see. Chief deities. So they're just acknowledging the dualism. Yeah, and as you can see, that's a lot on how they have so much in common. So yeah, okay. So here it is. The pagan version of Hades. Also known as Volos, god of earth, waters, the underworld. That's the main part. To me. He is the opponent of the Supreme, so he had a little beef with the number one dude. So I guess you could say it's Satan then, because throughout religion, I don't think there are many people who pick a fight with, I don't think there are many stories in Greek mythology about people challenging Zeus. I could be wrong. There are plenty of stories about everybody else turning amongst themselves, but I don't think anybody there's not too many stories other than what you would say is Satan himself that usually ever, from what I know, challenge the agreed upon mighty one on the throne. So this would have been their Satan, kinda? I don't know. So, best known, okay, so they acknowledge it and everything that came from it. So, they're not saying that it... One possibility is that the name derives from well-meaning wool. Yeah, because it's got so many damn titles and what it's supposed to represent. Again, I was just wondering, and yeah, so there's really nothing there other than where were you trying to get here? So maybe I'll move on from this list of gods, because yeah, they clearly have their connections. Unless there's any weird names that happen to catch my eye. We'll go back to the timeline thing. Okay, so is there anything earlier? It's definitely not the Romans. Definitely not the Romans. Anything earlier than paganism? And that's so weird how they say it was the first one like 4,000 years ago, but then when you go down it, you get the 8,000 shit. They didn't borrow it from anybody. Was an integral part of was religion of the peasantry. Okay. See, yep. But they don't say they really borrowed it from anybody. Nope. Nope. Go down this index here. History. Ancient Semitic religions. Ancient Egyptians. Modern paganism. So, prehistoric religion. What the fuck? What is prehistoric? So this period, damn. Okay, so this age, if there was any religions around, would predate paganism. Preceded the, yes it did. Yes it did indeed. Leather fibers. Yada yada yada. Okay. Humans first set foot in Australia. We're getting way back there, but they're saying nothing about beliefs. Like they're throwing nothing in there. Climate. So yeah, who cares about climates? Here we go. The people. Hunter-gatherers cultures such as... Oh my god. That's so modern. So they're saying they were hunter-gatherers. Nomadic lifestyle. But they're not giving anything regarding what in the hell they believed in. Technology, so they admit they had tools. Lighter got stuck in my beard. Fire use, they could use fire, they could do it around. Inventions, so we know about their diet. We know about their nutrition. Social organization, now we might be getting somewhere. Largely monogamous, okay. Yada yada yada. Still ain't describing shit. May have engaged in war. They could make decisions. Rather than by appointing permanent rulers such as chiefs and monarchs. So they're getting towards it, but they're not naming nothing. However, analogies to extend hunter-gatherer societies, such as the Hasda people and the Aboriginal Australians. Okay, so they're admitting that came later. So they're not saying nothing. They're okay. So they admitted they had sculptures and paintings. Like, come on now. You know damn well something from that long ago would not look like that. So early examples. So what are they crediting this to? Supposedly, yes. So they're acknowledging now we've done entered. Do you know how long and how old that is? Dude, it was slowly creeping up from 3000 BC to 6000 BC, and I reached like paganism in like 8000, 9000 BC. And now this is saying, BP, I mean basically BC as far as I know. Because now we're up to 500, yeah, before present. Like, yeah, now we're talking a quantum leap. And apparently what we know? How on earth does this make any damn sense? Did we just go from trying to find out where pre-Zeus, dude? Like, we're at the step before Zeus is known as paganism. And that's 9,000 BC. These fuckers, out of nowhere, here's the quantum leap. Because, dude, how does this make any sense, honestly? Because when you look at the start of man, we just went through this. It's nowhere near these numbers, man. It's really not. Well, recorded man, I'm saying. It's honestly not. If you look up recorded human history right now, recorded human history, it begins to not make sense. They say human history goes as far back as 4000 BC. And then here we are at paganism. You know, you got the Egyptians who are fucking 6000. And then you got the paganisms who came before them, the pagans. Slavic, all that crap we're looking into right now that I admit I'm not that good at explaining, but here we are. So, dude, none of this makes sense. The first god that I can get to is the list of deities. Maybe I should keep this sucker up, man. But yeah, it was what we've been going through. List of pagan deities. Pagan gods, whatever. We've been there many times. It should already be Slavic deities. These fuckers. Because see, they're saying later on. Because I don't want to bring up the timeline thing right now, but this came first. So this is paganism. Yeah, 9,000. So these people existed. 9,000. These were the first gods. Yet these people, so okay, you would assume, the rabbit hole I'm about to go to now, whoever the hell made this, would there be some opinion on what the hell they believed in? Because, you know, we've went down a list where we know their diet. We apparently know everything about them. Like, these fuckers, we know their technology, how they turned to Homo erectus, what they ate, other inventions, diet and nutrition. We know once again, how is my next question. Why are we presenting this like we know this much about such a people, when if you go to recorded human history right now, on the same damn page, according to the same damn page, it was nowhere near that. Like maybe 6,600. Maybe 53. Literally, go look it up. I'm here now. If you keep scrolling down, it just gets earlier and earlier. I mean, look at the index. This is it. So even according to Wikipedia, recorded human history, even the more complete writing systems, only go back to 6600 BC. But here we have the same webpage going, here's proof of a society that existed 500,000 fucking years ago. Where does this make any sense? So humans have been around for minimum, just going with this one page, 500,000 years. But according to us, we've only been able to fucking record it for, 6,600 plus 2025. It's going around that up to 7 for 9,000 years. We've only been able to record it for 9,000 years, but we've been around for 500,000. And somewhere in there, we can tell you everything about these people, right up to their diet. Now, granted, here we go, religion and beliefs. Let's see here. Let's cut straight to what the fuck did these 500,000-year-old people believe in? There's got to be a religion here that I haven't ran across yet. According to some dude, who the fuck is James B. Harrod? Before I go any further, research director, so he's a current son of a bitch. I don't know, we're getting somewhere. If he looks like this, okay. So he's done his fair share of drugs in his day. So according to that son of a bitch, oh my God, done screwed it up. Humankind first developed religious and spiritual beliefs during the middle. Okay, so that's pretty much where we're at. We're way the fuck back there, right? Or are they about to send us on another loop? No, or old Stone Age. Good, because we've already been over the Stone Age. So they're definitely claiming it was before that. Yeah, they're acknowledging here. But see how they done shrinked it? Now they went with the minimum first. Well, no, they're talking about the middle part. So yeah, the whole thing could possibly be 500,000. Okay, so the middle part, whatever. So what the fuck did they believe in? Let's get there. Or earlier. Okay, who cares? The common ancestors of chimpanzees, altered state of consciousness. So I was just saying. Middle polyhemians. Okay, they had burial sites and quests. No, that's a place. So they're giving us the places where we know they had rituals. Apparently there's a picture of a half human, half animal being in a pillow. So they know this is a cave. Might have to look into that. Apparently we have found a cave of these 500,000-year-old people. So they're giving you examples of practices, but no reference to an organized religion as of yet. Totemism. Okay. So again, they're just general things. We're at the very general point now. So when you click on Pantheon of Gods, it's going to be, this is going to quantum leap us like forward to just, yeah, what it is. And I'm looking for evidence of what the fuck they thought it was. And it may have been possibly this. May have involved sympathetic magic. That might just be worth clicking for a laugh, if nothing else. I mean, I'm sorry if anybody takes this seriously or if it's actually a thing and I'm just not aware of it. But, like, yeah, it's stupid. I'm not doing that right now. It might be a thing. Who knows? This might get into it. No, similar to Gaia. But again, that's Greek mythology, dude. The Egyptians are even older than the Greeks. So, okay. Once again, this doesn't tell you what they believe in. This is why I said my end personally is paganism about 9,000 BC. But so far we know man existed, left behind relics and artifacts, and we can know everything up to their diet. They believed in a religion. We just apparently don't know what that is. We found out their diet and their technology and whatever, but those religious books and shit they left behind, we didn't find any of them. According to what Wikipedia is telling us. but you might be able to get there. So assuming this cave is there. So this is a cave from the people in Dorjet. So the cave painting being in a pelican cave painting. That might just be a painting. Some archaeologists believe the cave paintings. Alright, so Dorjet. So let's go to this fucking place. Because we're pretty much done. Now, let's open a new tab. That I don't really need. We can always get back there. So, is its cave there? It might be in C also. New. So let's just look it up. Dorjan, or whatever this is. I am notorious for just glancing at words and just butchering them. Cave. So they are rather magnificent. This is what we've done turned them into. There are definitely some caves. We could go further and maybe writings. So apparently, yeah, people are taking pictures of this. So we could just piece it together ourselves. These 500,000-year-old people, if this shit's true, there's a lot of bulls there. So, a lot of bulls. There's a lot of bulls. That seems to be like a painting. We could click on something like that. There's the bull thing. Appears to be a horse. Well, once again, you're talking about 500,000 years old. But then again, I've never been in this cave. Is this really what it looks like? Like, is it really that well preserved? Because again, we're just giving these people credit for this. I mean, as you can see or whatever. But you're talking about 500,000. So this is markings left from 500,000 years ago? That's like, that makes the age of the pyramids and what we think we know about it, like, look like it's a baby? That's pretty damn well preserved if that's true. Because you would have to assume some sort of erosion has happened, that it's almost like a tattoo. You have to tattoo the fuck out of that into that bedrock or whatever it is. Like, it would have to be a heat, a technology, who knows. But to tattoo that, if what they're telling us is true, and this is a 500,000-year-old shit. So yeah, that's what they would decide to leave behind. Because this is where we're going here. And it seems like they're pretty much, other than horses. Yeah, that's all your boy is seeing. Horses. I'm not even seeing chariots. I'm seeing horses and bulls. Like, you can even see that's the horse in the background. So, okay. Are there any other interesting things? Because the bulls are what jump out at you. How do I get rid of this fucking thing here? I gotta just go back to clicking this? No, fuck it. This is what we've turned it into. My God. This is what that fucking place looks like? Jesus. Well, it's well lit up, but once again, still, they have tattooed the hell out of it. And it's always bowls. Okay, so now we're getting somewhere. This Dong cave is filled with bulls, horses. Those are deer, bows. Let's just go with the image. I didn't think it was going to be very big, but you can tell. Deer, people with bows. I don't know if these are etched in, but they're either cracks in the stones or part of the picture. Them branch crack looking things. Apparently here's something else that's in there that would be telling us maybe something. It does say here AI generated. Right here at whatever this, you might not be able to see it if I'm zoomed in, but the tab opens up with AI generated. But I'm sure it's probably, yeah, just an honest attempt at duplicating what it currently looks like. It's even got a little watermark. Be a deer. There are some being type things there. But once again, AI generated, admitted, whether or not that's in the original or whatever. There's that dog head. Dog being. Looks like a dinosaur, you could say. Some elongated neck being. Maybe again, it could just be an account what animals looked like half a fucking million years ago. If any of this is true. But yeah, again, I'm not going to spend too much longer on this. We've gotten the picture. It's bulls, hunter-gatherer. This looks falconish. Yeah, that's a bull. That looks like falcon. There's another bird. So they're trying to tell us something. And usually, it's the, I know you all may be able to see that. We'll bring it up again. And then I'll switch to it. Usually, from what I can tell, that sort of stuff has to do with this. Signs of the zodiac. Like, that's why they typically choose what they choose. I mean, other than the falcon thing, does the falcon have one? No, because birds aren't represented. The bird part, from what I can tell, is not related to astrology. Sagittarius has an arrow. That's kind of area. I don't know. So, yeah. So, whatever the hell, Taurus. So, they were clearly, whatever made that, in my opinion, whatever society did that was not the, month, 30-day cycle of Taurus. The astrological cycle of Taurus, that's where they were in when they did it. Now, you're talking 500,000 years ago. Now, I don't know how long a lunar cycle is, but I know it ain't no damn, so there have been some cycles since then, but I'm assuming that what's up? Oh, no, that's the old jet. Just making sure. We're good. Yeah, that's probably what that is. So, okay. So these 500,000-year-old people, we can at least get to that there was something important about the bull to them. It had to be astrological. You saw some deer. You'd have to do more research on these people. But yeah, we will perhaps continue. Not tonight or whatever, but because it's an endless rabbit hole. Because welcome to my journey. I mean, I would be doing this anyway, you could say, tonight. I was just trying to figure this stuff out so I can better learn myself when I explain to people, timelines and things like that. But it's so weird to me when I run across inconsistencies like this. How recorded history, admittedly, make sure we're back on it. We are. Admittedly, is 6,600 BC. Some argue 53. Here we go. But what the fuck? And then you quantum leap the dudes who were around 500,000 years ago. It's like, God, come on, Wiki. Can we get some consistency here? So you're telling me, and you saw the picture of them, what they did to them caves. Like they're saying, how did we get there? Yeah, because they're saying that's where this was found from, and that's why, that area, and that's how we got there. I believe. I'm going to go back. We're going to continue with this fucking shit. It just don't make no sense. They're 500,000 years old. We're finding relics about them. We know everything about them up to their diet, but we don't think. It's not, I guess it's not that Wikipedia is saying that we don't think they had the ability to write. They're just saying that we went through a period of stupidity, I guess. That humanity de-evolved for a little bit. That at one point we were those people doing wonderful things, and then we just forgot how to be human for a while and didn't pick it back up again. Didn't start writing and recording shit again until 1660. That's what I say. This is where the Graham Hitchcocks or whomever's of the world, they're popping up more and more these days. It's like, and they're asking an honest question. Can you explain to me all this unexplained fucking history that you're like telling us? Because you can dismantle this stuff in many different ways. I know there's people that have put it from a simply age to age perspective and how what they're saying is the evolution of man. And that's kind of what I'm doing now. Yeah, when we went from writing to this and it took us this long, when you try to make sense of the way they're currently putting, it said even with no ill intentions, like you just go into it with an unbiased opinion, you run into so many inconsistencies where you inevitably do what I'm doing now. You'll run into one of them inconsistencies and you'll be like, hold up. Because really, you'll be like, hold up. This is supposed to be Wikipedia, right? Now, you know your boy, he's a conspiracy theorist, but, let's go with it. This is supposed to be Wikipedia, right? It's supposed to be, if we know it, it's on Wikipedia. Like, it's supposed to be the digital encyclopedia. That's why we don't need the encyclopedia anymore, because we got Wikipedia. So don't go to the library anymore, is what we tell ourselves. That we've already got it figured out. This is Wikipedia, and this is the story we're telling you. And this is the story we're currently telling ourselves as humans. And there are holes in it. And I'm not talking small holes. Massive. Just quantum leaps. And dude, what the hell happened in this time period or whatever? Because where your boy is honestly getting at is like it's clearly all a lie. And the one thing, I guess I could get off that for now. As I just do a little blah, blah, blah here for a little bit. Is like, yeah, I mean, we've definitely been lied to. It's like, all right, once you've accepted that and it's not true, like, what are the inconsistencies? The timeline's number one. The main thing that's being suggested now by all of them are that whatever they're saying the timeline is, just freaking compress the living shit out of it. That's the first step. It's nowhere near as long as they're telling us. Because, I mean, yeah, just like I said, fathom that in, man. 500,000 people, dude, there'd be no artifacts left. Even if they really were able to tattoo that rock like that. Like, a half a freaking million years later, dude. There's no way it would look like that, in my opinion. And I'm sure, that's the only thing with geologists. And really what's going on right now. So, okay, but that's just weird how the religious part of it, because we all know how important religion is in society, period. Any society, period. So I just wanted to go down the, timeline of beliefs, you could say, to find out what humanity believed when, and perhaps where did they get it from, like if there was something around before them. That appears how the timeline goes. And according to Wikipedia, we've been around, a while, to the point where we've created agriculture, plates, you can etch things in these plates. But yet, there's no documented, organized religion earlier than Slavic paganism. 8,000 BC, from what I can tell. So apparently, there's 500,000 years, at minimum, where humans were around doing magnificent things, but didn't have religion and didn't believe in anything. That's what we're being told. That if you want to know how their plates look, it's out there. If you want to know how 500,000 people, how their clothing looked, what they would have been wearing, it's out there. But if you want to know what they believed in, there's no actual proof. And then you could say touche, because you're talking about 500,000 years ago, but religion, I guess you could say it's not all that it is, but just a story passed down, a never-ending attempted man to understand something far greater than ourselves, which is a naturally futile attempt. But hell, what else you got to do when you sit around this blue ball of whatever? So yeah, that's interesting. And the Iranian thing really shouldn't be surprising, because the only thing I've really taken from all of this, or one of the things I've taken from all of this, is that, the Iranian thing I ran into at paganism was really was one weird thing. How they do acknowledge in that Wikipedia page, when you look into the paganism part, you will run across it too. They acknowledge that perhaps it's supposed or whatever. They don't say it as fact, but you'll see it more than once. And not just with the paganism thing. This Iranian people that they say maybe, and that's as far as it goes. It's weird. We've already done it a couple times. We might end up back there. Who knows? Because that would be my next question. Who are these Iranian people that are the only suggestion that I can see that the pagans might have borrowed from? Because every link I've clicked, that's where the trip up comes. It goes, they perhaps borrowed from Iranian. Once again, we might do it again, but I doubt it. And then when you click on that Iranian link of the people they borrowed from, you end up on a 1000 BC timeline. But I'm like, dude, I'm already at, 8000 BC. I'm trying to go, backwards. So the number would have been bigger. But no, you just quantum leap. Fucking 7,000 years in the future. And then that's where Wikipedia picks up its reference on these Iranian people that apparently pagans borrowed shit from. So they borrowed shit back in. Maybe pagans were that good. The pagans were so good, according to Wikipedia, that back in 8000 BC, they borrowed shit from an Iranian culture in 1000 BC. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's really what they were trying to tell us. Who knows? Maybe it's not a typo or an inconsistency. Maybe that's truly what happened. They borrowed it from some fucking Iranian people in the future. I don't know. But yeah, man. I almost want to check out news, but I'm still fascinated in this. Because the rest of my night, well, I hope that wasn't too loud. The rest of my night will just be watching videos. After I stop streaming. That's it, a little research of my own, man. Pick it, you get inspiration from the damnedest places, man. You just watching an interview about some dude talking about something. The next thing you know, I'm on Wikipedia with, dude, I haven't even went down all the bookmarks. Maybe that will be where we go, because we've been over the recorded history thing that makes no sense. These are the oldest organized religious gods I could find, or the Slavic deities of paganism, which predates Greek, because even Egyptians predate Greek, but the paganisms even predate them, according to Wiki. And then we have this quantum leap thing that we just went into. That's going to be a whole nother freaking show. Maybe I should go on and say that and just title it. I'm just titling it Cats. I don't know what it is. Old ass. Because that's the oldest fucking thing I've found. I know there's older out there, but I'm not really searching for it. I'm just letting this journey take me wherever. But yeah, apparently that cave, because that's what it is. When you go to Wikipedia and you're the Paleolithic people from 11,000, because this would even be before paganism, would be these Paleolithic people. Religion and beliefs, they're saying this is evidence of them. This is where I'm making the connection. Wikipedia is saying this is an example, and then you go to, okay, where is this? And then you do what I did. You look up that Dorgan place and look up caves in Dorgan, and then refine it down to writings, and you'll get there, and you'll see what we just went through. That this is what I'm saying, that all those pictures in those caves, which look like well-preserved, tattooed shit, how I got there was through Wikipedia. From the people before the pagans are apparently the ones who left that. Now, if you were not doing that here, But if you look into the modern, like if you just looked into that cave, I don't know if they're going to be so open about what those writings are, but that's where we've got this way. And so far, and I will bookmark this, because I've now beat paganism, I guess you could say. Because technically, we have found out that they believed in something, and there's the turtle again. Which, as you know, yeah, it's a 1920 painting of something that they're saying, but even they're acknowledging whatever they knew, that the turtle was a big part of these sumbitches. Which always, not always, but usually implies the sea. Who knows? Like, get your own information from that. But so far, we're down to Paleolithic as the oldest people I can find that believed in something. Because it's the old Stone Age. Also called, now you see how there's no link to the actual Stone Age, but it's older than the Stone Age. Which isn't, and okay, well, I don't know. So 3.4 million years. So according to this, it's also called the Old Stone Age. Makes, you know, see what I'm getting at? Like, it was 11,000 years ago. Anywhere from? Is that just their way of saying? But anyway, that's where we're at. The Paleolithic people were the first people to believe in some shit, unless we can get some more clues here of whatever they want to call prehistoric religion. Because that's definitely the oldest that I'm seeing referenced so far. Is, yeah, I guess what we just saw here. But that's only the middle Paleolithic. Oh, yeah, that is. That's the same. Then what is the middle Paleolithic? Is the second subdivision or the Old Stone Age. So the Stone Age is a subdivision of the Paleolithic, I'm getting at? Anyway, moving on. Is there any reference to anything older? I highly doubt it. Human evolution. Religion was certainly present during the... Okay, so they're acknowledging it here. I'm going to leave that open. It was certainly present, but they're not telling you what it is. They know it. Certainly. Okay, if you're so certain about it, can we get an explanation? Like, what the fuck? To emerge. So these are the first hominins. What? All right, let's see what timeline they're giving us now. Is a genus of early hominins that existed in Africa. What's the timeline? Evolution. 3.5 million years ago. Okay. So do we have anything about religion? That's the next thing. Did they believe in anything? We know their anatomy. We know their diet. We know their technology. Here we go again. We know their notable specimens. So again, Wiki will be like, they'll tell you we know everything about them except what they believed in. Notable specimens. So yeah, these are some of the artifacts where apparently, okay, from very primitive man that we know existed. And I agree. If these are real skulls, it would be, you know, very Neanderthal-like. Evolution is a thing, and we're at the point, thankfully, where we're how far back? Like 3-point-something million years? But that's what I'm saying. It's so weird how quickly the religious thing just axes. But when you go to them and not acknowledging man, we know so much about them, just not their religion. we know they believed in something, but when you try to find out what, it's surprisingly difficult, in my opinion. So these people are old as fuck. Okay, so now we're getting, somewhere. So we clearly know they believed in something. Obviously. It's like, so we're saying this is an example of what these people... Now, naturally, as I keep saying, when you're talking about this far back, you have to assume everything is a replication. Because if not, then these people, just like that, they knew. Dude, you're talking about 3-point-something million years ago, dude. Do you know about a thing called decomposition? How on earth would anything that far back be remote? Like, it wouldn't even be here, dude. There's no way that's really it. Unless something is, again, the timeline's wrong. Something's wrong. But that cannot scientifically be something from 3.5 fucking million years ago. Unless you get into the found in an iceberg, who the fuck knows thing, but I highly doubt it. Wrapped in the most dense amber ever. Like there's probably some plausible scenarios, I'm assuming. But here we go, out of nowhere. Wait, is the third list? It dates between 50 and 12,000 years ago. But what just happened here? Let's go back to prehistoric religion. Over 99% of humans during the Pale. Okay, yeah. Okay, the Pale. 3.3 to 11,000. But didn't we go for the upper part? Man. Is the third and last subdivision. But even still, 50,000, because now you're still talking, because paganism is 9,000 BC, so this would be 50,000. Oh, shave a little bit off, 2,025 off, but it'd be 50,000 BC. So, okay, so what would be the very beginning? So far, the only one was the one I just bookmarked. The oldest one I found to date. Oh my god. This list is so long. I don't even think it was them. Alright. Old ass. Yep, it was the one or these fuckers. Who are 500,000. BP is before present. So I wonder if I can find anybody older than these people. Because again, we will acknowledge that these people who are they're crediting for this. Which we can see today, I mean that, are this old. 500,000 to 300,000 years before present. And they also left this too, according to them. So, is there anybody before them? Because we're not interested in the middle or upper. Okay. So if it's divided into 3 subdivisions, is there a lower? There's upper, middle, or is lower. Here, I saw it. Lower Paleontonic. Okay. I just want the earliest then. Ooh. And that would be maybe here. No list to actual cultures. Social organization? No list to actual cultures. Religion and beliefs. But then when you get down there, yeah, that's when you get to the middle and upper, and now we're moving drastically up the timeline, but it's still way before paganism. And so, again, they just talk about their burial sites, but you can't find, other than the cave and what they left in the cave, any actual organization, organized religion, or people, cultures who follow them. Okay, so the oldest, 500,000 years ago, the Venus of Tantan. That's pretty damn old. So we acknowledge they exist. The Venus of Tantan is an alleged artifact. Have been claimed as the earliest representations. Okay. But are they really gonna... They called it the Venus of Tantan, but who in the hell are they crediting for? Like, who left it? To date, the findings and whatever have not been re-examined by other scholars. I highly doubt that. So this is the wiki on this shit. Possibly one of the greatest artifacts ever found. 500,000, dude. We're talking dude. Christ reset the calendar. Okay, we're a fart over 2,000 years since the whole Christ thing. This is 500,000 years older than that. Or 300. Let's go with the lower. Supposedly, this is the whole argument about everybody who ends up doing this. Yeah, supposedly, damn sure supposedly, because none of this is making sense. None of this is making any damn sense, but this is what we're being told. And this is wiki too. This is, hey, we've done the homework. It's like, damn, you suck at homework, dude. Wow. Maybe we really are stupid. I bet if you go to the Chinese wiki right now, that sumbitch, it probably laid out just clear as day. What happened? You can't even question it. You just look at it and go, that makes total sense, dude. That makes total sense. But when you're an American over here in, America, this is what you get, man. This is the best we can do. I mean, I'm assuming it's a global thing that anybody across the world can, become a wiki editor or whatever. You think you know? And then again, you can't. Because, Graham Hitchcock is a pretty well-established person, got a heck of a resume. Oh, you let him try to get on wiki. It's going, no, he ain't got no opinion. No. These are certain people that are allowed to give you a certain version, and this is the best they can do. This is the best they can do. And they have the nerve to call themselves intelligent. They are good at certain things. Not everything. Not everything. All right, because here's where we're at, man. We're getting all these places because let's just take it for... What the fuck does prehistoric even mean? Speaking of humans being stupid, what the fuck does prehistoric even mean? You could ask a child that, and it'd be like, I have no clue. Like, what the fuck came before history? What are you trying to say? And even when you try to find out what prehistoric religion was, you end up doing what I've been doing for the last few hours, just pissing in the wind, if I'm being perfectly honest. But it's fun. Now, see, I will throw something in there. It's always hitting, like, be careful of what's hidden in plain sight. Look at this bullshit right here. Now, you could say she's about to blow on your horn, but I don't know. See, this is where... That's kind of what I meant. I didn't mean to say blow on your horn, but that really... Is this toss right now? Come to think about it. Yeah, man. Like, So I am interested in this now that it's up. But the joke was going to be... I don't care what you all think that is. I'm telling you right now, it's the first ever Pornhub thumbnail, man. If you think we're the first ones to invent the old hub, you got to be kidding yourself now, man. Come on. It was the same. I don't care. Dude, this is timeless. Dude, I don't care if we go back 3.5 million whatevers before this whole reset of the calendar thing, before present. Dude, I guarantee you. Oh, you just let some you let some breasts. It's just gonna take over everything, man. You could be out there trying to stream you and how good you are at clubbing shit and writing stuff in rocks, and man, you're like, man, I got a hell of a stream, and then some broad out there, dude, ooga booga booga, takes his shirt off, and next thing you know, every dude in the village is just like, yeah, it's a cute stream you got over there, bro, but have you seen what's going on over here, man? That's a thing that ain't going away, man. Don't hate the player, hate the game. So yeah, man. I don't know. That's a playful thing your boy wanted to throw in there. But then again, I have to reconsider my approach. But then again, maybe that's the first America ever. Because, man, she's got some freaking... She's been eating well. That woman has been eating well, man. That definitely ain't no population having a hard time with the whole agricultural thing there. You're growing way more food than you need. You know, I thought Americans were pretty big. Well, I don't know. She does have Americans beat, because you see how she's kind of proportioned up top. So she ain't gonna need no damn wheelchair just to go to Walmart and buy another 2-liter bottle of Pepsi, man. I mean, we've gotten that bad here in America. I guarantee you, you don't see that anywhere else. Maybe Britain. They are our only competition as far as how far can white people degen. But we've got the hands down championship belt. We are undefeated at this point. Ain't no white person been more degen. I mean, look at me. Than Americans. I mean, British tried it. They tried to sit up straight, and you got to give it to them on just the word the. They do say it properly. I mean, it is THE, not THA, and we're just over here like it's got some A. Where did that come? What was wrong with D? Like, where did we, why? So I'll give them that. And they're kind of big on that. They like pointing that out, some of them. They may be dying now that, you know, we're all interacting more and just entering each other's living room more. But for a while, they used to get us Yanks about that D and the thing. And I'll go on and throw that in there, you woke-ass freaking American culture, man. Remember that shit a couple bullshit years ago? And they're trying to bring it back, and I'm not even saying they should, man. Kiss it goodbye and leave it in the past, and rightfully so. But the whole Redskins thing, man. Let me go on and do that. There we go. Even though this really ain't deep. The whole Redskins thing, man. It's like, man, that's offensive to Native Americans. That is clearly a derogatory racial term. Okay, fair enough. Even if I give you that. What's up, man? Oh, that's, yeah, okay. It's like, even if I give you that, what about the Yankees? Dude, my people in Europe, like, holla. Like, is that not a damn insult? When you speak about an American, if you're talking down upon them at the moment, you tend to call them a Yank. There you go, right there. It's like Yankee is provably a derogatory racial term in the way they try to present that whole Redskins thing. Yeah, we celebrate that. Oh, man, Yankees, they're the best team in baseball, man. They damn near win the whole thing every year. It's like nobody was mad about that during this whole Redskin thing. While everybody was going, Redskins is a derogatory term, trust me. We have an entire continent called Europe, who every day goes, man, them Yanks are doing it again. Did you hear about them Yanks? They say it when they're not speaking too highly of us. From what I know, this is coming from an American. Oh, but the old woke culture didn't have a problem with that one, did they, man? Nope, didn't want to mess with the old Yanks. Because you know how they felt about Daniel Snyder anyway. He really wasn't a good owner. He pissed off the fans. He pissed off the owners. He threatened lawsuits against like some of the other. They didn't like him. So that was the perfect opportunity for them to be like, yep, we're going to bitch smack you around a little bit. And it's perfect anyway when you think about it. Like, you just go on and rebrand this son of a bitch, man. Just go on and rebrand her. Just sell it. Give it a new name. You're going to do it anyway, so you might as well go on and try to come up with some weird, sick thing. Or maybe you can be like, we're doing this out of the kindness of our heart. Trust us. No, it's actually petty revenge when you look into the details of it. You throw the whole Daniel Snyder thing in there. who was a piece of crap. He was. You know you got to be a piece of crap to piss off other billionaire pieces of crap who are basically Trump. You know, many billionaires are just the definition of arrogance, and just why wouldn't they be? And you just been walking around life killing it, and you got so much money, and money equals power. Oh, it rubs off, man. Look at Jerry Jones. Oh, he's known to just get mad and be like, who in the fuck do you think you're talking to? Because in his world, he's right. And really, in America, you're right. I mean, that's how Elon got to how he got to, simply because of money. Really? Well, you could say what he offered, but no, he ain't the only one for this whole Doge job. And isn't it weird how his mentality has changed? Remember that first interview on Rogan when he was like the super nerd? And he talked weird, he spoke weird, he just came across as weird, and now he's still that same super nerd, but he's trying his damnedest to lose that super nerd vibe. He's just like, hey, you look at him and trying to come out of the closet, you could say. He's like, this is the cool version of me. I'm done with that super nerd motherfucker. And he ain't very good at this. This is the cool version of me. You should have stuck with the super nerd, man. Come on now, dude. You done screwed up the heart gesture. You're like, a week later, you're throwing a golden chainsaw in the air while wearing shades indoors along with a hat. Just don't get me started, dude. He's fucking losing it, man. And then you got the Trump Gaza thing. And I know, you know, and you all know that Trump's social medias are not run by him. It's a team, probably some AI involved, that he himself didn't post it, but it was on his account. That Trump Gaza thing is real. Admittedly, AI created, but that had to get approved by somebody in the Trump administration to go on their damn social media site. And dude, as much as it's on the surface, this being presented as something positive, and I think most people would agree, okay, you're going with the positive thing, fair enough. You failed ass. Like, even if I want to see that as a positive, there's something just creepy and weird and bad about the whole frickin' thing. And then it's like, if you just dismiss the positivity thing and just go straight to a rub it in your face platform, then it starts to make sense. It's like, okay, now if I just wanted to throw my middle finger up to the world and said, hey, all that complaining you did the whole time we were doing it, to NATO, to everybody, all those ICC warrants you issued, because you knew what we were doing, the rest of the world knew what we were doing, the people we were doing it to knew why this shit was going on, the whole world knew why it was happening. And now that it's happened, they're just kind of like, ha ha, you couldn't do nothing. You knew that's all we wanted to do was make a beachside Las Vegas, man, and that's exactly what we're gonna fucking do. That's how I took it. I'm like, dude, I knew you were cocky, Trump, but Jesus Christ. How in the fuck do you commit genocide, ethnic cleansing, and then rub it in? Like, it's bad enough to do that and then try to just not say nothing and hope it goes away, but to actually go out of your way to make a damn celebratory commercial about how you defied the rest of the world's wishes. What the fuck, dude? And this same administration has the nerve to stand upon the ground of, isn't it a damn shame how the previous administration before this one was trying to destroy the country? Yes, it was. But even they never did some shit like this. The second you get the keys, you just go, okay, full throttle, boom. It'll be over in a month, and it was. And now you're gloating about it. And he's really presenting it as, I could do what Biden didn't do. No shit, you just went in and blew the whole damn thing up. Dude, a pedophile was a pedophile wasn't even sick enough to do that. Think about that for a second, man. Even a pedophile was willing to pump the brakes on a little thing called genocide. No, I'm not saying that dude had anything to do with anything. He really doesn't. That's how every administration works. But just going with that, come on, let's go with it. Because even like the whole administration admittedly was incompetent. You could call it the left or whatever. But whatever deep state that is, that George Soros funded like that group of people, they're not as good as they thought they were. It seemed easy for them when they were in control and they had the keys. You can even afford to be a little sloppy at that point. But now that they lost the keys and an administration who just everything neutral is better than them, now have another advantage other than simply being better than them. They now have the keys. So you can kiss that left, that deep state. Because the only question would be, did they have the bank? Who's got the banking of the bankers or the backing of the bankers, aka the Zionists, aka what we know as Israel? Oh, it's clear now. It's clear now. Not that Netanyahu and Biden didn't get along, but fucking Trump is willing to. Yeah, man, him and Netanyahu are tight. So they got the money masters. Well, game over. Pretty much, he's got the military, he's got the money masters, he's done stuck Elon in his pocket. It's like they know they're outmatched at this point. Now they kind of got to go back to the people, which is, good. You made your bed, now lie in it. Now your only hope is to actually be American and get the majority support. Now, how you going to do that after you willfully just spent 4 years assuming they were as stupid as a 5-year-old? Good luck. That's all I can say. Good luck. Oh, man, it's getting so bad. Even Stephen A. Smith is stepping it up. And nobody is really saying it's going to happen, but you can look it up. It's a thing. That on his podcast, he joked that, the left, the Democratic Party, because he's apparently openly Democratic or whatever. He said, it's so bad, I could lead them. He's like, I could pull more votes than anybody you try to set forth in what would be the next election, 2028. So, yeah. And he said that kind of as a joke, and then for a little bit, I think it's been let go. People were going, what if? You know what I mean? They just started going, wait a second, is he onto something? Because everybody loves them some Stephen A. Smith, and he is a well-articulated individual. Now, he stands for a lot of bullshit, but the left seems to like that. So he might be just, people started actually considering it. And it's just like, once again, that's a reminder of whatever that deep state is. It's like, that's an honest question. And I know they got 4 years to do psychological whatever. But if the elections started today, who in the hell would you present, dude? You've done smeared your own reputation somehow. And it ain't going to get better. Because, the guy that you've spent however long smearing for whatever reason. But the Trump being smeared by media thing for a while was known. It's like, dude, get ready. The revenge is the dish best served cold. It's like, dude, you think your opinion's in the shitter now, dude. He's now in control of the same media that you were. And if you think they give a shit about you, dude, you see CNN turning already. Why? Because Elon's got a hella fucking bank, dude. They'll say whatever for $1. That's the nature of media. They can make some money off it, especially at a time when they're going down, man. Fucking, yeah, they'll do anything for $1 now. It's Fox News has been kicking everybody's ass or whatever. Yeah, your boy's been finding out random things there. Because I wanted to know what was the most popular news outlet here in America, and apparently Fox has held that title for a while now. That they are the most watched news network. And that is funny because they never even started off as a news network. They were an entertainment channel. Doesn't that tell you something? And they are the ones that now are the #1 news channel. So, yeah, man. Along with the NBC, you could say. But, yeah, if you want to go from a strictly news perspective, you would think CNN would be #1. Because that's all they do is news. No, fucking Fox, who also, promotes sitcoms and comedies and football games. They are the most trusted news network here in America. It's not the one that's purely dedicated to news. It's the one that likes, 30-minute sitcoms from time to time and, dramas and shit like that. That's the one people are like, yeah, man, I'm going to trust anybody. I'm going to trust that one. And I got no stake in the game, people. I am an admitted anarchist. I'm just saying how I think you're both equally as stupid. It's two sides of the same coin, man. Same thing throughout history. Fucking hell. Yes, sir. That's your boy Robo, man. Just out here dicking her up. Maybe, yeah, we definitely will get back into that. I don't know how much longer I will stream. I always tell myself I ain't going too long, and then I realize I got no life. Dude, I just was getting ready, and I ain't gonna make it. But happy 420, people. Yeah, this is water. With that hiccup, that's not a good look. It is 4:20 p.m. East Coast time here in the old red white of fascism, as I like to call it. Yeah, I mean, I might check news. I doubt it. I kind of like this fucking trying to dig deeper on Wikipedia thing. But the one thing I do want to throw in there is welcome to end times. Yeah, man, let's go and get it over with. If you think anything is going to stop, it's not. It's really not. I mean, dude, read prophecy or whatever. It's not supposed to. It ain't that bad yet. Do you really think we're at the end? That Jesus is going to come here tomorrow? No, there needs to be. There's a couple more lessons that we need to learn. Because we're all still fighting at the moment. We're not in agreement yet. It's not that bad yet. So who knows when that threshold is. When we, as a globe, my God, finally go, okay, enough of this shit, man. We are done with all these excuses and promises of a better tomorrow, and we're working on it, and we're meeting next week. And then when you do make peace treaties, now Israel, aka the Zionists, they've been the ones who have been notorious of this. But even when you do go to the table, literally, even when you do go to the table, come up with a treaty, announce it to the world, say you're going to be a good boy during X amount of time, and you're not going to do this, and you're not going to do that, you still do it. So the treaties don't even mean nothing. They're just something to put on their news outlets for today. Because how many ceasefires have you heard about during this Palestine, which is now turning into a Lebanon and Syria thing? Dude, there's been like 10 agreed upon ceasefires, and they have never honored one. They have never honored one. It's just the pep rally. They announced the meeting, they had the meeting, they announced the results of the meeting, and it's supposed to be a win-win-win for everybody, and then you check the news 3 days later, and they done blew the motherfucker up. They couldn't even wait 24 hours before they were just like, you know, that thing we said we weren't going to do, it was a complete and total lie. Not only then didn't we not do it, but we did it before sunrise. So, yeah, but that was cool that we announced it and had a meeting and all. That was pretty cool. And so, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I really can't blame Trump and them for making that Gaza video. Why the hell wouldn't you at that point? Because they know exactly what I'm telling you. Dude, we can't stop them until it just becomes so damn bad. We'll all know when that point is. It's going to have to, that's when you know it's the end of end times. It's going to be freaking biblical, dude. That's how bad it has to get. I hate to break it to you, but it's really no new news. If you've been going to church for any amount of time in your life, this is what they've been telling you about. That time that it's going to be it's going to be the end of hell, my man. We're just going to wake up to a world where we're going to be like, my God, what have we done? And that's what's going on. That's what's going on. This is the linear time, tick, 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 unfolding of that. We're literally blowing it all up right before our eyes. That's what I ran across the other stream. When I was like, Lebanon and Syria, you're next. And then I looked at, current images of Lebanon and Syria because I knew it was coming soon. And I looked this up 2 days ago, and they're already worn, torn, and devastated. They look similar to Gaza. You'll just see buildings that you could tell were there, and they're not there no more. It's like, dude, they've been already pecked at. It's over. It's over. And Breaking Point, who was amazing, they had a nice piece on that recently. They acknowledged that part. They go, dude, we can acknowledge that Israel doesn't have the biggest army, but they don't even really need too much of America's help on this one. Syria is in such rubble that even with a minor air force, a little bit of navy, and a couple people willing to go boots on the ground, you can just storm in and take that place right now. Their military is depleted. Their population has been butchered. Their government is in the middle of regime change. It's chaos over there. So it's like, yeah, when yeah, they've been systematic. They're not dumb. They're many things, but they're not smart either, but they're not dumb either. They're a nice little entertaining balance of both. That they often make very ingenious moves, and then they often get sloppy and rush it and just, I know they think we're all stupid, but I think they think we're all just, I don't know. They're like, yeah, who gives, that's all speculation. But it's, if you wondered how the end of the world would turn out, man, this is it. Are we all not just sitting back watching it just right before our eyes? And if you know about, Jungle Keepers, all Paul Rozo, I don't know, Rogan's interview him, junglekeepers.com. That's another great thing we're doing with the world right now. He's trying to reverse what they're doing. Oh yeah, the whole battery thing. Where's the source? Where is the best source of battery stuff on the entire planet? By far, not even close. A little beautiful, precious, magical place called the Amazon jungle. And if you knew what these sick fucking corporations were doing to our wants, it's disappearing more and more every day. Beautiful Amazon jungle. That's just another example of the end of the world, dude. I'm telling you. And we all know this is true. This is what happens. We're watching the war destroy us and the environment around it every day. Corporations are just down there burning the Amazon as quickly as they can every single day. Now, the great part about this process is to get the minerals they need for the batteries out of. There's my mouse bud. He's in early tonight. Must be a little chilly or raining or something. But they have to have mercury in this process. And one of the unfortunate things about that is it emits emission. Very poisonous emission into the Amazon atmosphere. And if you know anything about the Amazon atmosphere, it is a constant system of just living amongst itself. Constant rain, constant recycling. It's a beautiful ball of recycling, just raining and regurgitating and doing. Now introduce mercury to that. Oh man, it ain't good. It ain't good. It ain't good. It's still raining just as much. It's still tropical just as much. It's still greenhouse effect just as much, except now there's mercury in there too. So just imagine a greenhouse and you just vaporize some mercury in there. What effect do you think that's going to have? So again, welcome to end times. This is really, it's doom and gloom. It is, but it's just how we ended up doing it. We're raping our planet right now for $1. The war thing is for whatever your opinion on that is, but it's happening and we're all dying. Like they're not, I don't care what the nationality is, they're still a human. Like you could even go as far as say, and forget the morality, even if they're a terrorist, it's still a human. Okay, humanity has figured out a way to become so sick to become a terrorist. The end result is still humans have found out a way to kill other humans for whatever reason, whatever. But it's still the same story. We're killing ourselves. We're doing exactly what the hell we were told that we would be doing. We all have our reasons. Just like the corporations have, once again, Eve bit the apple, what was promised, intellect. These corporations have their reasons. They've justified in their head why it's a good idea to do this. Money. And there might be more to it, who's to know, but I'm just going to go with money. Like, yeah, you're burning the freaking Amazon right now, don't you? Like, you can't be that stupid to tell me you don't know how stupid that is. Like, what's the point of jeopardizing a future for a temporary buck? That's a very good question. But they found a way to justify it. They have found a way to go, well, technically you're right. And without the Amazon, this climate change we think we're in the middle of, that's really not going to help things at all. To get rid of the world's lungs and the greatest damn filtration system on the entire planet, definitely not a good idea. But they have found out a way. We'll just be like, yeah, that's true and all, but here's our reason, so where's the fucking napalm? Fucking bye. You wonder how a motherfucker does that. Now, you know they're not completely honest, but let's just go on and describe it this way. It's like, do they go home to their children and go, yeah, there might not be a future thanks to what your dad did today or whatever at work? Like, it's like, dude, if you have a child, why would you do that? Seriously. Unless you really just don't know anything about how this earth works and about how bad of an idea that is to take out the fucking Amazon, dude. Guaranteed. I GPT'd it one time on a stream a couple weeks ago. You don't want to know what the results are. It's not the end of humanity, but it could be the beginning of the end because of the impacts it would have globally. But it doesn't mean it would be, but it would suck. Because the question that I asked, specifically the way that I put it, and it does make things a little more whatever, is it was like, hypothetically speaking, if the Amazon disappeared overnight, as in suddenly and gone. That was how I presented it, which would naturally yield more catastrophic results. But even saying we burn the whole thing in 10 years, dude, that's a cosmic blink of an eye. It's not too different from the question that I asked. Even if I asked it, what if the Amazon disappeared in a 10-year period, the answer would be very similar. Maybe not. It would probably throw in there that hopefully humans would recognize it as it's happening. So yeah, we wouldn't address it when it's already done. That if we saw it coming, we could start to make the moves we're going to have to make. Change the paradigm the way we're going to have to change it. And at least we would have a little bit of an advantage to do that. But yeah, man, I don't know. At least I am drinking water. Oh my goodness. Speaking of water, yeah, your boy's going to take one of his famous peas. Now my frozen pizza bites ought to be getting there close to room temp. Maybe it is a good time to put them near the old cafe. Because I did see my mouse bud. God, I'm ripping ass. And, so yeah, maybe I can, entice him a little bit by putting something, because I can't keep giving the dude ramen noodles, man. He's already getting fat. He was a little baby to begin with, but I can notice the difference in the size already. All right, I'll BRB. Getting her done, getting her done, getting her done, getting her done. What I could do. Yeah, give me another second. I'm gonna get a little close to the mic. I'm gonna put down some no-kill mouse traps. Because I wouldn't mind catching them right now. It's a little early, but here we go. Oh. We're good. That'll work. I got a third one. But, alright, let me put one. I don't know, man. Here. And I could definitely catch him here. But I don't really. And there. I don't know. Let's just put him there for now. Alright, headphones back on. Because if I really wanted to catch this bastard, I could. I know where places I could put him. Usually when I try to catch him, it don't take me more than about 15 minutes and I hear that door shut and I know I got him. But it is early. So I don't want to start, like, if it was later in the evening and I knew he was in for the evening and the sun was down and all that, I'd be more likely to mess with him a little bit. Oh my God. But yeah, man. And I don't know which one that is, because I found out yesterday I got 2 of them. So the one that I caught, that's like, me and him are buds. But that other sumbitch, man, he ain't easy to catch. And I think that's the one that knows of me. But we have yet to really, whatever. Now I'm going to keep thinking I see him, man. Oh my goodness. Alrighty, so I got that ready. Cool, we're chilling. Going to take... I did want to do that. Not even going to put up the BRB. Give me a couple seconds. Ew. Ew. Alrighty. We're good. Your boy is always forgetting stuff. Now, I know I'm 7.5 hours into this stream. I'm still bringing stuff into the room that I tend to forget. Oh, my God. Oh. Oh. Yeah, you boys are going to take a little rip of the old tobacco and get back into looking into this whatever thing. I will do something for a hot second. This is not properly checking into news, but I'm going to give it a quick glance just to see if there is any like bombshell shit going off right now. Nope, blah, blah, blah. Epstein client list. It's going to be more talk about how they're going to release it. Oh, now that Donald Trump has been cleared of the client list, so apparently he wasn't on the client list. How convenient. Even though if you want to find pictures of him and Epstein, there's plenty of them out there. But he wasn't on the list. So the Biden Justice Department FBI is hiding hard drives, tapes shot by Jeffrey Epstein. So what do you mean the Biden Department? Okay. Now this is what I'm saying. We'll see where this goes. Nowhere. I can promise you that. But this is a heck of an allegation. Like, you're hiding what they're saying they're hiding. Rape of children. So if a whole bunch of people, whoever had knowledge of that, don't give me no one person bullshit. There really better be entire departments going down. But that's what I mean. It's pep rally shit. So they're telling you right now, hey, yeah, don't worry, we're going to get these Epstein people. Trump ain't one of them. Elon ain't going to be one of them. Yeah, remember that time, Ricky Garbus? So they're about to acknowledge it. So we'll see. I'm still calling much ado about nothing, man. I would like to believe it. I would love to believe we're about to get justice. But I think they're going to do what they always do. They're going to announce, hey guys, we got this, and magically nothing will happen. I don't know how, but watch. That's why I'm glad to be streaming, because when I'm wrong, I admit it, I'm wrong, and I'll announce it. But usually it's me going there, man, your boy told you 2 weeks ago that this shit wasn't going to turn out the way you thought. Because there used to be times, I've been up and down throughout my life. I've just learned. There were times where I was like, oh shit, we got them this time. You know, yeah, man, they're going to pay. And now that I'm 44 and they've never paid once, yeah, I'm not going 0 for 98. I'm stop at believing 97 times. I'm just pulling this number out of my ass. That I thought, quote unquote, we the people actually had them, and we never did. Not once. I can't recall one time. I can't. So that's one reason why your boy just call it a hunch. I don't think anything's coming out of this, man. I would like it for, because then, I wouldn't be 1 for 97 or 98 at that point. So yeah. But at least Trump's clear of it. Man, that's cool. That's cool. That's not the one. Well, I kind of will be right back. But yeah, let's dive back into some maybe meaningful shit. I don't know. I might veer it a little bit because I do have a lot of bookmarks of shit I wanted to look into, but have yet to. I could make it more related to the Holy Grail. But this whole thing that we're about to get back to here, the whole Wikipedia thing, yeah, said I'm legit curious about this shit. So that was something I clicked on just to kind of be derpy. I said we might look into it, but you know why your boy clicked that, man. It was just messing around a little bit. So we're on to the Paleolithic era of upwards to 3.3 billion years before present. So we're trying to find out what the fuck these people believed in. If we're not getting very hard, they'll give you examples of things they left behind. So yeah, maybe it is interesting to click on not the picture, but the actual wiki of what they're saying this is. Because they're saying this is going to be from something from a prehistoric religion. That should be a long freaking time ago. Approximately 25,000 years old. So this would be before paganism. Whatever this religion was even before paganism. Apparently made of limestone. Now, what religion was it a part of? There's the Dorgdong thing. So they seem to be rather damn ancient. These people that they're associating with. Because this artifact, too, is being held there. But that's the same place that cave is from, too. Which so far is the oldest religion. I forgot who they were crediting it to. So, let's see. No, upper? No, we don't want middle or upper, because they are later. So again, France is where they tend to hold the artifacts we're looking into now. So, it was discovered in 1911. A physician, and then, yeah. But they're meaning, this might say something. No. They're not crediting it to any actual civilization other than, prehistoric Paleolithic cultures. But they don't tell you exactly what culture that I'm being able to read. It's just very vague. It's like it's associated with this error. That's an error. Wait, maybe? What if graviton? The graviton was an archaeological industry. Wow. See, here's where we get into weird shit, man. Because I've had the recorded human history, all this stuff happened before recorded human history. And if you want to know what I mean by that, just simply Wikipedia according recorded human history, which they are saying started at 4000 BC, which would be 7000 BP. And then they're also acknowledging artifacts from 33,000 BP. Not 7,000, which is apparently the start of recorded human history. So, may consider unified. I thought that was unidentified spelled wrong. No, it's unified, you dumbass. And had mostly disappeared by 22,000. So, Close to the last glacial maximum. What the fuck is this damn thing? Where ice sheets were at their greatest extent. Okay. Interesting to know, because I guarantee you that's got relations with the biblical flood. Zzz, as in more than one. So they're known for Venus stuff of ivory and limestone. So we could assume that, yeah, if this is true, ivory and limestone meant a lot. Thought to be the ancestors. So of the producers of the following Sultrian and Magdalenian. So is this older? I doubt it. Than Paleolithic. The Magdalena culture, they date from around, yeah, not even close. They are the later cultures of this. And this should be later. Yeah, between the upper, yep, that's even later. So we're going, yep, we want to keep going back. That's the goal here. Okay, so they're acknowledging artifacts. But again, they're not telling you what culture it came from years ago. This is still more recent. I'm just making sure, Okay, so succeeded, that's all going to be later. So they do say, yeah, this culture. So they're known as the Grail, whatever culture. So what do they believe in? Culture, mammoth, Neanderthals, oil lamps, blah, blah, blah. We know about their diet. Here we go again. We know how they looked. Because again, you go back to these sort of looks. Like we're back to like Neanderthal sort of people that we know existed. And you know they had to believe in something. They'll acknowledge these artifacts and even tools, genetics, but you never find, and then you reach the end. They don't tell you anything about organized religion, that these people were around. So 33,000 years before present, they're not as old, even close, as the oldest one I've basically found so far was wherever these people came from. Whoever left the Venus of Tantan. An admitted artifact from some civilization 500,000 years ago. So, for example, these people I was just talking about, yeah, we're not even close to them. We're not even close. But they're saying this artifact could be 25. That's still not even close. But it's still fascinating because of how, like, old it is. But it's still nothing because we're down to 500,000. This was a quantum leap of shit that's starting to make shit make no damn sense. So I don't think we're going to be able to find any actual record of a religion before 8,000 BC paganism. But we can go as far back as 500,000 years of humans that were leaving artifacts and things like that. So unless they do mention the actual religion, you can just look at the artifacts, I guess. Because it's hard to get older than this. I mean, I guarantee you there are ways. This is what I've ran across so far. None of it makes any fucking sense. So I'll go back to where I was, basically. That unless we can find something in the Paleolithic or prehistoric religion shit, then paganism is the oldest form of organized religion with any sort of decent information on it. That's still around. That's anywhere to be found. Because, yeah, the upper is not what we want. The Neolithic is later. What are they saying? The Bronze and Iron shades into proto-history. The earliest forms of true writing. Yeah, we're all just moving forward. Yeah, so okay. Even still, maybe I'll come across something weird. Because all we're looking for at this point is beating 8,000 BC. And that's 1,000 BC now. So yeah, man, I don't think prehistoric religion is going to take us anywhere older than paganism. That'll tell you that, yeah. Just basically reference the paleo, but it's so weird. Yeah, you would think going to prehistoric religion, you would at least get some references. But you don't actually get any references. You get just generalizations. Like, oh, we found some Venus things. They were known to be shamans, but yeah, that's all you get. Chow Catholic religion is Proto-Indo-European mythology. This is probably going to be really recent. Yeah, 1600 BC, but that's an interesting mythology. Proto-Indo-European. Like, jeez, man. Could have came up with a better name than that. Here's the background of prehistory. Before written records. That's funny as shit. That is funny. We're just acknowledging that we can find the artifacts and the tools and everything else, just not written records. Might be true. It really might be true, because the book would be hard to preserve, man. It really would be. It does acknowledge here religion exists in all known human societies, but the study of prehistoric religion was only popularized around the end of the 19th century. Come on now, who believes that? Honestly, the study of prehistoric religion was only popularized. Like, it suddenly came on that people gave a shit about what their ancestors thought was true. And I butchered that. A founder effect in prehistoric archaeology. Yeah, they basically just go back to archaeology. That's their, like, pathway out of actually just explaining it. But then again, it might make sense. But it don't. It don't. You would think I could find something earlier than 8,000 BC paganism as like a referenceable. Let's just go straight to, should we chat GPT it? Let me go to main before I do this. And then I'll go back to, wait, hold on. I gotta log in. It's been a while. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this, man. What the hell? So I do have main up, right? Okay. That's what I'm saying. I had a feeling this might happen. I have to actually sign into this. Okay. Wait a second. That's right. Let's do with the old continue with Google option. Fuck that. I think that's normally what I do. Alright, anyway. Now, let's just go back to the browser. ChatGPT. Let's try to just get some help here, because I obviously need all the help I can get. Let's just start with... Hey, when is paganism credited to be started? Let's just see if it gives us a slightly different answer. So it's going with 3000 BC or earlier. Date back thousands of years, with some emerging as 3000 BC or earlier. Okay. So based on what we believe we know, let's go on and see what did they call what have I been looking up? Pagan deities. Should take me to the one I just should keep fucking up here. List of, let's just go to list again. Damn it, I should have kept that up there. Nature deities? Dude, I know it's in my bookmarks. Because I know Chat GPT is a program with limited, like, questions. Alright, it was called, Paganism, Slavic. Here we go, that's right. Here we go. This is exactly it. Alright. So, I'm gonna have to mention this P-Run guy to get this fucking Chat GPT's attention to get it to start looking at what I wanted to look at. So it's called the Slavic deities. So let me start with that. How far back do the Slavic deities of paganism span? 6th and 7th centuries CE. So yeah, now we're getting into higher numbers. So the oldest, the highest I've seen is 8 so far. But I wonder if it agrees with the, okay, let's see. Trace back to at least 6th or 7th centuries CE. What is CE? What era is CE? Hey, I'd already know. That's weird. The common era. It's okay, the common era. Dude, why, like, beyond present, common era? Like, just pick one. Why are there so many that tell you the same thing? So, of common era, no, that would put you around, because you got to subtract 2 at that point. 4,000 and 5,000 is what this is saying, which is slightly different from the Google one. So yeah, 4,000 to 2,500 BC. Okay. Well then, even rolling with that, is there any known religion before that era? 4,000 BC? Can you name some? So we're back to that, the Paleolithic, which is older than the Neolithic, so we can dismiss that one. So Paleolithic is the oldest ones, and then yeah, you get into just generalized terms. Unless this is a thing. Early evidence of religious structures. Okay, unless this is a thing. This could have possibly came before, let's go straight to the Wikipedia shit, before paganism. Oh, so what the fuck? Yeah, you got to translate to English. It's Turkish. Here we go. So yeah, we are. I am going to bookmark this. Because if this is true, this is something that at least has a name that's older than paganism. And it's just a site. But a site where they're at least acknowledging something happened that damn long ago. Okay, so that might be... That's where it's from, blah, 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 blah. Are they saying they borrowed anything? Again, they're just going to talk that, yeah, it's a site. This is what, but this is closer to a specific, you could say. They're only talking about sites at this point. We knew something was there, couldn't tell you who they are. But that would be older. That's, yeah, according to them. 9600 BC. So that's an interesting one. But this one is older. Or this culture. The Natufian culture. Let's go to the wiki of that. Because they're acknowledging that it's a little older. And that we know it exists. Some evidence, blah, blah, blah. Nothing really of religion. Substance, language, burials? Well, again, this is their way of acknowledging it without acknowledging. They'll be like, yeah, they definitely believed in something. And they look, that's rather small. Homo 25 from the El Wad Cave. So this is in Israel. Okay. So we're getting long distance journey to the finds. But no, yeah. Domesticated dog? What the fuck is this shit? The remains of an elderly human and a 4 to 5 month puppy were found buried together. Alright, so along with their remains, they were known to have domesticated animals. That's kind of fascinating. But again, even this, like this is as known as organized, right? So it's like it kind of feels like we're getting on, like we're getting somewhere. Like it, at least they have a name. They're called the Nutafian culture, and you know they believed in something. And you just have to find whatever it is they're saying was left behind to piece it together for yourself. And there ain't much. But you could maybe just say it's where they hold it. Yeah, like Britain's got this one. That's pretty damn old. Okay, but yeah, it's not as old as in people. Okay. Let me ask this, maybe I'll save the one question. So that's the only one I would be concerned with, is the oldest one. So there's nothing known before them. Or at least organized religions. Okay, so I am going to have to lead it this way. So the next question would be, go back to the old ass. So the Venus of Tantan, which is clearly an artifact from a civilization. Let's see how ChatGPT even begins to explain this quantum leap. Because, well, it wouldn't be too much of a reach. I only asked it about organized religion. So, open it up with, I guess I should put a "the" there. The Venus of Tantan is assumed to be dated 500 BC. Correct? Assuming that, what I want to ask it is, organized and evolved people clearly would believe such a relic. Naturally, we'd assume there would be a religion. Other than artifacts and such, are there any known religions that humanoids around that time or earlier that were practiced? And that's a long, detailed question, but we're playing with AI here. It should be able to kick out some sort of an answer. Might take it a while. Oh, I've noticed it takes some time. Oh, you want to see it lag? Ask about the CIA and shit like that. This thing has to take a moment and get approval from God knows what. But it seems to be pretty open about this shit. So yes, the Venus of Tantan is estimated to be old as shit. Okay, Pop. There is no direct evidence of a structured religion from that time. The existence of such objects suggests early forms of spirituality. Blah 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 blah. No shit. So possible early religious or spiritual practices from way the fuck back in the day. Like just quantum leaping all this stuff we're talking about according to the current agreed upon timeline, which don't make no damn sense. Is animism you could point to? But again, you just get hit with generalities. That there, you could likely assume one was based about animals, blah, 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 blah. But they're not going to give you any actual... The Venus of Tantan is similar to the Venus of the Broken Ram, which isn't quite as old. But there's the Venus thing again. Like, Venus seems to have commonality in old stuff. So, caves in South Africa, once again, we're just getting... there are no written records or direct proof of organized religion exist. That's poor grammar, I think. Or direct proof that organized religion existed. I don't know, from this period. The evidence suggests that early humans had rituals. Well, no shit. Again, that's what I've been getting down going through Wikipedia. Like, clearly you have to acknowledge that these people clearly believed in something. There's just no record of what the hell it is. Okay, so now that it knows where I'm at, and here's where we are, what would be the next question to ask it? Was I trying to get at... So it would be... The only thing... was that last religion of this culture. Where's that damn answer, man? I do want to see it. Right here. That he could say that there's early evidence of that. Own its ass. The damn thing don't have no feelings anyway, so don't feel bad. Let's just get... If you knew about the... Please still be there. Good. The Venus of Tantan in your database. And... Oh, man. No, maybe it's going to say it's not directly related to religion. I'm trying to ask it, like, why didn't it mention any of this shit? So I asked it for the oldest organized religion it could think of, or whatever. And the oldest it could give me was 12,000 BCE. But it also knows about the Venus of Tantan, which is dated so far back. It's like, so why did it know that the Venus of Tantan is 500,000 years old, indeed an artifact, but don't mention societies like that? Because we really don't know where it came from. So let me ask it. Instead, let me ask you this. Do we know the name of the people the Venus of Tantan came from? It might already be on there. No, they don't know. So they'll tell you where it was discovered, blah, 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 but we don't actually give them a name. Okay. So this is basically a roadblock here. We know somebody was around and created that, and that's pretty much it. What's the Venus of Tantan isn't the oldest, because artifact could be like anything. Let's just ask it. What's the oldest artifact? Keep it stupid simple. Artifact discovered by man, related to other humanoids. I think that's a good way to put it. Millions of years include symbolic objects and fossils that provide high insights into their behaviors and cultures. I don't care about the toll, really, but it is 3.3 million years old, so the oldest thing, just generally, is a tool. So they're acknowledging, or we are acknowledging as a species, whatever, that we go as far back as 3.3 million years ago, and we were creating shit then. So, okay, so tolls. The oldest engraved object is old as fuck. So let's look up this thing. That's over half a damn million years old, but we apparently found it. Should we go straight to the wiki? It's called the Poseidon shell. So, yeah, the wiki's going to get interested. Oh, man, it's a clam? It's a fucking clam. That ain't no damn artifact. Don't give me this bullshit here. What the hell? Like, that's it? Like, make up your mind. Is it this or a clam? What the hell? Treno. I don't know. It might be... What website is this from? So no, I guess it is this. It's the Poseidon shell. Is a fossil freshwater shell of So what the fuck? This at least has a name. Is a genus of what is what? Is a class of aquatic mollusks. What in the fuck does this have to do with anything? Where are we going here? The oldest engraved object. So it must be engraved. And that's what's making it an artifact. I'm assuming. Right here. Shit like this. That they can tell it was engraved. Because it has markings like that. And when you date it, it's old as fuck. So that's what they're saying is evidence. The oldest artifact ever found. Like that had to do with other humans. I made sure to throw that in there. Let's see. Is this some bitch? So there's a little bit of markings there? I mean... It's a clam. It's a fucking clam. That, which is nowhere near... Well, or is it? Well... Yeah, it's got this one slightly beat by 50,000 years. But at least... Then again, you maybe could say rock... Because that appears to be an artifact is what they're getting at. But even that's just... I don't know. Take all this bullshit for a grain of salt. Is this another image of it? That we could zoom in on? I really don't know if it's going to help too much. But we're going to do it anyway. So this is slightly different. But they're saying it's like the same thing. I don't know. The general thing here is it's not much, and it's just got some markings on it. Is what I'm saying. And it's just a damn shell. I was hoping for. There you go. There's a picture of your boy, man. Look at that. Picture of your boy, man. I was on a good day. I shaved that day, man. Hell yeah. We out here. Alright, man. Fantastic. So, word to your mother. That's a damn shell. Alright, now let's check out. That might be worth a save. I'm just going to put... No, what is the fucking date on this? It was 54. I'm going to go 540. 540k shell. Dad ass. You got to throw in a dad ass, man. Come on. Alright, there we go. We're good. So we shaved that ass. Man, your boy's been on a mission. Your boy has been on a mission. It's okay. Word. So it's the precision show. That's interesting. I guess that's where they got Poseidon from. At this point, you would assume, you know? Because we're talking about before the invention of God itself or whatever. Like, the name Poseidon. According to this, it had to be where this shit came from. Half 540,000. And that's like the oldest one. And there's the old Venus of Tan, man. So, Venus of Tan. That was pretty cool. So your boy's random wiki shit. I didn't do bad. I found the 4th oldest artifact ever. And these two are tolls. So like, dude, we're like, yeah. But that is good, I guess. You could say, you know, take it for a grain of salt. Even the Venus of Tan, take it for a grain of salt. So let's see what this is. Because, yeah, you are talking about it a long time ago. So I'm not even saying like they're trying to hide something. This really would be, or I'm assuming, how stuff like this, like it'd barely be recognizable. You're talking about so damn long ago. Like this. Come on. What are you saying? That looks like a shit. That looks like a turd, man. Like, how's that supposed to be a ram? Is a pebble found at... It was found at Berwick Ram. Okay. So it just happened to be at a place called Berwick Ram. Because that ain't got a damn thing to do. But again, it's the Venus thing. So what does that have to do with Venus? It's been modified by early humans and is suggested to represent a female human figure, dude. That's sexist right there, man. I think of a lot of shit when I see that picture, but I'm not thinking, how is that supposed to represent a woman? It's believed to represent a woman? What the fuck? Why? Because it's got more than one hole? Like, what is your point here? This ain't trying to tell me. Oh my God. I don't know what's going on, man. Your boy's trying to figure it out. Man, okay, word. So that is apparently an artifact. But again, okay. So they can't really, other than vague things. So we're pretty much getting there, as in where I had a feeling we'd end up, but I was hoping not. We did find out about this culture, which would have been pre-paganism. But it's not really, yeah, because we know people existed. That's the point. It's just what can we find out about what they believed in? And it gets to a certain point and things just start getting very vague. So this was that archaeological site. Yeah, that was another provable old kingdom. That would be a little bit before paganism. And they no doubtedly believe. Okay, so I guess the next logical question, one of the last questions I'm going to have to ask this damn thing, going back to what I'm interested in. And I already asked it that because it was what's the known like earliest religion, and that's when it gave me that culture. We can acknowledge, believed in something, we just don't know how to describe it, and there's no evidence of it. So, yeah, I guess the only way to put it would be dominant religions. So, yeah, that's the question. What would you say is the first, and I'll put this in quotes with a space. No. Organized religion of Earth slash humanoids of man. Let's just leave with man. Of man. What? Put in the do, man. Come on now. What do you say is the first organized religion of man? Of world influence. Of world influence. Jesus Christ. Jeez. I can't. And or simply influence over a large amount of people. It might be getting too complicated. Of world simply influence over a large amount of people. That might just be good right there. Let's start with that. Bam. Sumerian. So I'm about to own it. Not own it, but I think I'm going to own it. Yeah, because it's really not dating paganism. So Anu, that's the sky god. Because it would basically be Sumerian. That's where I like entered all of this a couple days ago, thinking a lot of it would end would be Sumeria, which is acknowledged as like the last culture of where we're running into our end point, where we can be like, this is what they believed in. Which would be before Sumeria, and Greece probably doesn't even come in here. That's funny that they left Greek mythology out. I'm asking why Greek mythology isn't in there. So this just ChatGPT doesn't give it the same age as Wiki does, I believe. Because when Greek mythology, when you go to Wiki, or no, when you do this, when did Greek mythology start? The answer here is 3000, and ChatGPT is they just saved a year off. But then again, it does say about. But pottery from the 8th century BCE, if that's true, but it's just pottery, that would put a spin on things. Because minus 2000, you're talking about 6000 now. If you agree that this is, Greek mythology archaeology. Oh man. Hell yeah, Bowen didn't know it. Yeah. So they're saying Greek origin story. What's the name of it? It just says pottery. This is the link it gives you to the Khan Academy. And, oh my God. From some of the earliest Greek writings that have survived. So where's this artifact? I ain't reading this whole damn thing. So it's a painting. It's not an artifact. It's a story. Pottery from the 8th century. So where's the picture of this pottery? Yeah, so that's not true or whatever. So your link doesn't actually provide any proof. So, okay. That's what they're saying. All right. Well, fair enough. That's your answer. So Greek mythology, Zeus and all them, we would think would be like old. But nope. Nope. Egyptians got him beat, and the Sumerians got him beat. Ooh. So, since I have a list here, these sumbitches. Because it's the Slavic things. I'm trying to think of a way to get this thing to spill the beans somehow, but I don't think it's going to happen. The Slavic. Nope. Alright, let's just ask it about Perun. Yeah, I don't know. Because no, we got to get into the Sumerian thing. That's a good answer. Let me go on and do that. See what the wiki might be, because I've been to many wikis, but not to the Sumerian one yet. Sumerian religion. Let me just type in wiki. Here we go. What's the error? Cosmology, part of the legacy? Are they giving us a time period? 2500 BCE is what they're crediting this little thing up here to. Alrighty. Britain? No. So they're not really 2500. The first literate civilization. That's it. Who knows? Modern day Iraq. Before the beginning of kingship in Sumer, effectively ruled theatrical. It's warship we want to look at here. Passed down through oral tradition. The Epic of Gilgamesh. That was mentioned earlier, I believe, on my boy Spirit Oyster. That is pretty old. Because that's just the artifact that they're estimating was, 2100. So, okay. Fair enough. And they're not going to say they borrowed it from anybody. That I'm not saying. Other than it was passed down from oral tradition, early Sumerian, whatever that is. It's crazy how, yeah. I mean, I guess that's 2000. God, that's so well preserved that that's like true. That's real. That's an image worth saving, that's for sure. That's apparently Sumerian something. That, geez, if it's that old, how in the hell does it still look like that? So this, Epic of Gilgamesh is worth a save. Alright, so let's find out who the hell their gods were. Theatrical, unless I can get any hint of them borrowing anything. And I don't see that. So the Sumerians are going to be the best to look at. Seems like the oldest shit we've got so far. So here we go. Deities. On. I like that layout. So this was the number one deity. Anum, originally On, was the divine personification of the sky, king of the gods, an ancestor of many of the deities. Ancestors. See, now they're throwing a twist on it. But then again, not really, because they do acknowledge older time periods. just that there's no apparent record of it. So these people encompass the religion, beliefs, creation of the cosmos, Mesopotamia, yada yada yada. So what would their mythology be? With the exception of there's no surviving records. Yep, see, here we go. With the exception of whatever the fuck this is, there are no surviving records that systematically explain Mesopotamian cosmology. Nonetheless, modern scholars, oh great, have reconstructed a roughly accurate depiction of from the surviving evidence. So what evidence was surviving? So they'll give us from what was, okay, well maybe that would give you something. The god Marcus kills Tiamat. That's a rather old one. The god Marduk, because now we are getting into the old shit here. So what is this again? With the exception of this, there are no surviving records of what they're saying. Anu, the supreme god of the first religion of man, who was influenced from the Mesopotamians. There's no record other than this. Ancient Mesopotamian religion. And they're saying it's just a man like doing that. So let's go on and save that as that. The chaos monster and the sun god. We'll go with that. To remind myself, I'll go on and put Mesopotamian. Yeah, that's definitely not it, but whatever. Whatever's the message they're trying to send this would be the symbolism or whatever within it. Let's just go with everything and assume that, I hate this fucking thing, it's true. I've already downloaded it. There we go. Yeah, it's whatever that is. You got the eagle thing, as always. But you see the feathers going there, but it's got a lion claw body, maybe a serpent head. It looks a little like the dog head, but a little more serpent-like. And then you got upright man, you know. Flower is a watch. That's how we keep... That's funny. That's a legit watch. And we're now down to, like, the beginnings of man. So basically, what this thing's trying to tell you is that the first version of man, recorded man, was rocking a watch. Right? That's how important they are to us. That they're one of the first things we do is we get a watch. But that might be a, you know, it might be there for a reason. It might not really be true, but they put it on there. Because he's got a shirt. Yeah, alright, whatever. But he's got wings too. So there you go. So I guess their basic message was, yeah, that man is a god too. Fighting whatever. It is out there. It is real. Whatever the hell you call that thing. I guess this is technically the first yin yang. I don't know. Or the first cop out. As in way to justify war. But then again, we don't know if this is really it. This is an admitted, you know, by modern whatever's depiction, I believe, of what that was. Okay, so it's these people then. But other than that, 7 gods who decree, would this be it? No, because then you go back to these fuckers. Of, yeah, here. There's Anu, which is also on. Then you got Enlil, who if we go back to this, yep, it's just this list, yeah. Okay. So it's Sumerians, yet they borrowed it from the Mesopotamians. But when you ask, or when you go, yeah, well, who did the Mesopotamians worship? You get this. There's Tiamat. And this would be it. this would be it. Because if we're transferring to Mesopotamia now, there's a freaking Robin Good F. What's up? Oh, yeah, it's Robin Goodfellow. It kind of clipped over. I definitely got to look at that. What's up, man? I'm trying to get to the end of the Holy Grail, man. I really am. I just see how far the rabbit hole goes. I'm down to the Mesopotamian culture at this point. I'm learning as I go, man. I ain't gonna remember any of this tomorrow. How are you? Hope you're well. Because this is a freaking probably, well, not never-ending rabbit hole. Because when you're getting down to Tiamat and shit, it's like, boy, you don't know much about much. But does it get any deeper than old Tiamat? Like we are down there. Oh, that's the echo. My bad, I get an echo. Oh, me too, man. Me too. Like, that's why I'm doing this stream. I've been saying that the whole time. I'd be doing this anyway. Just not like this, of course, but yeah, I'm on a natural journey of my own. I don't know. I'm curious. I'm just trying to get there. And as research usually goes, yeah, you find out things you didn't know along the way. You tend to branch off, get distracted. Sometimes it leads you somewhere cool, sometimes not. But yeah, I mean, I hope, yeah, you can say it and people are being a part of the stream. Like if you're watching it, that I could, like for example, maybe going to do that. I got different views. I switch to this one sometime. Because this is your boy in general, man. I do this a lot. Go in deep on stuff. But here's where I'm at now. Because this stuff apparently... Because the first thing... I don't know how long you've been in the channel. But after pretty much hours on Google, I decided to fire up ChatGPT. And I asked it what was like the first organized religion known to man. And after a, pretty impressive list here, unless you say here the Proto-Indo-European religion, that's got a higher, ceiling, but earlier floor, I decided to go with Samaria, but this might be interesting. Because, yeah, what the hell could have possibly came before, Tiamat and all that? So we'll look into that later. But right now, because I thought it was paganism early in the day. Because here's an example of how paganism was before Greek mythology. So therefore, what we think is Zeus, and take everything as a grain of salt, but how it was borrowed from paganism. And then Egyptian mythology is even older, depending on where you look. It's roughly the same time as paganism, but generally agreed upon to be earlier. So, but I don't know, man. Yeah, ChatGPT. Oh my God, I wasn't on the browsing thing, but yeah, here it is. Yeah, because like these are some of the deities. The main deity of ancient, because it also during this thing is they admit paganism got revived. So I'm interested in like the first version, not the one that came a little later that eventually gave birth to Christianity as we know it, but the one that possibly gave birth to something as old as the Greek mythology. Like, and that's when I came across this. Perun was known as that. And I'm about to veer back because I'm finding older now. Yeah, it's called Slavic mythology. It's basically the oldest version of paganism I can find. Perun was the main god, which happens to be a thunder god of the sky, whatever. That's why they're saying it's related to Zeus. But the main thing here is timelines. So 6th and 7th centuries, subtract 2000. So yeah, you're looking at 4,000, 5,000 BC. So that's pretty damn old. 4,000, 5,000 BC, according to this, would put it, yeah, roughly. But then again, and I've been finding inconsistencies all the time. I study Greek and Roman philosophy, and I do have a chat thing. So, oh yeah, I might have to keep that up for a while. Awesome, because yeah, man, any feedback, let me know. Like, yeah, philosophy is my thing. I'm now realizing how fascinated I am by mythology, but I've always known I was fascinated by philosophy. That's what I title a lot of my streams, because I'm like, I know all I'm doing is philosophizing. Like, you're just speaking hypothetically, you're trying to piece together things, you're just philosophizing about things that are admittedly hard to prove. I mean, look at this timeline here. We're back to like 5000 BC, like before we reset the calendar. Now, the things I'm finding, again, I don't know how long you've been in here, and I'll throw this in here real quick, is like regarding humanity itself, like forget the religious thing. I was like, what's the oldest artifact, something that we could tell was a human civilization? And then you make sort of a quantum leap. And this is why if you're under like Graham Hitchcock and Randall Carlson and many others who I don't know about, how they question the overall timeline or whatever we've been told. This is an example of that. Like, you go back, it's telling us all now that these are the oldest religions, that the oldest religion of man is 4000 BC. But the oldest artifact of man that we could tell was created by man, and even these are skeptical when I looked at them. You don't even know if they're artifacts, but either or, why is the quantum leap suddenly over 500,000 years? So what happened? So you're saying man invented religion around 5000 BC, but there are artifacts from humanoids that were 500,000 years, admittedly, before that? That's a long time period to just... Why did we end at Samaria? There's gotta be shit. Because when you start asking ChatGPT, so good, everybody can see that one, good. I'm a PhD program right now. I know exactly what you were talking about. I'm in a PhD program right now. Hell yeah, my man. I appreciate you, because I've been saying that eventually that's what I want to transfer this stream to. But I definitely want the feedback from people who know about this. I see this becoming more popular. It's like, it's fascinating stuff. You need a select few. It's a very certain taste of Kool-Aid. But any and all feedback is definitely welcome. But yeah, did you get into rabbit holes like this, man? Did you get a sudden time? Or did you just go, okay, dude, how is the oldest artifact? Like, we're talking 500,000 years. But yet when it comes to religion specifically, because that's really my interest in it, to try to find out what gods that humanity agreed upon. Like, they're usually birthed from something. And I kind of want to know what the first one is. Like, the agreed upon first one is. And hopefully when I find out or whatever, when I run across it, there's like plenty of examples of what it was trying to tell us. In hopes that it would maybe make more sense now for all of us here in 2025 to, again, philosophize on it and see the similarities that we have today from the oldest of the old. Like, how much of it did we keep? So, yeah, so paganism's close there, but I think going with the Sumerian thing, and again, all feedback is welcome, but I think when it comes to oldest, that I kind of want it to be paganism for whatever reason, but I'm thinking I need to leave paganism behind, unless you look into some of the inconsistencies. Because again, right here, it's saying the studies of paganism go... Technically, you only subtract 2,000 years, since we've reset the calendar, 4 to 5,000 BC, which would put it right in track with this. But yet, when you ask it specifically when paganism started, it'll give you like a 3,000 BC answer. So there's a little bit of inconsistencies of when they're saying it was around. So I want to believe that that it's old, that it's right up there with Samaria and stuff, but All evidence seems to be pointing to Mesopotamia. I'm lying. Instead of saying the sea, I say Poseidon. I did notice that during my random stuff here I'll bring up. I'm glad you said that, because if we go back to the what are the oldest artifacts in the world thing, because I discovered through Wikipedia the Venus of Tantan 500,000 years ago. That's the oldest I discovered yesterday. Just throwing that in there. But the one that they're saying is this, because these are tools, right? And I honestly haven't checked them out. Let me make sure you can see this one. You can. But here we go. Your Poseidon thing. The first one that's not a tool, because anything could be a tool, you know. Oh, here's a stick this way. The first thing they're saying is this shell. Because it's got two little marks on it, which is what they're saying. But here we go. Right there. What's the name of it? The oldest known artifact of man, we're currently telling ourselves, is called the Swadidon. And I don't know how to pronounce that, but I went straight to Poseidon. Because we're talking about an artifact that if we go just by timeline, look at this, 500,000 years ago. Poseidon, as we know it, whenever we give credit to that finally being invented, is way newer. Thanks to this quantum leap thing we got going on here. Yeah, the artifacts are admittedly, so this is an artifact they're acknowledging is 500,000 more years old, and they went with let me try to properly pronounce this. Swadodin. But that's awfully close to Poseidon. It's a shell. Now here's the part that I question as a skeptic. Here's the proof of the engraving. Because I'm looking at that going, you found the seashell, congratulations. And then you could even question the dating. Because I've been to the beach a few times and I've seen seashells and they look a lot like that. But dude, we're 500,000 years, my man. What would a 500,000 year old seashell look like, if anything? Because even rocks don't, stay. And they're claiming that's what the engraving is. And that's why it's the oldest artifact. The oldest thing they've ever found with any markings of human is this 500,000 year old apparently shell. I gotta throw that one up there. What you just throw in there about Wiki, hope it's up there. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. We have to acknowledge that this is Wiki. And I am a conspiracy theorist. I'm right with you on the Wiki thing. But it's also like, I also want to use it because it's what we are indeed telling ourselves now, whether it's controlled or not. It's the world's encyclopedia, which is what Wiki is supposed to be. The agreed upon whatever. And I know, take that as a grain of salt. It's definitely not, unbiased and free. It's influenced like hell. Just look at what we're doing now. It's even Chat GPT. It's why so many people out there are questioning this timeline. It's like, why is there a certain cutoff at certain points where they're like, there were religions and beliefs. Dude, how can it doesn't make sense that we have so much evidence of people from 500,000 years back, but we never started to believe in anything worth a damn until recently, 4,000 or 5,000 years ago. It's like, no, bullshit. I know from our perspective now, even Greek mythology and Egyptian mythology seems old, but in the cosmic, symphony of infinite time, it's a blink of time since we're talking about infantile in the cosmic scheme of things, couple thousand years, 10,000 years. And I am a huge conspiracy theorist too, my bad. Hits all this stuff. So yeah, let's keep going with where I'm at here, because I am learning as I go. So unless you maybe want to throw in paganism, which for whatever reason I want that to be number one, it appears like, that's the artifact, the Sumerians are, but then, this is on Chat GPT, we go on to acknowledge ancient Mesopotamia, which was admittedly older. Right now we're at 6,000 BC. admittedly older than anything that ChatGPT was willing to acknowledge. It said Samaria was number one, but yet here's a database it could access called Wiki-freaking-pedia that goes, perhaps that's not true. Like, and this is when you go into the mucking it point. Because at this point, they're telling you, and perhaps it's true, that there's no actual reference at this point, and they tend to go back to the artifact thing. That they will acknowledge the human civilization that was there. But when you go, okay, what did they believe in? Did ancient Samaria perhaps borrow anything from them? That's where the line gets cut off. Other than artifacts, you aren't given names of gods. You aren't given pictures. And at this point, as a conspiracy theorist, I'll lose the it's not unexpected thing because of a thing called time and erosion, preserving that, no matter how well-intended you are, for species basically 10,000 years down the road and beyond. Like, imagine if we tried to do that. What can we preserve that's still going to be here in 10,000 years? Like, they could have been, and most of these artifacts we find are where? In the middle of nowhere. Because it goes again with the ancient knowledge of what I've been running across frequently, is maybe the earth does reset. We can throw that in all of this, as in floods or comets or whatever, way more than we think. Because I'll be damned if, like, yeah, what I'm saying now, wouldn't we be finding these artifacts like Egyptian tombs? They would be in a well-preserved pyramid of something that isn't destroyed, but it's not like that. We normally find them in the sea, they're washed up, we got to dig up. Like, saying that something fucking happened and just wiped this once clearly civilized civilization out. If the only damn trace you can find of them is in the frickin' dirt. So, granted, by that nature, finding something like a book or solid evidence, even as a conspiracy theorist, I'm willing to acknowledge how hard that would be. Sometimes there really isn't any evidence left behind, and it doesn't have to be nefarious or whatever, because the biblical floods we all know about in all religions, like, dude, when they happen, they wipe some shit out. So unless your stuff is buried away in a mountain or something, like, it's gone, B. It's gone. So, yeah, man. So that's where we appear to be now, is ancient Samaria is acknowledged as the oldest by ChatGPT, but even it acknowledges you can go as old as Mesopotamia, but the only thing we're going to have is artifacts. So, and then they admit, you know, naturally, when you see things like this is modern scholars, quote unquote, interpretations. Because you know that's not an actual, there's no damn way it was that well preserved. This is clearly AI. This is like what they're saying is this stuff that had been found. This is the god Marduk. So yeah, where were we getting? Because even when you look at this, yeah, you can go here. So it's saying these people are before the Sumerians. And when you click the 7 gods who decree, this will take you to the Sumerians. But when you click on the primordial beings like Tiamat, that's when we might get a little older. Because they acknowledge this. This is where we get into the primordial. Yeah. They're like, that's their way of acknowledging, yes, this is before, we're just going to call it primordial. That's what it appears like to me. Because it's saying to produce the gods. So this thing, Tiamat, mated with Abzu, we'll go on and bring that up in a bit, in the groundwater. That seems to be a filament thing I've recently found about. The whole filament perspective. To produce the gods. In the Babylonian epic this. So as in this came after. So exactly. So these are why they are primordial. This is what I'm getting from this.
that technically they're saying, yes, these came before. That's why they're primordial, because they gave birth to what they're saying is the Enum Elish, whatever this thing is. Oh, when on high. Hey, there you go. Creation myth, blah, 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 from the second millennia BCE. And once again, we just took a weird quantum leap now, because that's only 2000 BCE, which isn't that old at all. But yet here we are going, like we're going deeper. And I notice this a lot too. It'll suddenly quantum leap you back. Because here's my belief. So we started at Sumerian, 4000. And here's An, Anil. And then when you go to the Mesopotamian religion that had told us, I got Anu up there for some damn reason, that the Sumerians borrowed some shit from somewhere on here. We get to here. So now we're going before then, right? Because we're at no less than 4000 BC at this point. Going with the here we are at Sumeria point of view. And then you get Mesopotamia. No, we're at 6000. Because when you go Babylon, this is after. Yeah, look at these numbers. 1700. It emerged as that rule. It emerged as Akkadian populated about, and eight. Yeah, we're talking about, we're way off now. We're thousands of years earlier, closer to today. What's up, Banaki or whatever, Banucci? What do you look for in a man? Oh my God, money, lots and lots of money. I'm cheap, but I ain't free. So yeah, man. So yeah, you get that. Babylon, right here, they're telling you, Babylon existed 1890. Like, as old as we think Babylon is, yeah, it's not Sumeria. And Sumeria isn't Mesopotamia. So we're at Mesopotamia, 6000 BC. And these gods are the Sumerian ones. So the ones that were now the primordial ones, the ones that came before the 6000 BC ones, yeah, again, they say gave birth to Babylon. All right, so we're, yeah. So this is the oldest one that I can find. Personally, I'm guessing, and maybe I can ask ChatGPT this. So is there evidence of a god older than Tiamat? Because I can't find any at the moment. Unless we can click on a couple of these other, primordial beings. But I don't think they're going to be older than the first one. 19th and 20th century researchers incorrectly viewed. But they're talking about the current ones. So, okay. That's... Yeah, I'm thinking Tiamat. Because Tiamat, oh my God, we're talking Tiamat here. That's a name that's, been echoed many times. That's probably the one to go with. Let's do it if nothing else. So, how old would ChatGPT, how old would you say Tiamat? Oh, why do I keep hitting that? Tiamat. Is that Mott? Yeah, Tiamat is. Jesus Christ, Rob. See why I had to give up gaming? Your boy just can't do it no more. How old would Tiamat is? I should keep that. That's fucking hilarious. The primordial goddess of chaos in the sea and Mesopotamian, pre-Sumerian. So we're getting you to admit your own fucking bullshit, ChatGPT. Mythology is one of the oldest recorded deities in human history. No shit. I don't know why you're making me fucking squeeze it out of you. So she appears in again, we take a quantum leap forward. Because if we're talking about Babylon, that's not the one I'm talking about. So it's saying the origins, again, we get caught up in this loop right here. There we go, man. That's interesting. So Mesopotamia is the oldest one. Your guess is as good as mine, but that's what I'm seeing. Yeah, as far back as I can get to what we would recall recorded human history. appears to be Mesopotamia. And you got to kind of like, because you would think, why wouldn't ChatGPT just come out with that? Like, it's basically admitting it knows about, Mesopotamia. But when I asked it to give me a list, it's like, technically not. That was the stuff I wanted to look into later. So, okay, the Tiamat question. So he'll acknowledge. So what did it say? She appears, okay. It acknowledged it's one of the recorded deities in human history. But the Enuma Elish, we've already heard that and the time period of that. I forget what that is, but I know we've seen it. Because it's already clicked purple. So I've been there. 2nd millennia BCE, once again around 2000. And it's Babylonian. So we're leaping forward again. So great, the Babylonians used it, but Tiamat was around, okay. So again, when you ask, okay, whatever, give me some proof, they go back to Sumeria, other than what we already know, Mesopotamia. So if Tiamat is the admitted oldest that I can find so far, does it give a hint that the Mesopotamians were influenced by anybody? That's the only other rabbit hole I'm thinking to go here if we wanted to go any farther. But would they say, and I'm doubting it at this point, because Mesopotamia, we all know that, we all know what Mesopotamia is. But it appears to predate Babylon and all that shit, and we know what Babylon is. Because that's how I kind of am. Like, I've known about all these terms, like even the Torah in the book of Genesis, and the things that are still held in sacred regard today. When you begin to look at timelines like this, dude, they're so new. They're so new. Doesn't mean they should be any less sacred to us. But the book of Genesis was a collection of books, and then when you look at what was the collection that's where I've ended up here. It's like you end up going thousands upon thousands of years, even before the Torah and the Genesis. And like, we're really getting into some ancient stuff now. Because Babylon is ancient, is it not? But man, this stuff makes it look like a newborn baby. Like we're talking about multiple times later. Like on 1,000 millennia, whatever. Multiple millennia. Earlier, you could say. So Tiamat, I'm thinking, is the one to go with. So far, is there any other entity that was known to be acknowledged as the supreme being before Tiamat and the Mesopotamian people? So we could ask, try to trick it. So what were they known as? Mesopotamia encompassed ancient Mesopotamian religion. Next logical question, just go straight to the belly of the beast. Would you suggest any religions with deities? And I'll put it, quote unquote, proof of earlier than, paste it in there, ancient Mesopotamian religion. Would you, ChatGPT, could you take me any further? That's a quantum leap if this is true, but it's probably just an artifact. Again, location. But it's not going to tell you what it was they worshipped. Damn, there's another quantum leap. Why don't we just go to... And there's the Venus thing. That's common. Whenever we go to these quantum leap numbers, Venus is very often the first word. This is new. Once again, temple, but we can check it out. So they're saying this thing. Let's just go to images. Is a temple that we're looking at old pre-paganism, far before Egypt. arguably before Tiamat. But why would there ain't no damn way that's gonna be that well preserved? Come on now. No damn way. No damn way. We gotta be getting no, that's a painting. So is there any actual freaking footage that ain't AI? Shit like this. Maybe. This is a real picture of what they're saying is older than Babylon. Way older. Like, this is part of whatever that is. Cattle Huyik. Oh, man. This spamming her away. Oh, my God. Chat pause for scrolling. No shit. Pardon me for a second. I can go to the other one. Oh, God. Let's go back. Causing me to mess up my stuff. We can take care of that. I should have known better than to not close the kick one. Hey, isn't that ironic? Kick. The kick one. Oh, my God. Pause. All right. We're going to see you. That's how you handle that shit. It's probably already flooded chat, but that won't happen again. All right, now back to the old strum. Back to the old strum. Now let me see if anybody was... There we go. You were saying something. In 6000 BC is the first recorded religion. Click Ishtar. I think she is important. Will do. Ishtar. I might have missed the click, but I believe I know where you're referring to. Oh God. How many of these things have we got open? Ishtar? If not, I'll just look it up. There it is. Ishtar. Or whatever this. Inanna. So where's the Ishtar part? If they have a link on it, I will. But yeah, when you look at the time frame, yeah, it's around the same time. Goddess of love, war, and fertility is Inanna, but that might not necessarily be Ishtar. Goddess Ishtar. Yeah, this is apparently it. I guess it's just known as a couple names. Her primary title is the Queen of Heaven. Assyrians as Ishtar. So here's an ancient Mesopotamia. We might be getting somewhere with this. Assyrians. 21st century BC? No, not really. 2100 again. Not up like in the 8s. So the Assyrians are old. But yeah, they are not the oldest. They got bows and arrows by then. She is like Venus, I think. That's the thing that I'm learning. The fascination with Venus. Like, naturally, yeah, you know, that's the, I guess you could say, universally known to be associated with the female, feminine, divine energies, from what I can kind of tell. It is usually associated with, like, love and nurturing and the motherly energies and things like that. Her most prominent symbols include the lion and the 8-pointed star. Her husband is the god Demuzid. So where'd he come from? Known to Sumerians as, yep. I usually just look for time periods. Alrighty, but let me, close that one. And I'll leave that one up. Because I do have to take my usual coffee pee. They do not take long. Your boy's going to need about 30 seconds to take a quick squirt here. So I'll leave that up. Hopefully not with that thing just, hovering over everything. Yeah, good question. Or whatever. We're going to continue down this rabbit hole. I will be right back. I'm not even going to throw up the BRB. I'll be right back. Oh.
Ready. Heck yeah, man. All right, so I think we've gone pretty far back so far. We're at the point we're asking Chat GPT, is there any possible way we can go farther? But yeah, eventually we're going to kind of reach the conclusion, I guess. I think we're kind of getting... His name is Adon, just like Adonis and Venus. It is fascinating when you see some of the names, like Anu. Like, yeah, and then we think of the terms that we have today, like Anu, as in new. It's like, yeah, you know that religion just, morphs, and you can... I love stuff like that. I really do. And that's why I'm doing this, indeed. Yeah, to see if we can still piece it together and see the relations all these thousands of years later. And we can. We really can. She was known by the Akkadians. So these are all the ones that come later, yes. But they're acknowledging that these are old. They came from Mesopotamia. And as far as the ones that would have been older. So where was that question that I asked them? Jesus, yeah, here we go. Ended proof earlier than Mesopotamia. It's calling this the history of paganism. That's funny. There we go. Yeah, the Venus figurines. So yeah, we were given sites. And I looked down with all the religions. Go back. Where was that one with the long name? I know what I'm looking for, but where the fuck is it? That Indo-European whatever might be the only shot right here. But I don't know, we're already kind of back farther than that. But see how Samaria starts at 400 or 4,000. So what are they saying? This would be the only other reach that we could maybe have. Would be if these people inherited anything for anything. Not going to spend long. Yeah, that's what came later. What came later? So we would have to go into maybe deities? Because this is a list. So we're talking about old. Yeah, this isn't a list of deities that I'm saying. I'm not saying names of gods. Zoroastrian Mithra. Now we're getting somewhere. So what is this? So it's an Iranian religion. Let me just briefly click. I think we're going to do the quantum leap thing. Again, that we're going to start going forward. I don't know. 7th century CE. CE is basically it now. They got, you might know what it is, but it's like, yeah, they got the before present, the current events or something. Yeah, they all tell you the same thing. So the ones they say are older are pretty dubious. I doubt this is even going to be older, but it might be. Let's see. I'm doubting it. When I saw Mithra, that got my damn attention. No, monotheistic. No, that's not any time period. And unless you go with this. Originating from Zoroaster's reform, blah, 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 of the ancient Iranian religion, Zoroastrianism began during this period. Possibly, blah, blah, but was first recorded in the mid-6th century BCE. What era? Excuse your boy for a second. Let me make sure. What era? BCE, before Common Era. Again, it's an alternative to the term before Christ. So BCE is just BC with an E. For some damn reason. They could have just left it at BC. Okay, so we've cleared that up. So possibly as early as 2 millennium BC.
So again, how did we get there? And so we did one of the quantum leap things. So why did I click this? It was from this picture over here. It said deities Mithra. So I was hoping to get some reference to Mithra. Let me look this up. Mithra. Here's something. So include the blah blah blah, treat blah 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 as the supreme god. Okay, that might be interesting. Lesser ones who share similarities with the Abrahamic religions. That might be interesting. These lesser gods. So these are the lesser gods. So Mithra, because I've heard of Mithra. That's the only reason I'm going with this one, and I don't know why. So this is a lesser god from when? Again, are they doing... No, they go into Romans, Persians. I was just curious about that. So let's drop that, because that's just Mithra, who's, whatever. So they treat this as the supreme god. What the fuck is this? Is the creator deity of God and sky in the ancient Iranian religion this fucking thing. But then again, we're back. The first notable invocation of this thing was, we're not even close. So again, how did we get here? Because of that one picture. So I start from this Proto-Indo-European religion, apparently, way back when. And when you go down to deities on their wiki page, you're given a Zoroastrian reference, or whatever that word is, which is 3,000 years later. That's your reference. Like, here's proof of it from, 500 BC. It's like, dude, but I'm asking a question about something that you're right here, dude. Like, why are you giving me a reference? I guess it would have to be older. It would be the answer. Because again, older, like, artifacts would basically be gone. So that's just an example of one that we naturally... Yeah, BCE, I am noticing that. I'm new to all this. Yeah, why do they put the same thing so many damn ways? But it is ancient. But see what I'm saying? How we kind of run across loopholes? Because I'm on, hey, this is a 4500 BC religion. And then when you start looking for stuff, it usually takes you forward. So I'm not seeing really anything before this. As in they borrowed it from anybody. Because now we're getting into, eventually assimilated into Greek Athena. And they're admitting all this stuff came later. So this is indeed old. You could technically say older than Samaria. So we reached Samaria, which took us to Mesopotamia. I'm thinking Mesopotamia and Tiamat is where we stop. Let me get rid of all this. That is an old ass one, man. They're saying that shit is older than Babylon. And assuming it is, let's just go with it. Then that's pretty cool, you could say. How come when I click there, I keep zooming in there? I'm trying to get a good shot of... Man, fucking hell. Your boy sucks at this. Here we go. That's what it would look like, man. Maybe a wide shot is better. 'Cause that's definitely just like the foundation. Who knows, like, how tall it went, whatever, blah, blah, blah. Alright, so, again, we got to the Sumerians, which they told us were influenced by the Mesopotamians, which had Tiamat. So let's go on and, yeah, we'll just... That would be the only other possible thing, and no, okay. So, yeah. when I asked it, let's find Tiamat and find that question. Oh, estimated. But I didn't ask it a Tiamat question? I'm just spelling Tiamat wrong. Yeah, I am. A Tiamat. And there actually is a Tiamat. So, how old would Tiamat be was one question. Didn't I ask it if there was an older god before Tiamat? I thought I did. So it's crediting Tiamat to, yeah, whatever. See what I'm saying? And then out of nowhere. But no, it just goes back to Sumeria. So conclusion. Then Tiamat is at least 5,000 years old. Here we go. Earlier than... Would you suggest any religion with deities older than them? So these would be the only possible ones that I was getting at. Yeah, that's right. That's where we were. And again, they just send you to locations. Because I don't think we're going to get any actual gods that are known to be older than that. That was the picture we were looking at, I believe. So this is a settlement that was inhabited. So this is indeed old. We're down to 9,500 BC. But I don't think they're going to tell us what they worshipped. This is where we always end up. We know so much about them. We know about their architecture, which could be interesting. We might check it out. Their construction, their tools, their iconography, whatever that means, their pillars. But you won't see a part for religion. You just got to try to piece it together yourself. But given, and then I go into the, let's question it thing again. Because we're getting older, but these outside things seem preserved. But going with it, can we get any clues about what was important to them? That looks like a rodent. Maybe? Like a lizard about to eat a mouse? And this is all just take it for what you wish? Maybe a hatchet? Looks like birds, so they would have had the bird symbolism. It looks like locks, which would be interesting. But who knows? So I think that, yeah, just maybe that looks like a pig. But again, take all this for a grain of salt. But it won't tell you what it is they believe then. Just maybe you can develop your own opinion by going through some of the artifacts they're claiming are part of this 9,500 BC old culture that came from this part of the world. No surprise. It's all related to the Holy Land or whatever. The Middle East, Israel, that part of the world. Which currently looks like this. Aerial view. That's pretty cool. So whatever that particular monument is, or whatever that is, isn't terribly big. But they definitely had, I guess those are the remaining pillars. Let's go back to chat. Oh, there we go. Oh, here we go. Yeah, so I sort of doubt that is 9,000 years old. I get it that a lot too. We might get an echo. That might happen again. Pretty sure it will. But that's what I start doubting, yeah. It's like we go back in time. Oh my God. And yeah. But you gotta admit, that is tight. That's the beat from the old Partition song, but I done, slowed it down and played with the pitch enough that I'm not breaking no rules. But yeah, they're saying that, like, these are the pillars, and I'm with you. Like, they are still. But that's interesting. Okay, so we got some proof of this society. Because that was the global check. I probably shouldn't have closed that. Because, yeah, they're really not going to tell you. This is where we usually end up. At this point, Wikipedia will start acknowledging that there were civilizations before the creation of religion and that there are artifacts, but you don't get the list that I would have been hoping for. Which is like, okay, what did they believe in? Yeah, like, did they have anything? But it would be, yeah, let's look at large enclosures. which probably isn't going to give us too much. No, just more pictures of old stuff. Other structures? Later structures. Nothing. Okay. So that would be one suggestion. And that is pretty old. But let's go with this Venus thing. The Venus, because this would be, I'm assuming the oldest out of this list. I'll check it out now. Unless we go into this prehistoric shamanism example, which is cave paintings, 30,000 BCE, Neanderthal burials, that some contain flowers, tools, and red ochre. So we could look up, this is admitting 100,000 years before Christ, we found burial sites that contained red ochre, which is definitely going to tell you, something. Now, is there any, it's also known as red earth? That could be the simple answer right there. I don't know much about ochre, but one of the oldest forms of man, according to what I think I'm getting at here, or wherever we're going here, thought it was important. It's a natural clay earth pigment, a mixture of some oxide. It ranges in color from yellow to deep orange or brown. Never even mentioned red, even though we're searching for red ochre here, I believe. So who knows? Okay, because let's not, let's stay focused on the prize here. It is, okay, so they put some red clay in their shit from time to time. So no evidence of specific gods, but strong indications of, yep. So we're not going to get much. We're not going to get anything out of that. So I'm thinking we got to go with the old Venus of Wildenorf. I'm probably butchering that. Which 28,000 BC. Oh, what's up? Well, that's definitely the old feminine. But again, kind of, because we took a quantum leap here. You're talking 30,000 years ago. And it's rather, well preserved for something like that. So that would just be nothing to take from it. Unless maybe the hairstyle. And their women were big. I mean, that's clearly what they were saying. It doesn't necessarily need to be a bad thing. They're like, yeah, they were thick back then. We were eating good. If you assume any of this is true, which I'm going with it. The figure is associated with the upper Paleolithic. So what the hell, Paleo? So we've already been through the Paleolithic, which that would be accurate. So the figure itself is estimated to have been left in the ground around 30,000 years ago, based on radiocarbon dates from the layers surrounding it. According to something they did in Warparga in 2009, Antel Weiser, Weaver J.W. Lukinator, Hirshhauser. Those names seem what? I don't know. I'm uncultured. Because I don't want to click them reference points. You go all the way to the bottom and it sucks. So yeah, man. What's up, first time chat on Twitch? Freya Joseph 00. I'm well. Yeah, that might take some time. How are you? We're trying to get to the bottom of the Holy Grail here, man. We're just on a general quest to see who was the earliest recorded whatever of man and what were their gods. And the end result seems to be around Sumerians. Any explanation beyond that, other than maybe Mesopotamia, I believe, is, they clearly worship something, but other than a few artifacts, you won't get like a clear list of what they worshipped and things like that. So, but this is apparently an old artifact that would tell you, the only thing it would tell you, and why it's called Venus, you could say technically might even mean, unless there's some way that they can tell they named it Venus, we might have just saw that it was a female and said, oh, well, let's just call it the Venus of whatever. So who knows who named it that. But the fascinating thing would be that it's that damn old. But looking at it, who knows if it's even that damn old, man. Looks pretty well kept. But where we're at so far, I could be wrong. We're trying to get Chat GPT in on this. Is Tiamat appears to be the oldest, like, solid, here's a god that they worshipped, god that I can find. And it comes from, going with the general idea through this rabbit hole, that Sumeria is the first agreed upon, whatever, generally speaking, that recorded religion, society. But when you look at this, you can tell, how did I get to the ancient Mesopotamia? There's something through this where it tells you that, like, they were influenced or borrowed from, and it'll show you when you go into it that even the timeline will tell you, yes, this is before the Sumerians, that Mesopotamia is before the Sumerians. So it's like, okay, what did the Mesopotamians believe in? And then when you look at this list, if you click on these, you'll go right back to Sumeria. But when you ask, what's this little section up here? Who are their primordial beings, which would suggest gave birth to, came before, whatever, these gods, that's where you run into Tiamat and Abzu. These suckers. And I'm thinking, like, Tiamat is really the only one of concern. I mean, they're all, I'm sure, interesting and have their own story. But I'm guessing, like, this is where it stops. And not that it's disappointing or whatever, but unless we can go further than this, I'm thinking this is the oldest god known to be worshipped would be Tiamat. And it was done by the Mesopotamians. Roughly, no less than whatever the hell this shit's saying about the Mesopotamian people themselves. Between 6,000, that's pretty early. It's not too far from the original question of, Sumeria, according to ChatGPT, was here. According to them, if you credit Sumeria with, the invention of religion, you're talking around 4000 BCE. So, even they say Sumeria is located in Mesopotamia. So naturally, you would go, well, what the fuck did the ancient Mesopotamians, teach them? And apparently this is what they gave them. But other than this, pre-6000 BC, the only thing you start getting is, you got to come up with your own conclusion. You could maybe go, okay, there's a lion with an eagle's head, and what does that mean? Like, at that point, there's no actual explanation. There's no page like this that goes, this was their god that represented this. And even you could say Tiamat, there's really not a lot of evidence. Like, you got to go on a lot of hearsay at this point. Because if you scroll down this thing and look for, like, pictures, like, you're talking over 10,000 years ago. There's not gonna be a lot of evidence of what we could logically assume are people who knew of and worshipped Tiamat. But it might be hard to figure out how. Because even if you go to images, you're just going to get, what is this, a character in a video game probably. There's like trading cards. I bet this dude hits hard. Let's see. Dude, you only got to, dude, this is, magic. So Tiamat is a magic card. Dude, if that ain't the best card in the game, then what the fuck? But let's go with it. I mean, because the Illuminati, your boy's not afraid to be a conspiracy theorist. Let's go with even the version. There we go. Let's go to Chad here. So I looked it up. Apparently Mesopotamia is modern day Iraq and they have ruins. Well, that could, I just said the two we could get into some conspiracies right now. Because Egypt comes to mind, like it sends you down that path. But Egypt, the earliest I've seen that shit credited to in my recent 48 hours is, yeah, like 6,000 BC. It doesn't beat Mesopotamia by anything that I've seen. The earliest I see them credit the Egyptians for, and I guess it's common. It's just find its details at that point. It's around 6,000 for the whole Egyptian thing. Was, I guess you could say, was a surprise to me, because I don't know why, but in my head I pictured the whole Greek thing and came first, but no, it definitely did. The Egyptians were before the Greeks and Zeus, any of that crap started. The Egyptians were doing their thing. But the one thing, even still to this day, and you have to admit it being into this stuff yourself, that even saying all that, no matter what you compare whatever Egyptian mythology is, just, you know, their artwork and the way their hieroglyphics, stuff like that, regardless, it's very unique. It's very unique. It's definitely its own version. Like, where else? Maybe it's out there, I'm sure it is, but I don't think anybody used hieroglyphics the way the Egyptians did. That meant a lot to them, and that seemed to be a quote-unquote new spin that the Egyptians put on it. The feline thing could perhaps be one. I know that was before them, but they were really big on that. They definitely emphasized the whole feline, you know, everything is kind of cat-like-ish, along with the beetle. Like the beetle. Where else do you really see that? But Egypt is like taking the beetle so damn seriously. Like, they definitely put their unique twist on it regardless. In my opinion, that's one thing I'm finding. It's like when you compare some of the ancient religions or whatever of any time, you will see a lot of the similarities in sacred geometry and the flower of life, and you'll see a lot of the same symbols. But with Egypt, it's very unique. You can still see the similarities in there, but it's like they really did put their own little thing on it. Almost like, and perhaps they did, they knew something that all the rest were leaving out. Or you could simply say it's a different whatever from a different part of the heavens. And we're like, hey, don't forget about us. We got a style too. And that's all that is. That's a proper term there, old Robin. Scarab. You're definitely right. It's not a beetle. You're right. It's a scarab. That's an example of that. Yeah. Other than Egypt, I'm sure it's here and there. I wouldn't doubt it. But I'm saying, like, as far as the reference and the light Egypt held it in, that, to my knowledge, is kind of unique to Egypt. For whatever reason, and all, you know, religions have their certain flavor. Nothing wrong with that. But something about the scarab really got their attention. And they were proud of it or whatever. Now, that's a logical question. What is it that, you know, do you think that, what message do you think that was? The scarab means a lot to us because, why? Maybe the ability, because they are unique, as in being in the desert, which, you know, a lot of that Holy Land you speak of is desert-like, but Egypt is a little extra desert, if you know what I mean. It really is. It's a little more arid. So, yeah, maybe that had to be their way. It's like, this is what represents us. We can make it, and not only make it, but we can evolve and just do it way better than you with way less. We will go to a desert and set up in the middle of fucking nowhere because we know we're that damn good, and watch what we become. It could have been something like that. Just a symbol of them knowing that they could set up shop in a desert. Whether or not it was a desert then, who's to say? Because that's one thing your boy has ran across. It's in the workings of Randall Carlson. To say there's never been water around the pyramids and the Sphinx and a lot of the ancient sculptures in Egypt is a lie. Granted, it's on desert and it's arid. But there are clear signs, and that's when you go into the religious floods of the world. It's like, what, did you think Egypt was immune to it? It's like, and I'm assuming the timeline doesn't even disagree, that these pyramids would have been around during the times of the great floods, because you can clearly see they were. And it might, whatever flood it may have been, whatever, but something came across and flooded them some of them bitches at some point. Didn't destroy them, but they definitely showed signs of it. Yeah, I think that is a lot of it. Now, what do you think about, like, Do you think there really are too many secrets in Egypt? Because I know we admittedly found tombs. Like, we found what they intended. Like, preserved bodies of pharaohs. And you know there was other things back down there. And you do wonder. And your boy ain't got no teeth, by the way, man. I don't care. Yeah, what did they find? Because one of the great unanswered questions to this day is, how did they build the pyramids? Unless they inherited it, like, what the hell? It don't make no sense. So you would clearly, go to something like, what was it? A technology? Like what? And then next question, where is it? It's not like whatever they used to build the pyramids. They're like, we don't need this no more, and just dismantled it. No, they kept that son bitch around. Whatever, however, they did that. Hey, you know the secrets are in there somewhere. Even, the powers that be, they still admit it to this day. Whether or not they know or not, they ain't gonna tell you. They're just like, we don't know. We ain't got no logical explanation. Well, that's not how they put it, but they never give us a logical explanation because we can't do it today. There is no logical explanation out there unless you want to get a little, out there. But as far as trying to make sense of it, good luck. We couldn't even do it today if we wanted to. So I totally agree with you. And that's ultimately what we could all say it is, and just all of humanity has always been. Making sure the sacred knowledge of whatever came before you is in the right hands, if you know what I mean. And make sure you find ways to only let what you want to let get out, suppress certain parts of it, yada yada yada. That's where I've got regarding what you just said. You just want to know what secrets they had and draw my own conclusion. That immediately brought me to my, it's titled Holy Grail part. And I'll ask your opinion on this. It seems like a lot of people agree with it, and I've just recently been talking about it. What do you think the Holy Grail is? Because I kind of believe it's what you said. Ooh, it's like the Holy Grail. You'll find it when you know it because it's your own personal conclusion. Like, that is literally the Holy Grail. We all think it's this one object that everybody has to find, but no, what if it's like a metaphor, a philosopher's stone, as my boy Spirit Oyster said? And I kind of believe what that is. Like the Percival legendary, and look at the name Percival, pierced through the veil. Like Percival is the one trying to pierce through the veil and find the Holy Grail. Poet didn't know it. But, and it's throughout many religions, this quest for the Holy Grail. I believe it's a trick. It's just that. The Holy Grail is the quest itself sort of thing. That when you find it, you'll find your own answer. Is that not the Holy Grail? Who cares what anybody else thinks? As long as you find your answer to life. To you, it's the Holy Grail. I view it as something like that. It's sacred knowledge that's hidden from the masses. Exactly. And I think it's the ultimate truth of just the ultimate truth. It's like spirituality in a nutshell. We all know ourselves to be a God being. Just how do we go about being and expressing that? And it's like when you perfect it, you could say, when you truly understand it and find it in the moment, you have found the Holy Grail. Because the story that's related to the Holy Grail, or whatever, how it's depicted, it's like humans or whomever. When you find this Holy Grail, it will do what? It will heal the earth. It will heal the sick. It will feed the hungry. It will make everything okay. And heaven on earth will be ushered in thanks to this Holy Grail. And it's like, wouldn't that be what it is? Like if every human on this earth found their own spiritual Holy Grail and was like, holy shit, it does feel good to love or whatever. When you reactivated that Buddha, Christ-like, pureness, divinity, if every human found it and went forth the next day, the earth would begin to heal. The hungry would begin to have people bringing them food and caring and looking out for them. And if you let that mentality go, the world would heal itself. You have found the Holy Grail. It's called giving a shit again. I believe that's sort of what it is. We said like a philosopher's stone. And you could say, yes, sacred knowledge. It's like it's as complex yet as simple as you want it to be. It is sacred knowledge. You could put it as simple as be a good person, and you're not lying. That's the Holy Grail. Or you could go, well, how does it work? Well, there's this thing called sacred geometry. There's this thing called infinity. There's this thing called light and dark, and you can open up the Pandora's box. You're talking about the same thing. It's as simple. That's how you know it's all inclusive. It's literally everything. Because within it, it gives you the option to make it as simple or as complex as you wish. And both will make sense to you. You go, yep, that's the Holy Grail. That's indeed it. From a 2-word sentence, be kind, to a 12-hour stream of Wikipedia and whatever. It's like, yeah, that's definitely what it is. Because I love philosophy too. Yeah, and you might, I think you're a lot like me. I always said return to nature. I haven't introduced it on this stream, but I am a nature dude. I've got thousands of pictures. I live in Pennsylvania. I go out to the mountain all the time. This is completely the opposite of what I'm talking about, but that really is me, and that warm weather's creeping up, dude. And I say this to everybody because it leaves you with that feeling. I know that connection to nature is better than a drug. Like it's such a high. Like when I spend all day in nature and come back with the good burn and just, you've been out there all day connecting with the animals and bare feet on the ground. My 44-year-old ass, without fail, 100% of the time, by the time I come down to the bottom of that mountain at the end of the day, I feel like I'm 21 again. Every damn time, man. And even if I don't go back for a few days, I am just in a noticeably better mood. Everybody comments on it. You went up to the mountain again, didn't you? Yeah. And then they can see when I don't, I become a little bit more of a dick. There is something truly deep and sacred about that. It don't even make sense to me how it works. I just know it when I feel it. Like the moments when you might be chirping with a bird or just some moment so beautiful hits you, you damn near get choked up, and that goes on like all day long. It's like a very spiritual experience. Because I've been lucky enough to find my middle of nowhere place where I can literally strip butt naked, walk around, beautiful view. Yeah, and it does seem like I'll go on it. Yeah, the Ace of Cups. Let's just bring that up. I'd have to go to the old mage tree, but I don't know if you know anything about tarot. I know very little about tarot, but now that I'm trying to get into piecing together the puzzles and all that, and yeah, I'm realizing tarot is not a bad outlet if you want to expand your perspective on just exactly how it all works. But the old Ace of Cups is a very renowned card in tarot. And yeah, I believe is appropriate to bring up now because of what it looks like and yada yada yada. Maybe that is too far out. Yeah, because it kind of goes hand in. It brings up the sacred thing we all know. Yeah, I don't know. But this is the Ace of Cups. And it's been debated on, obviously, like, what do you think it means? It's notably powerful. Oh, that might not even be. Yeah, I just got to go back to that. Which is, no, it was Chrome. You're right. All right, it's this. Let's just make it easy. Bam. I want to learn tarot. Me too, my man. I do. And I never knew that until recently. That's where this rabbit hole I've been on recently is taking me. I'm like, Rob, you really have to start properly. Not that I have to, but yeah. It's cards like this that fascinate me. Because it's based in something. There's a lot of truth in here. What that message is. That's why philosophy is the great word. Some of the things that I've heard offered, like regarding this, is what is that? It looks like an upside down M, correct? And you wouldn't really say it's a W. You say it's probably an upside down M. And just going with that, well, what could that possibly represent? Unless M, which it does, it represents, ancient numerology. It has numerical values. But I like playing with, and in this moment, the Mary part. Could that be the Virgin Mary? Could this be the story of the Virgin Mary? Mary was indeed injected with a seed from above, a seed of pure love. That's why it's being delivered by a dove. And some have argued that's circular because it represents the notorious wafer and the wafer relation of the Last Supper, which also included what? A chalice. So they're saying it's relation, that it's telling you this is the birth of Jesus, you could say. That I know it's interpreted different ways, but you know, the mother feminine, the divine feminine, you could even say this is a representation of Gaia. That Gaia, the mother earth, was being infused with something. That's the birth of humanity. But whatever, I believe that it's somewhere along them lines. It appears like the dove, which is known to be the representation of love, is delivering a seed with, you could say a cross, or you could just say sacred geometry, a perfectly symmetrical whatever. Could be a wafer, could be the sun, whatever. But it's inserting its seed into Mary, into the chalice, into the Holy Grail, you could say, which is often represented by a chalice. And I like there is an element of fate to it too. There we go. We'll throw that in there for a second. I think you are correct on that. I appreciate that because it's not my own. Randall Carlson, you probably already know about him. I admit I'm paraphrasing and putting my touches on it, but it's pretty much what I got from him recently, because we do differ slightly in what it means, because he's an admitted very good 33-degree Freemason. So of course he's going to have natural inclinations. But yeah, so I'm thinking that's what that is. Now here's another thing that he threw in there that he said is apparently, or not, it's common in, you know, pictures like this, that when you see 5, like the 5 streams that are coming out, it's like, what do you think that represents? Which is a fair and honest question. What do you think that represents? He believes it represents the 5 human senses, and that's often common. That if you see like 5 stars or 5 streams or 5 of something, it could be the 5 human senses. So I don't know whether, yeah, but that was interesting. I'm like, okay, because there's 3 streams coming out here to the right, there's 2 to the left, there are 5. And then you say, what are these? Are these drops of rain, you know, evaporation? His theory was, if you look at ancient Hebrew, it's some Hebrew symbol that's basically the S in English. It's how you make a word plural. It's like, that's how we make it plural here in many examples in English. When you don't have the S, you know you're only talking about one, a house. But when you put the S on it, houses, you now know, oh, he's talking about more than one house. To do that in English, you put an S on it. To do that in Hebrew, you put this symbol. And he's suggesting that's what this is. And again, because he was saying that, and he could be right. Are they really raindrops? This is a tarot card. And, you know, it's an AI, but it's a pretty accurate direct duplication of it. Right, that's the only 5 I know too. Yeah, exactly. Well, unless you count, yeah, the innate ones like intuition and things like that, which could you argue is like, yeah, intuition is a human sense. I would argue that. But yeah, it's not part of the, you know, touch, taste, smell, sound. It's not part of them. So that's another reason you could perhaps dismiss it, because maybe, you know, divinity, yeah, they simply don't view the 5 humans. So that's what we limited it at, you know, the physical ones. Maybe that is just it. Yeah, it's a representation of your 5 physical senses, not like intuition and things like that are not physical, but they're still a trait of humanity. So yeah, so that is a good question. What do they represent? Because they don't necessarily look like raindrops. They could be, or they could just be for artistic purposes. You highly doubt it. You would think in a design such as tarot, everything has meaning, because in sacred geometry, that's basically one of the rules. You do not do anything without meaning. The art is within the work and vice versa. You are supposed to put conscious thought behind everything. There should be an intention to everything. As in everything. As in no screw is without an intention. So, yeah. And then they argue, what's the hand? And that's when you go into the air thing. Because even this is telling you the hand of God, the supreme being, is coming from the air. Now, you could argue, why isn't it coming from the sky? It might complicate the picture. This is just a better way to tell the angle, or to tell the picture, to tell the story. But yeah, it appears as if the hand of God or man, because I believe what the message in that is, what this main message is, it's kind of like the Christ message, the Buddha message, that it's telling you that that is indeed the hand of God. It's coming from the sky. That's what man would call God. But what is it? It's a hand that looks just like yours. It's a unique way of saying, God, you're no different from God. Quit looking at, you are God. You are a God. Like this God you picture in your head, it's technically you. That's the paradox. Is that the God version of it? Yes. It's what, New Age people or whatever, new science people call our higher soul. It's a higher version of you, yes, that would appear God-like if it ever entered your 5D dimension. But it's reminding you that this all-powerful being of the universe is you and vice versa. We're just living in a hall of mirrors here, a holographic reality, that the one is a part of the whole, which is also the whole, and vice versa, yada, yada, yada. So I could see it kind of being a reminder of that. Again, just philosophizing here. That's going to bring up just chatting for a second. Now I want to study all the cards. Me too, brother. Like the Fool's a fascinating one. I saved some pictures of it. I don't know how long I'll be going here, streaming, because I'm fascinated by this, man. I think in every religion, the supreme deity is the sky god. That is what I've been getting at. Randall Carlson has kind of got into it. But yeah, I'll go back to browsing where I can just, comment on that. No, you're not lying. I've said the exact same thing. Because when you think about it, they could have said the gods came from anywhere. They really could have. A commonality in all of religions could say, well, where did these supreme beings come from? They rose from the water. They came out of the rocks. They rose from the earth. Out of all the elements, you're not lying. They say the gods ascended from the what? From the heavens, from above, from the air, from the sky. That is a common theme. They even could have said fire. I mean, we're talking about gods here. It's not like it wouldn't have made sense. Because they even say Ragnaros and things like those. The god that was birthed from the fire. We're like, yeah, I get it. They could have said they all were. Because that's exactly what they're saying about the sky. And then it goes to the natural question. Okay, fair enough. What's so special about the sky? That's a damn good question, isn't it? What is so special about the sky? From Hinduism to Christianity to the ancient religions, why do they all say God, like in this tarot picture here, God comes from the sky? And that's what I've been getting at recently, is I believe that's the reason for the eagle. I can't say so much the falcon. Because when you see a bull, we see bulls a lot. That's an astrological sign. When you see, crab, lion, but is lion? Yeah, lion is Leo. So lion's there, but there are no birds in the astrological chart, which I have on my computer. We've been bringing her up. Yeah, I have it handy right here. Let me go to OBS. Main is on this. So yeah, this one that I just downloaded recently, the astrological chart. Now, of course, this gives you the months, but yeah, I forget what the actual errors are. Those are the ones I find interesting. The ones that last roughly, 2,200 years. But yeah, you can see the ram, you can see, the cow, the bull. Gemini is, two brothers. Cancer, that's your boy. Is the crab. Leo's the lion. Virgo is what? The maiden holding like a broom. Libra's a scale. Scorpio's a scorpion. Sagittarius is a minotaur, whatever. Horse body with a human torso shooting a bow. Then you have the ram. Aquarius, the man carrying the jug of water. Pisces, the fish. And we're back to Aries. Yeah, I guess Aries is similar to Capricorn. Aries is a clear ram, but when you look at Capricorn here to the right, it's a combination of what would be Pisces and Aries. It's got a fish tail, ram horns, and hooves, which would also be associated with a ram, but then again, Taurus has hooves too. So who knows, man? Yeah, because your boy is new to all this. I'm like, I got to start paying attention to this, man. What in the hell? Because then, of course, they have the numbers and the symbols. I don't even pay attention to the symbols. But apparently some are alpha energies. Apparently the symbols rotate between these. The circle with the cross on the bottom, and then the circle with the arrow. And the arrows seem to always be pointing in the same angle. Then you have these weird fucking symbols here. I don't know what the hell they mean, but you know they mean something. You know they mean something. The only thing I will say, throwing in all this in here, I'll check chat real quick. So I'm a Scorpio and your mom is a Cancer. Okay, I'm June 28th. So yeah, I'm Cancer. I don't know. And it's, yeah, you see me. Yeah, I am very, lovey. I exhibit a lot of the Cancer traits. Maybe it's being redhead or whatever, but I have that natural fiery Cancer part. It's like almost anger management. It's like I don't tend to get mad a lot, but when it's time to get fucking mad, okay, let's do it. I hate doing it. I try to avoid it, but if I got to do it, oh, damn it, I'm doing it. There's little in between. I try to stay positive all the time, and I'm pretty good at it. But when it's time to get pissed, let's just nip this in the bud right now. That's how your boy is. But yeah, so fuck yeah, I don't know where. Yeah, with the picture. Yeah, because I like to relate the things to astrology. So that's what we were getting at. So you notice the lack of a bird in any of this. But yet we see the representation all the time. And I believe it's what we were talking about here. The belief you shared is that, yes, that's what that is. The whole eagle thing and why we see it so much, it's the same thing as this tarot card. It's just another way of saying, yeah, that God or whatever comes from the sky. So yeah, then of course, what I'm getting from this one to pretty much wrap this one all up and move on, unless you got something else to say, is it's sort of related to the Holy Grail. Because again, that's a chalice. So it's sort of related to the Holy Grail. It's like when you find that Christ-like mentality that was given to us thanks to pure love injecting a seed into the Virgin. The Holy Grail is, yeah, again, when you find it, look what it's doing. When you rain your love down upon the earth, once you find this quote-unquote Holy Grail, once you find it, that's all you're going to do anyway. That's the point of the Holy Grail. Once you find the Holy Grail, you're naturally going to go forth doing nothing but raining your love on the earth. And when you do that, yeah, I think that's a lot of what this card encompasses too. That if you rain your love above the world, your God-given birth, nothing but love, whatever, the Christ-like Buddha consciousness, by the time it hits, you'll end up living in paradise. Now, you could throw in the lily thing there. And I think old Randall Carlson did. Because lilies are important. I believe it was the paganism part. When I ran across this, when I went to that number one god, Perun, Perun, in its description on the opening line was how it was associated with the lily. So that's probably a hint towards whatever the fuck that is too. Because you get, other depictions of it, but that's the one from the official whatever deck. But they're all the same. Not the same. But there's another example. Because the example I gave you was the one that Jordan Carlson referenced, or Randall Carlson referenced. And you see it being like the predominant one here. When you look up Ace of Cups, this is the version. So anyway, that was the Ace of Cups, which naturally is a high card. There's our Tiamat one there. We've been to the bottom of it. Well, we're trying to get there at least. We are trying to get there. We'll leave that one up. That's as far as we've gotten. But yeah, it's also fascinating Yeah, connecting the other dots, because we could indeed go on to tarot. Because let me glance at some of the images, which would be quick. I'll bring this one up. Let me go on and just move all these to a directory. That way that are not cycling through the BS. So that way I can do a cycle here. And just show you some of the images I found interesting last night. Let's go to new folder. And just put them all in a new folder here. And now we can properly just cycle through this bullshit. Oh, dad ass. Yeah, that was the show we just saved. I put dad ass there on. No, actually, let me bring up the icons. I just don't want to start going through any of them. The interesting ones are some of the shit. This is regarding, sacred geometry. But a well-renowned cathedral. I'll try to find one with a name. I am going to end up doing. So this is, I typed Argos and Athena. Not necessarily saying there's anything here. But there's the old flower of life. There's a bird in the background. But just some of what these ancient paintings and shit might have been telling us. There's the sea thing. They're crafting a boat for some reason. This was, King Arthur, who is notorious. Here's one of the pictures from him. And again, I was just looking for the symbolism. And you see the iron crosses. You see the flower. You see them trampling over a body of his own soldier. A dead black horse being trampled. You could say, whatever. That appears to be a black horse in the background. Now, the part that I grabbed from this, one of the things, okay, who's their enemy? Here's their enemy down here. And the only real thing, oh my God, y'all can't even see that. Because it's, there we go. This image. Let me go back to the images I was showing. This one. Here's the unimportant one of Athena and Argos. They're not unimportant, but the only thing is this flower on the shield, the bird, yada, yada, yada. Sculpting that. King Arthur, there's the Iron Cross. There's the flower again. And down here, the only thing I can see from the enemy is a wreath on that spear. So that was the enemy of King Arthur. This was Camelot, because that's an old one. Like, you would think Camelot is really old, but they're saying, now this is a painting of what Camelot looked like. It would have been, a kingdom on a mountain, that they built the kingdom within the mountain. This is another painting from supposedly the Camelot era. Again, the Iron Cross, which suggests Knights Templar. They seem to be very prevalent. Have a lot of history. And there's the lions. So just, these are just random stuff. This was apparently when, Jesus was, this was from the video. That's where you can tell it's a YouTube screenshot. I couldn't find a picture of it. So I just took a screenshot. There's the chat. Aces, it makes sense that Mary is the Ace of Cups. It definitely does. We should stick to the original tarot deck. That's what I'm hoping to find in this. I might specifically look for it. It's like some of the, or maybe I didn't download some tarot cards. But do I have any tarot images? But this is one image I know that struck me last night. Just how the artist during this, ancient painting of the birth or the death of Christ, he made sure to put the, despair in people's faces. And again, you have the wings, whatever's up there. Yeah, let's look up. There's Mount Olympus. Here's the thing. Yeah, this is something I noticed last night. Doesn't it appear to you that something happened here? This is Mount Olympus. And I don't know what the history of Mount Olympus is. Is that a volcano? Is that a volcanic explosion? Because when you look at some of the, what people assume, the monument, because that's where Zeus and all them lived. This is Greek mythology here. They lived on Mount Olympus. Well, here's what it looks like today. This is where Zeus and all them used to live. The next logical question is, what in the fuck happened, dude? Is that really Mount Olympus? I never saw it. Let's, once again, now I'll switch to browser real quick. And then we'll go back to that. Yeah, let's, once again, oh my God. Now, I'll switch to browser real quick. What is that? And then we'll go back to that. Yeah, let's, once again, oh my God. Now, I'll switch to browser real quick. Yeah, okay. For some reason, my Kick dashboard that I had open in the background. Okay, so which one can you all see? You can see this. So what was the question again? Mount Olympus. Yeah, I'll go on and answer that question because that's a good one. If I look, Mount Olympus, those are indeed the pictures. And I'm pretty sure, yeah. See, those are the ones that I saved. It's pretty good. But this is indeed Mount Olympus, which is where Zeus and all them used to live. Oh, this was on the rabbit hole your boy was on last night. That's what I mean. So now let's go back to Maine and bring that picture up again because I downloaded some good ones or whatever. The two I was interested in. That's Sacred Geometry, which is beautiful. But yeah, like what the fuck happened? Maybe we could look it up now. Is there an explanation for this? Because to me, it looks like something happened. Now, we could get very deep into it. Yeah, it's like, were they punished by the gods that came in the form of an asteroid? Because I don't think floodwaters are any sort of consideration for this. There's no way a flood could have did that to a mountain. Maybe we could look at, like, bigger pictures of the terrain. Let's do that. Let's go back to browsing. What the fuck happened to, it does look weird. Thank you. That's why I decided to save that. Because, of course, I'm looking at Mount Olympus. I'm just on the religion thing. I'm like, I wonder if there are signs of, Zeus monuments or whatever. I wonder what old Mount Olympus looks like today. And then I'm like, what the fuck? Who removed it? And, like, rapidly and suddenly, and why? That's some shit I started going down. Is that, like, was that an asteroid? Or, like, what technology was around? Like, so, yeah, let's do that again. But let's do the Google you. Because where is Mount Olympus at? Open in maps. Because hopefully this is not some United States tourist shit, which I got a feeling it is. Yeah, I'm being given some. So it's in Greece. Because it's Greek mythology. So it's in Greece. Where the fuck would it be? You wouldn't think it'd be hard to find. Should be a big ass thing going Mount Olympus here. Maybe I'm going to have to type it in then. Mount Olympus, Greece. You would think, yeah. What the fuck, dude? Why isn't there a big old thing? So hopefully this version of maps. Yep, this is it. So from the aerial maps point, so the divot that we're looking at, we could likely assume is to the north. Let me bring back up the main. Might just keep this for a while so I can cycle between browser and picture and you can see both. Because this is what we're looking for. Is whatever side that is. That major divot. Yeah, that. I might have to check a couple other pictures to reference it. But I'm assuming that's the northern side. That's this side. Is there a way you can 3D it? No, it's not. Okay, you're right. All right, I was wrong. It does appear to be, even though this looks slightly different from the picture I'm looking at, of just a kind of jagged, thin top. So let's go back to this one. It doesn't look as jagged. Because that's definitely the drop-off. That is the drop-off. But regardless, that looks like another one there. Alright, let's just stop here. So it looks like Mount Olympus took a big freaking hit of something here. And it took a massive hit of something there. Pretty much everywhere. Okay, so let's zoom out. Do you think floods? I guess they could have. Do you think it appears to be? Does it not. Because you got mountains here, you got mountains here. So if any big amount of water came in, it would clearly be channeled between these mountain ranges and come through here, and Mount Olympus would be right in the damn path of it. Because you can see it's kind of in a pit. I'm assuming these are, like, it's a peak itself. But these are definitely mountains. So these are definitely mountains. Check a chat real quick. Hey, yeah, y'all can see it now. So there we go. Yeah, so while I'm on just browser, I will do that. Make it a little bigger. Because, yeah, I'm not seeing where else, unless you argue, and I'm assuming it's plausible, that's a hell of a drop-off. So if you got a bunch of water from here, it's going to, this ain't shit, it's gonna, if it's, you know, biblical type floods, whatever, if it's a fucking 200-300 wall of water, 400-500, this ain't nothing, it's going over this. And it would naturally just boom right down into Mount Olympus, and it would be fucked. That seems like the most, it has to be. Where else? That shit ain't gonna do nothing to it. No. If it was water, then, so let's look at this, because you would assume, because it makes total sense. When you look at the color of the land, like what happens when that sort of thing happens, when a massive wave comes in? What's on the very bottom of it? Sand. It leaves behind big sand deposits. It looks like to me that's exactly what happened. I'm not saying that's the reason for Mount Everest. I'm not giving a timeline. But you can see how extra white from all of the deposits that were left behind, which from what me appears like it. Just look at the terrain. It would be seawater that came in through here, poured down this mountain range here. By now it's already dissipated. Was generally the end of it. Some of it might have trickled over. But what the deposits would have been dumped there. Of all the whatever. Yeah, it's a pit. Could have been flooding. Yeah, that's the one I'm entertaining now. Because I still want to say asteroid. But it's clear. Because that's not saying that's what took it out. But it's clear this place has experienced some floods. I mean, naturally. The only other question would be, did it flow over? It looks like here would have been an alternative exit route once it started slowing down. And you can kind of see proof of that. As in these divots here. You can see sand or whatever. They're discolored. No, that's farming. Looks like farming. All right, we're way off. But maybe that would explain it too. That's land really fertile. So good. They're eating good out there in Greece. Hell yeah. These people ain't so much, man. What the hell you growing? That shit, these people doing way better than you. Okay, so that's interesting. Because the only other thing I can really think of, it does seem plausible that to explain that what the fuck happened to Mount Everest thing here, I'll go back to the main. That might be it, but then again, that's a pretty clean cut. That was just a really, yeah, this is Mount Olympus too. I just ran across a, you know, take it for what you will, recent photo of just us farting around space, and we happened to get a picture of Mount Olympus, and I thought that looked pretty cool. Because you could definitely see farmland that goes into bigger mountains, and this is Mount Olympus, like right here. The extra high, I believe. No, would it be up here? I don't know the fuck we're looking at. So I just thought it was cool. But yeah, man. So yeah, because all right, because yeah, that's where Zeus and them, all them stayed. So what happened to it? Is there any? Who knows? Like, do we really want to look into Greek mythology and see what the fall of Zeus was? I doubt it's going to be anything like that in there. But I thought that was pretty cool. So yeah, maybe we can get to the tarot thing. Here's another random one. Yeah, the whole, you know, born from, taken from Adam's rib. Like in some of these cathedrals, there are plenty of examples of that. There's, you know, female coming out of the rib of a male. That one, they're opening his rib. You know, and they even say that Jesus got poked in the side. Old Lancelot and the tales of Lancelot fell on his sword and got poked in his side, and that wound never healed. So this is all just sacred geometry. I thought was pretty cool. This is like a snazzed up version, but I like the simplistic ones. That's the only reason I downloaded them. Stained glass in like a well-renowned cathedral. I forget the one. I didn't really get much from this, other than that does appear to be a tree. It circles, helix. Looks like Mary in the middle, which would be like Christ or whatever. Like a Virgin Mary holding a baby is the centerpiece at the top of the tree. Then it goes hand in hand with the Venus thing, I guess. As in, this is an actual place of worship. It's not one of them Illuminati fucking things. Alrighty. So yeah, man. I think there's another cool one, Mount Olympus. I don't think it's doctored. Get a little shot of space in the background. Okay, let's look up something there. Yeah, as far as tarot cards, might as well go straight to the good one. Well, the Ace of Cups was pretty good. What are these biblical floods about, and why do they happen? That's the other fascinating question. That's a very good one. Because I'm open to many explanations. Like if you said it was like punishment from the divine, I'd be open to that. And if you said it was an asteroid, I'd be like, I'm open to that. But if I had to say, I would have to go with asteroids. I would have to go with asteroids. Because, yeah, let's show you some images. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why here's one reason why. I've touched upon this show thanks to Randall Carlson. Like Randall Carlson said, we don't realize how bad this asteroid problem is. It's thanks to a thing called technology. 50 years ago, other than, the Arizona crater, other than a handful of craters, we really didn't know about that many obvious signs of asteroidal impact on this planet. Like the agreed upon science like 80 years ago was, yeah, there's about 50 of them. Now that we've, technology's a thing, we can record now with our camcorders, exchange information on the AOL and the old school internet. That number has been growing consistently, hand in hand with the evolution of technology. The better our technology gets, the more of these asteroid impacts we're finding. And now we're at the point we can look beneath the surface, and it's opening up a whole new thing. When what's on the bottom of the ocean, what's in the, the tectonic plates of these scars we're now finding out are everywhere. And then like he throws in there, here's a first time chatter. What would you do if you were omnipotent? Probably nothing different, because we all are omnipotent. That's first time Twitch chatter, if they're even still in here. Fuck, that name is dark. Hunjagar 18. I don't know, but maybe we'll get across that. Omnipotent. But what the fuck was I saying? I don't even know. Because I noticed I got a chatter. That shit don't happen a lot to you, boy. I got my man here in Kick Robin Goodfellow hanging out. Yeah, you were asking about the floods. So that's what I was getting at. I'm glad I reread that. Is that, yeah, we know by looking at the moon, like we know how often it happens. We can look at Mars and go, damn, they get hit by a lot of comets. But we've never really applied that to ourselves. But as our technology keeps evolving, we keep going, damn, we get hit by a lot of comets. We're like similarly scarred to the moon. Because just factor in, the floods. Because the moon doesn't have water on the surface. So one of the, who knows how many asteroids hit this Earth? Because what are one of the properties that are likely to happen when it happens? These biblical floods. As in, some of the evidence is going to be wiped out. Now, craters have to be pretty damn deep, whatever. But it's not like the moon has ever-shifting soil like we do. Like, depending on the moisture and the force of the water, we all know how much this Earth has changed. When you look at maps of Pangea, that's how much our soil, it's malleable. It can be shifted massively, and you'll lose all tracks. It's not like the moon. where pretty much once it hits, it stays. There's never going to be an event of breeze, water. It's a permanent scar in the surface. So even with a self-cleansing, malleable surface, where naturally some of these scars are going to literally disappear, many times perhaps by the floods they indeed cause, or they're going to eliminate their sisters next to them, even the ever-growing number of scars that we see are way worse. Like, we can't go just by what we're seeing. We have to assume that of all the ones we're not seeing that have been washed away, potentially, during these shifts of the land and the floods and everything else that's crazy. You could even say volcanic eruption, you know, because asteroid craters are pretty damn big, but have you ever seen what a volcano emits when it erupts? Dude, it would fill one of them suckers up in a heartbeat if it was in the proper location and all the variables were in play. Like, there are so many ways this realm, our Earth, has to eliminate all evidence of some rather catastrophic shit that went on. Like, just based on how malleable the Earth itself is and how it's in a constant state of flux and change and molding, and from the sea line to the ice, like, it's always doing something one way or the other. It never stops morphing, literally. It's just being the little specks on it and the scale that it's happening. We don't notice it. But if you could fast forward between Pangea now and some super, time frame, you'd see it. Exactly. You would see the sped up version. Now, there'd probably be outside impacts during that viewing of the timeline, but you would be able to watch our Earth, this living organism, mold right before your eyes. Is there any video of an asteroid? That's a good question. Yeah, you could say there's tons of them. As in, like, people catching, the ones that we catch. But as far as major impact, not so much. Because when you look at recorded human history, what do we, as in video cameras, what do we credit that to? And that's just in America. It really started in America around, the video recorder, 1950? It's not even 100-year-old technology. We've only had the ability to record it for roughly 75 years. I don't know. From the birth of camcorder, not television. Of the average citizen to be going out with their, grainy fucking VHS tapes. That's not that old of a technology. 2 generations? 3? So we really, according to human history, haven't had a lot of chances to record such things. But one of the things that Randall Carlson cites is we could maybe look it up now. Yeah, the most recent big notable is like some Siberian comet. I think it was 2013. It would be this one, Siberian comet explosion. The Tunguska event is the most, and you can see some of the pictures. Now, here's the story behind this. Let me bring up the pictures, and then let me go to the Wikipedia. So, just once again, give me a date. 1908. So this is, a little over 100 years ago, 116 years ago. The story of this, one of the most recent, holy shit, that was a big asteroid, things in recorded human history is the Tunguska thing. Now, here's what they're saying happened, and it's a fascinating thing to think about. It didn't actually hit. What happened was, let's just go to images now that we know what it is. They're saying this humongous asteroid actually did something worse than hitting. It imploded 5 miles above the atmosphere. Like, that crater, as you can see, it's flat. It's not dug in to the Earth. So what happened was this asteroid was very big. And luckily it was headed towards land. But as you can tell, it didn't impact the land. It finally gave in like 5 miles above and just went boom. But they look at this shit. Look at what it did without even hitting. These are fucking tough trees, and it just laid them all down. Just laid them all down like they were nothing. You all can look into it more, but this is, the Tunguska event, where it didn't hit, but it leveled the entire area. Now, luckily, we can look up where Tunguska is. Clearly, this happened up in Siberia, middle of nowhere, you could say. Thank God. Thank God. If that's what this is, because, I'm a conspiracy theorist. One thing that I don't know that's entertained is, who's to say it wasn't one of the first tests at, some crazy fucking weaponry? Who's the hell to say? But I was trying to look up the Tunguska. Where's it at? It's in Siberia. I don't want the event this time. I'm just trying to get like a Google Maps of the large area. Tunguska serial, Google Maps. Can you give me the actual fucking... Oh my God. Google Earth. Fine. Wow. Where are we going here? I'm just trying to find out where the fuck Tunguska is. Here we go. Where is it? Let's zoom way the fuck out. I'm assuming I gotta do like a hold down. I don't know. So what continent is this? Who the fuck knows? But anyway, this is all I guess I really care about. I guess there's really not no long-standing impacts. But let's check it out. Who knows? I'm not good at this. But that's an example. This is, I guess, as good as I'm finding. And that's now Randall Carlson. It is crazy. Like, to hear a scientist, he's not the only one, describe the amount of force, like what happened. Yeah, I think it was something like, if we took every nuclear bomb on the planet right now, it would be something like that. It's what went off right above, and it just fucking leveled everything. And I'm not sure, we could ask ChatGPT. Let me make sure I got the proper one up. Like, here we go. What's it called? Let's ask it if it had any, like, global impacts. Bam. Did the Tunguska event have major... And that have environmental impacts? Let's just leave it at that. Environmental impacts. Like, I don't think it kicked up a dust storm and we had like a brief I think it was just devastating. Oh my God. Oh, never mind. I'll scroll up. We're good. So it had significant environmental impacts. Let me make sure everybody, all right, we're all on the same page here. See, the explosion of a meteor 5 to 10 kilometers above the Earth's surface. It released an estimated 10 to 15 megatons of TNT worth of, equivalent to around 1,000 times the energy of Hiroshima. So it made Hiroshima look like a walk in the park. 1,000 times worse than that. And also, Randall Carlson threw in, and perhaps it's true, I never really knew about it, maybe it's common knowledge, but he said that the Hiroshima bomb was not, and all bombs like that, they don't actually hit the surface. They are designed for maximum damage to blow up roughly around 5 to 10 kilometers, because that's how you achieve maximum impact. That's how you disperse, your explosion power over a wider radius, and it still blew that out of the water. Did the same thing, you could say. So it flattened over 80 million trees, approximately 2,150 square kilometers of forest. So naturally, the death of countless animals. So here's what I was curious about. The airborne shit. It's believed that this caused, global reduction in temperature for several months. Some scientists suggest this might have contributed. You think? Dude, that took a brilliant scientist. Dude, you know that fucking insane asteroid? Yeah, that was... yeah, that is definitely why there was a cold summer of 1908. experienced in parts of the world. That part would be interesting, but I guess jet streams are a thing, and we're not talking about, impact level dust. So maybe that's totally explainable. So the sunsets might have been a little cooler. Because that's a known thing too. I've heard scientists explain that, yeah, if volcanoes erupt or something like that, or if there is a big, something can happen where northern lights, that are known to only be, North Pole, Alaskan sort of thing, like they become common when certain shit happens. I don't know behind that, but apparently this is one of the examples of that. That spectacular sunset and twilight effects around the world. I've heard that. Except put as like northern lights. You see more of that when there's been sometimes a big Earth thing such as a massive asteroid. Reports of strange sunsets. So yeah, just a bunch of shit was put in the air. No doubt. Animals had to run, relocate. So if you were a hunter-gatherer in that area, you were fucked. So it's not quite as bad as a major volcanic eruption. So yeah, man. By the 1970s, yeah, it didn't take long either. You gotta admit that. That's the beauty of Mother Nature. Was once again, yeah, as you saw from the pictures, it's 100% back. That's the beauty of Mother Nature. Even when she just wipes herself out, within 2 human generations, it's like it never even happened. It's so impressive the way this earth can heal itself. That's why it's so hard to do homework on it. Yeah, because when you look, like, you better know what to look for and where to look when you look for scars on this earth, because of the way it replenishes itself so quickly. I mean, look at it. That's the only thing you could tell, and maybe that was left on purpose, or maybe that is just natural. That, whenever this picture was taken. But yeah, where were we with all of this? I kind of think they were testing weapons out there rather than an asteroid. That's what I'm not against that. Because again, we don't have any other, way to contradict it. The camcorder wasn't. We're just basically, in agreement that, holy shit, what was that? Because you would assume up there in Siberia, going with this conspiracy philosophy, it is indeed one, that if you're going to test weapons like that, it's notorious that where are you going to do it? If not in the open seas, your next best bet is in either far north or far south in the poles. Ain't going to be nobody around. You can do your thing. That has naturally been assumed that that's what they do. Maybe that is an explanation for some of the floods in human history, because you're naturally up there, if you're foolish enough to do this, and humans are, you're experimenting with weapons near ice. So let's say you have an unintended side effect. It releases a fuck ton of heat that you didn't even think was possible with this new experimental weapon of yours. Yeah, you end up evaporating a whole bunch of ice. Maybe that's a cause for some of the floods, man. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? That really could be it. Some of the floods. But you will say this, or, it does appear in a lot of the stories about these floods that there is a little bit of warning, you could say. Like the story of Noah is notorious for that. The whole story of Noah is interwoven with somehow this dude knew. And nobody believed him. He's like, I'm telling you, man, we got a flood coming. And everybody was like, you're crazy. Like, that's all interwoven within there, implying that, how did he know? They say he talked to God, and you can get into picking that apart. Like, how did he know? Because the agreed upon, like Randall Carlson broke it down, because he's a geologist, and he can kind of do what I just did here. Yeah, when you do what I just did here, go to Google and just look at the lay of the land around the Holy Land, Jerusalem. Yeah, because you can pretty much see, and we will do it here, that there's no doubt that in that area, you can tell they got nailed. Like, there's reason to believe the Noah story. The flood is, dude, Gilgamesh too. That's one I purposely bookmarked. Alright, it's not going to show up. Yes, I ran across Gilgamesh, don't know nothing about it, but bookmarked it because, number one, it's old, it's related to the beginning of the beginning But so yeah, what part was that? Let's just see Google Maps. Let's just go to Google Maps. And I'll try to, damn it, maps. Come on. Just go to that part of the world. And this is totally me mimicking Randall Carlson. This is what he did. According to his research, because he was asked by somebody. Somebody asked him, they said, where do you think the Noah flood happened? And he admitted, he said, that's a great question. I'll give you the couple-minute version of his hypothesis. Because Madagascar is also known for something. And if you just look at it, you could say naturally cause and effect. Yeah, it's water scarred like hell. It's seen some shit. Hold Madagascar. But his hypothesis is that something hit right around here. Something hit right around here. Now, how would that cause the flood up here? When you look at the layout of this land, you can kind of picture it. It's a funnel. It's a V. So picture, let me make sure we're on here. We are. Picture a massive wall of water coming from this way, coming from the south up north, thanks to a big impact. I believe there's a crater. You'd have to look into it, but he believes around here. So it's going to come up this way, and then it's going to hit this V. So out of nowhere, here you got an X amount wall of water that by the time it reaches here, it's now compressed. So this means it's higher, it's a little quicker. Like, it's not really losing momentum. It's being compressed and therefore gaining it. So just because it hit back here, it's perfectly fine up here because it's being funneled by the natural landscape. So what would happen? You'd have signs of it slowly going over here, because you're naturally going to have, huge impacts here. But then he goes, look at this, here you go, of something that washed over and then washed down. Now, he admits this. Dude, you're looking at a desert. We all know sand dunes. And he's like, yeah, fair enough. How do you think a sand dune gets there? It's a reflection of the surface it's laying on, is it not? Like, it's just fucking sand, dude. It's a fine dust. It just gets blown by the wind. It's a map of what's laying underneath it. He says, so what's laying underneath it is clearly evidence of massive amounts of water coming over and then slowly receding. Because like he said, with any tidal wave, you know how it works. When any massive tsunami, it's not one. You have a major one, and then they slowly recede over X amount of time. You keep getting hit with wave, and he's saying that's what this showed. That this shows that's where it came from, that it could have went over there. And then so imagine going again with the funneling thing. We have huge mountain range here. So it's going to continue to kind of get suppressed. Long story short, this is where they're saying the whole Noah thing happened, was right here. Or this is where he's saying it's happened. Because you can't deny, generally, this is the Holy Land, Mesopotamia and all that. He's saying the whole Noah thing happened somewhere around here. Where did he build his boat? Where did it happen? He boarded people and everything right here. The Persian Gulf. That's his opinion, and he admits that it's opinion. But then I was like, okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's where he suggests the evidence is pointing to. That's what Noah's flood was. But here's the thing. I love that comment, because I'm kind of with you on that one. Hey, we got a comment. What's up, Jay Jennifer, first time chatter in Twitch. We are sitting here trying to get to the bottom of the Holy Grail, going all over the place. We're discussing Noah's flood right now, and just generally asteroidal impacts. Are they the cause of all these floods that are through every culture? And I'm kind of with you here, because that was, going back to my man Robin Goodfellow here, but pleasure to have you here, Jay Jennifer. You can't imagine a flood like that, and I doubt it too. First time I see you, it's a pleasure to have you. I normally just do this. It's a combination between a little bit of cussing, some fart jokes, weed from time to time, and then hopefully some meaningful stuff like this. It's because here's why I also, Robin, question the hell out of that. Because that's not really what the Noah flood, the Noah story says, does it? The Noah story says it was caused by 40 days and 40 nights of rain, which is also asteroidal related. Like, maybe he did throw in that it's part of it and I'm just forgetting about it now. But that's also an asteroidal impact of it. When asteroids hit in the water, that amount of heat that is enough pressure to create diamonds instantly evaporates water that gets released into the atmosphere. And that's a frequent side effect of asteroidal impacts in large bodies of water. That the amount of unfathomable, instantaneous, millions upon millions gallons, metric gallons, whatever it is, of water that gets instantly vaporized, therefore into the atmosphere, often yields things like 40 days and 40 nights of rain. Because you just think of a basically layer of ocean that's now been ejected, and it's got to come back down, and it does, and it takes about 2 months for it to do that. Like that. And when you mean rain, he makes sure to throw this in there too. Do I drink tea? No, but I sip the shit out of some coffee, Jay Jennifer. I sip the hell out of coffee to a fault. I can go through a pot in a day. So that's why, yeah, I kind of disagree with his asteroidal impact theory in that way. Now, I'm not saying what he described doesn't appear like it did happen at some point on this earth, but I'm not going to relate that one to the Noah thing either, no, because of the 40 days and 40 nights thing. I think he's close, where somehow Noah knew that an asteroid just hit, but I guess in that point, he would have to know what was coming, if that's what caused it. Because it seems like that would be a logical explanation of the 40 days and 40 nights of rain, because they say that's what would happen. It's like, no, we're talking biblical rain here, people. And even Carlson tried to explain it. Like, he gave a reference to one of the recent, like, floods on this earth, like, where rain just happens a lot. Like, oh, it was so bad in India this time. And you see monsoon, like, rains. He makes the point, he's like, dude, these asteroidal rains make that look like a walk in the park. I don't care what version of, oh my God, this rain was so bad, that you can find on this current recorded timeline. It's nothing compared to this biblical rain. And like, you're talking rain that's hard to fathom. Just the storm of all. It is fucking dumping, people. It's like a biblical rain. It's nothing like we typically imagine. Like, it's an ocean falling from the sky because of the amount of water that was vaporized, blah, 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 blah. So that's where I, tend to go, okay, it's probably asteroidal, but I don't think it was that either. Not the way he described it. But then we get into, I don't know where to go next from here. It is a cool theory. But the theory, and you go with the asteroid thing, and we'll just go on and, I guess, kind of wrap it up generally. Not wrap it up, but bring all this together. We've covered so much ground here. It does appear that all signs are suggesting that this Earth does go through frequent hiccups, floods, major changes in landscape. Like, things are wiped out all the time. Like, change is so constant. It happens far more often than we've been told. I believe in that, because, it seems to happen, because we all know, thanks to astrology, that the Earth does revolve in cycles, and that throughout history, you could piece together, and you could use coincidence as much as you want, when we going from one age to another, whether it's, Pisces to Aquarius, Taurus to whatever, Leo to whatever, during that transitional period, for whatever reason, it's always chaotic. Like, throughout recorded history, that's when the extinctions happen. That's when, like, a lot of, like, it's always chaotic when you go through those astrological whatevers. Now, when you factor that in, what is an astrological cycle? It's roughly what? I think it's 2,196 years, something like that. It's a little over 2,000 years. And that's the scary part. Look at the calendar. 2025, we already know we are at the end. We're not at the end. We are already in Aquarius, I believe, but we're just in the beginning, you could say, gray area of it, because it's not like you go from Pisces to Aquarius in a very defined line in the sand. We're 100% Pisces one day, and then boom, we're Aquarius the next. No, it's a transition, and I believe we're in that now. And it should help explain a lot of the chaos in the world. It's like, don't feel bad, humanity. Look back at any time the cosmos has ever... This shit always happens, man. Humans are always doing some shit like this around this time. It's the end of an era. It's the end of a cycle. And this is where you have to entertain the scary, biblical, what if these asteroids that we say are just once in a however many moon... What if they're kind of hand in hand with this astrological cycle? What if the universe has a built-in way to ensure one way or the other that this cycle on this planet continues? That, don't call it hate, call it biblical. That this earth, whether you like it or not, is reset more often than any of us thought. That it's a flood, it's an earthquake, because we're just really talking about the asteroids and the floods here. How much potential do we have to just, let's not even get into the volcano thing. We all know, the potential within these volcanoes. If we ever get a super eruption, there's another example right there that you get to the same result, the end of humanity as we know it. It's a cosmic winter, like you're thrust into a cold age. World temperatures drop by 10 to 15 degrees on average. Agriculture, as you know it, is done. Like, unless you're near the equator, that farming thing, forget about it. Like, the amount of farmable land throughout this globe, we've just lost 30% of it, or whatever the numbers are. And we're just talking about one mega volcano eruption, which we know is possible and has happened. That might have been Olympus. Who knows? Maybe it was a once active volcano, blew that son of a bitch from here to Hades, and is now dormant. I doubt it, because you would think there'd be channels and shit. I don't even know. Maybe there is. But that's another example of how easily humanity cannot be wiped out, but reset. We don't have to be talking about mass extinction, but we can be talking about setting you back. Everything you know is gone. It's like, great, you got buildings and all this shit, but it don't work no more. It's like, I do think that is common. And then you could get into solar flares, which we would be susceptible to now. And then you go, okay, maybe that's really not a thing. But then again, we haven't even gotten to the many biblical fire stories. How would biblical fires even start? There are many stories littered with, humanity was punished by whatever great fire started, and the fires came by, and I'm sure there's truth to that. What sort of variables would have to be in play for massive global fires to be what ends humanity at that time, or completes the cycle at that time? We should study Pompeii. We really should. Yeah, because that was a massive one. Shows you the power of a volcano. Many people have joked about it, but it does show you the power of a volcano. That force was so crazy, people got statue eyes. Like, oh shit, here, done. Just instantly locked in a tomb, death. You don't even, like, you're just, yeah, that's a fucking force right there, man. And those are many things. And as we could say, I believe they are in many religions where they go, what? In order to punish man, the gods took away the sun. And there are stories like that. Volcano would be one. Asteroids can do it too. But volcano would be one way to explain that. If you're in like a part of the world that you either do or do no, like, and you're not aware of that volcano that just exploded with the force of God knows what on the other side of the world, the only thing you're going to know is, where'd the sun go? You're like, why is it dark today? What the fuck's going on? So that could be an explanation for a lot of it, because I know it's like that. They took away the sun, the punished man. I believe, I'm, speculating here. That could be where a lot of them stories came from. Well, hell yeah, man. So let's go on. That's pretty cool. But we do all have to agree on one thing. That no matter what you research, it does appear the general consensus is that recorded history, or whatever we want to call information, is all saying that what we call man did indeed come from this general area of the world. That it all originated right around there. And I like to think there's some truth to that. So here we go. Tarot card full. Here's the one that your boy wanted to look into while we brought up that tarot card thing. Because you know there's truth to it. And this definitely is the agreed upon one for the full. So I wouldn't doubt some people who are very skillful in the esoteric whatevers knew what they were doing when they came up with this what the hell ever. So what do you think this fucker is telling us? You're a fool for... There's the dog. That's one fascinating thing. I agree, old Robin, that, yeah, natural disasters, like the cosmic impact, just the fragility of the earth, yeah, is indeed what they were trying to tell us, what has been passed down through religion. So, yeah, he's holding a white flower. Yeah, he seems very peaceful. Why would this be the fool? Maybe I'm getting a little defensive and jumping to conclusions, but he looks awfully happy. Other than whatever the hell you want to call that. Does it just look like a knapsack? It does. It does. So he's got a little bag with a beaked eagle, falcon head, some sort of a bird head on his bag. You know, blonde hair. There's the sun. That's got to be the moon, I'm assuming. And I bet if you did some math, that might be it. Who knows? But it appears like he's got, okay, not really a whole lot here. You can get into the dog thing. What's that about? The only relationship I know to dog, yeah, is the Sirius star. There are mountains in the background. A yellow sky. Wearing a dress. You could get into that, but I don't think, you know, there's no Bidenism going on here, I don't believe. That might have been, you know, Scottish, like, it's a Celt, you uncultured American son of a bitch. It's a damn Celt. So, yeah. So, that's the full in tarot. Because I really do. Because apparently, from what I've learned, there's like three... From what little bit I've learned, there's like 3 decks of tarot or something like that. That they have synergy, they play amongst one each other, but they are different decks, and you got to learn like one at a time to do a proper reading. Tarot card pictures, but I don't know, because yeah, I want the whatever the agreed upon thing is. I don't want like somebody's WWE version. I wonder if there's a good, maybe wiki, again, might be a proper one to go. I'm actually going to click the article. So, okay, this should give us like a nice little list. If I look at the other one. So here's the moon. Now here's a question if you're still in chat, old Robin, or Jennifer, if you're still here. He's a traveler with a dog and a flower. It's a tunic. I love these pictures. Me too, because you know they're all instilled with messages. And maybe it is similar. I don't know how tarot works to the Philosopher's Stone, Holy Grail sort of perspective, as in the answer is what you derive from it. But I don't know. But yeah, do you think the moon is natural or put there by something, we could say? Because it's a conversation that's been had. That in order to have an eclipse and all the things like that, where it's at is just so perfect. You either have to go with chance or it was put there consciously by something. And that's, I've always found that an interesting conversation, because then they got the one where we can prove it's pretty hollow. That we can prove that when it gets hit by asteroid, it dings like a bell. That it rings a ding. Like after the asteroid hits, that there's some hollow reverberations. Like it's not as solid. That's about the only thing that I believe we can prove. If that's true, and I tend to believe it is. That I forget, maybe we could Google it now, I'm not going to. But apparently it's already been proven. that there's some sort of a ding, a resonance. When it's hit by an asteroid, it leaves an echo. It's almost too perfect. That's the only thing. Yes, it's almost too perfect. Some of the things that I've heard hypothesized, and they're interesting to think about, is you ask the simple question. If you're a civilization, an advanced civilization, version of humans on this earth, and you know about these cycles that we've been, touching upon, maybe this earth does wipe itself out X amount of years, as in it happens frequently, and they know this, and they know there's nothing they can do about it, that the floods are coming, and they wanted to leave behind whatever. Where would be a great place to put it? That sort of perspective. That may be. And I'm not saying I believe it, but I love thinking about that. Okay, yeah, let's say you're so advanced that you could store something, quote unquote, in the moon. Like, I'm not saying I believe that, but that's another theory I've heard. Anyway, back to the card. The moon is mysterious nonetheless. That's the thing we all can agree on. Like, it's magnificent. It's many things. It invokes a lot of curiosity. It sure does. So the first thing we can go by is the Roman numerals. There's the Romans reminding us of their influence. So what is that number? X is 10, V is 5, and then you got 3. So you got 8, you got 18, I believe. I believe that's 18. So what in the hell would that apply? There's these things again that we saw in the Ace of Cup. So I guess there's your answer then. They weren't drops of water because it's pretty much the same damn design. It is, but it's not being depicted as water. So the sun is raining down something that does appear feminine, but it's borderline. I'm thinking feminine. You could say there's the crescent moon within the moon, so we could be getting into some eclipse shit here that they're trying to remind you. Yeah, because that is the sun. That's not the moon. Maybe that's what... Okay. A little bit of moon reference there. Looks like a crescent moon. Then you got 2 pillars. Okay. But it's the moon card. So that's where I'm getting all this from. Because that looks like the sun to me. I guess. I mean, it is yellow. Thought they're just chatting. All those shapes are the same as the raindrops. Yes, indeed. So it's like, exactly. That's what I noticed. We were wondering, were those necessarily, raindrops? And that's what Randall Carlson said. He believes it's the Hebrew symbol. It wasn't raindrops, and maybe this is why, because he's seen it in other cards. He's like, no, I believe it's the Hebrew symbol that means plural, but I'm not with that. But you do see this path that goes into the water. It comes out of the water. I think that's a Scorpio reference there. Like, because for whatever reason, there's a scorpion coming out of the water. So if I switch the main real quick, and we bring up that, Scorpio is October, November. So it goes into Sagittarius and it comes out of Libra, which are the scale and the Minotaur thing. So I don't think there's any relation there. But for Scorpio is coming out of the water. A scorpion is coming out of the water. We'll zoom in if we can. Looks like you don't see too many mushrooms. I mean, you do in like shamanism, but what I'm looking at, I would expect a little more because of the psychedelic properties, but I don't see a lot of mushrooms unless that may be one. There's the dogs again. That is clearly a dog. That looks a little different. Red eyes. Once again, I don't think squirrel tail. Yeah, those are different. Paws, more claws. Tail, more squirrel-like. Different ears. So 2 similar yet different breeds of dog. Unless we're talking about the Sirius reference again, I don't know. But here's what I'll bring up. Is this part. They say it's big in Christianity. In Hebrew, it's known as the requai, but in Christianity, it's referred to as the firmament. Now, it gives me flat earth things. It's a lobster, and I think that symbol just means a man's, I don't even know that word, if I'm being honest. Emanation. Okay, yeah, like sunshine. You might be right. Yeah, that's a very good answer. Very good answer. Because we are just totally trying to figure out what in the hell these bastards meant. Not bastards, some well-enlightened esoteric people meant. And what the fuck were they trying to tell us? Because, yeah, here's where I'm going at here. We see the two pillars. And it's related to, yeah, I shouldn't be on browsing. Let me stick with main. And it's going to be related to this. In Hebrew, it's known as the requai. And in Christianity, it's known as the firmament. Because in America, Christian culture, raised and baptized Christian, don't know a lot about Christianity, but I never heard this uttered in Christianity. But like they say, when you get into it, that's how it's worded. That, heaven is in the sky, the waters of heaven. That they're saying, they refer to this as a firmament. And this has flat earth things all around it. Because I have looked into flat earth. I'm not a flat earther. I'm not saying I am. I'm not. I'm a curious guy. And it's similar to this. This is kind of what they say. That it's all about a perspective thing. And apparently this is pretty common. Because like I said, it's called Rakai in Hebrew. And Hebrew is pretty respected, amongst religions. So I'm wondering, geocentrism, not flat earth. That's what I ultimately get at, is what you're saying there. That it's simply perspective, I think is what you're saying. Yeah, it's not, it's all about perspective. That's what I'm stabbing at here. Because I'm trying to go with this, right? Now again, it's not but then again, maybe that's what this is trying to say. This image here. It's not really like a front and back thing, as in this path heading into the water. But let's go from the side to side thing, not the path leading into the water. I could see the logic behind this, because if you go from land to sea, yeah, you're still experiencing it as flat, but you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it. You'd still be, bottom is at the top, and you wouldn't know it because of a thing called gravity. How does it work when we're on the ground? Why don't we float up? We don't really understand. We claim we do. So I'm reaching because I'm trying to go with this. How would this work if it's really true? I'm not saying it is true, but if it is, how would we experience it? If really through perspective or whatever, the waters are really the sky, how in the fuck would we be tricked into experiencing it that way? What in the shit, man? I do not know, but it's mentioned a lot. It's mentioned a lot, the firmament. That's why I saved that, to kind of remind me to look into it later, and maybe we will now, because I really didn't even know it was so acknowledged in Hebrew and Christianity. But apparently, no, it's a thing that you can look up the firmament and the require, whatever they called it. Because again, we see it here. The pillars. Why do they have pillars? Because I believe it goes hand in hand. Yeah, see? The pillars of the earth is a big part of the whole firmament, requai, whatever you say. Yeah, pillars of the earth are big in that. So I'm wondering, looking at our, why are these two pillars here? Are they referencing the whole firmament thing? Going that there are pillars of the earth that are coming out of the water. The pillars of the earth are in the water? What are they saying? But for some reason, they're the pillars. And for some reason, this path of land can go over the water. Honestly, what are they trying to... It's great. I love this shit. I really do. What are they trying to tell us? They're clearly trying to tell us something. With a card called the moon. So apparently all this is related to the moon. Because this is what they're choosing to go with. Oh, here we go. Now we're on to something. The pillars could be Boaz and Jason, the two pillars outside the Temple of Solomon. You really could be. Because the Temple of Solomon is a big one. I wonder where we can go with the dating on that. I'm trying to copy. Let's just copy Temple of Solomon. Go with a quick thingy poo here. And bring her up. If I just search Temple of Solomon real quick. Biblical temple in Jerusalem came around the 10th century BCE. So we are getting old. Because we've already established that, Samaria was roughly 4000 BC. So we're definitely getting beyond them now. King Solomon, BCE. So before Christ. Yeah, just before Christ. So, okay. Maybe, yeah. Let's go on. And what else did you throw in there? Boaz and Jachin. Let's go on and copy that and see if along with this Solomon page we've got open here, bam, oh, we don't need a plus. 2 bronze pillars that stood in front of Solomon temples in Jerusalem. They are mentioned. Okay. Go with the old wiki. We might get the pillars nearly 6 feet thick, 8 foot, and they represented, okay, there could be a relation here. I don't know if they're going to directly correlate it to that, but that's, here we go. Here's a tarot card that we're not even asking for. That's what I'm saying. Tarot is definitely powerful. Because even, looking up Boaz and Jachin, which has nothing to do with tarot, you could say, out of nowhere, damn, that's a small image of the original one. So Wiki even points you to this when speaking about those two people. So Wiki is saying, they're pretty much agreeing with you. Like, they're agreeing. There you go, Robin, that, you are right. Like, Boaz and Jachin are definitely represented, the 2 pillars of Solomon. You were right. But I think you were, more right. It wasn't that one. They've actually got a card, I believe. Because what are they called? B and J? Yes. So no, you're so right. They actually dedicated a card to it. It's called the High Priestess. That represent what you just said. And there it is. See, Torah? Now, once again, I also assumed Torah was so ancient, but we've already been down that timeline. It's still infantile. There are religions way older than the Torah, and that doesn't take anything away from this. They went with the Torah, so that's what we're getting. And again, there's the crescent moon, often represented in Islamic cultures, but frequent everywhere. So are we on? Let me make sure. Okay, I want to make sure I wasn't screwing it up. Why is Boaz black and Jachin white? Great question. We can try to piece that together. That's obviously trying to tell you something. Duality. Yin yang. Similar? No, identical. Pretty much, you could say. Pillars, just different colors. Because there are small differences, but I think it's just the way they're trying to, Because none of it's meant to be butterfly. I don't believe. Sacred geometry is. But, So those are definitely what you speak of. In Torah, that's going to be related to Solomon. And you have the crescent moon. There's the hat, which is always an important symbol. Which you could say is a half a crescent moon. That if you cut it in half, did some sacred geometry, there's the other half. There's a ball, because this is the high priestess. So you would think this is a pretty big one. I'm guessing coconuts in the background, or maybe a seed of some sort. Maybe they're representing seeds. They look like pine cones? No, I don't know. I'm thinking coconuts way off. I'm thinking we're closer with the pine cones. Because I'm seeing the tropical looking trees, which has made me. And then we have the Roman numeral 2. Right, probably yin yang, and that's the second card. Yep, that's probably what that 2 means. Okay. So that's a good question. Why is... So let's go here. What is the story between, Boaz? Because you would think you'd get a nice link there to Boaz. We'll find out what the hell his story is. So, because who is Boaz? According to the Bible, Boaz and Jachin, or whatever, were 2 copper, brass, and bronze pillars. So they're not actually people. I'm guessing they are used as symbols in Freemasonry. Here we go. And sometimes in religious architecture. They were probably not support structures, but freestanding based on some... Okay, so they are. Yeah, they're not people. And that's a good question. So, Boaz and Jachin, are they always depicted as black and white? Not really. Who knows where that one's even from? But yeah, there we go. So that was interesting. Like, here's some stained glass from somewhere. So yeah, I don't think the black and white thing is always consistent. But them tarot people put it there for some damn reason. That is a good question that I don't have an answer to. Why is that one black and that one white? Other than, it's got to be yin-yang related somehow. It's all right. BJ. Ha. So she's in the middle of the BJ. Oh, man. The Pornhub thoughts are just going buck. So Solomon's Temple. That's definitely an old one that I already had bookmarked. Rightfully so. So we've seen the moon, which again, the pillars thing. But you're right. I don't think that represents those because they're so important. They gave them their own card. So maybe these are, they're definitely referencing... Maybe not definitely, but appear to be referencing something else, or it's just so damn important, the whole pillar concept, that they make damn sure it's repeated. Because we already know what the moon is. I'm sure, but where was the wiki on tarot cards? God, we've already been through the Tunguska event. Because I know there's a wiki on tarot, and I need to find a proper one that just gives me the layout. Tarot card pictures, I believe is what I typed in last time. I'd get off Google Images, dude. Tarot card pictures, here we go. Where was the wiki? Tarot card pictures wiki. Playing cards, early tarot decks. That's would be what I don't know. List? Tarot cards list. I'm trying on a nice, easy damn list. Maybe Labranos, Major Arcana. Maybe this is something. Let's see if we get a list. Here we go. This is kind of a list. So there's the Fool. We've been over that. The Magician. This might be cool. Here's the Magician. That's the internet. They say that's an alchemical symbol. Infinity is awesome. Yeah, often it's more than that, but it is. And so there's that. We've got the infinity symbol. I'm seeing roses here on the bottom. There's a chalice. So the Magician. What's that fucking pose? God dang it. That is a thing with the left hand down and the right hand pointed up. So he's doing that for some reason. I guess, this is card 1. Yeah. So card number 0 is the Fool. So this probably means a lot. The first card is the Magician. So he has a sword. And maybe this could say, yeah, it's kind of like video game like, that he's got his weapon on the table. All he needs, because he's a freaking magician. You know, it's like, dude, you want to roll warrior? That's cool. I'm going to roll mage. Like, maybe that's what this is kind of saying. That they do fight differently. They don't use the sword. Could be way off. It's white, I'm sure, for a reason. As above, so below. If that's regarding the pillars thing, I was feeling that. He has a pentagram on the shield. Yeah, exactly. That star. He does, for sure. Wonder what that could represent. Because you could say it's a star. But you wonder how old that concept is. Because those twinkling lights in the sky, they don't really look like that. You know what I mean? Like, where we got, like, a star shape from it is beyond me. They don't really look like that. But we do associate them with stars. Currently. That doesn't mean they always have, but maybe we could go with it. It is a star. Or you could just say it's just sacred geometry. But I'm thinking star. Yeah, so who knows what the hell that can mean. But it is the first card. And the High Priestess is, so they rank the Magician, I guess you could say. Tarot does, and Home, Paul Christian, Golden Dawn, Book of Memory. So I guess it's what it's called. Crowley. Crowley does have his own, the whole fucking Crowley. Old Aleister Crowley. Esoteric genius in his right, like it or not. Yeah, he definitely liked to put his own fucked up twist on things, that's for sure. And I can't even say he's wrong. He was actually pretty good at it. But it was definitely fucked up nonetheless. Depending on, your flavor of Kool-Aid. But here's the old Empress. I guess the Venus thing is what we're getting close to now. Another tree in the back. Looks very pine cone-ish. But definitely feminine. What are these? Ladybugs? No, those are fruits. The fruit bearer. The woman, the seed. Maybe, yeah, that's she just covered in. So they got the heart with that beautiful damn symbol. So that does seem to be, the signal for feminine is that freaking thing right here. So this seems to be a very feminine card representing something. You got flowing, you got waterfalls. Then there's their crown. Stars again. So they're going with that. Not too much telling there. So the Empress is an interesting one. So we got the Pope, the Hierophant, the High Priest. Haven't you already been through that? No, the Popess. So the female version of the High Priest in Tarot, the one surrounded by the pillars, is higher, you could say, than the Hierophant, the male version of this shit. Which ends up being a lot of crosses, keys, for some reason. Maybe I should be saving these so I don't have to continue to do this. Just have a directory where I can say, because I do really want to learn about these. So yeah, there's a lot of numerology there. So there's that damn symbol again, too. That's a common one. The old 2 fingers up, whatever. There's something there. So you got these fucks that looks like doves? Or flowers? Yeah, because he's got flowers on his robe. So I think that is that. These are like roses. And these are that lily again. And the 2 keys to something. See, a lot of crosses, a lot of red. A crown. Which looks like he's sitting in front of something, maybe a W. That's interesting. 2 figures up means you're speaking like an orator. Okay. 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 Because that's damn sure common. It's often done with that left hand, not often, but I see it combined with that left hand down thing. So what the fuck's this random link here? The first temple of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. I'm just looking for it. Oh, we're getting into Aleister Crowley again. Whenever you get into tarot, it loves leading you into fucking tally. I don't have that one. The Isis Urania Temple was the first temple of that fucker. These bastards. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. Which I should just go on and book that one for later. So yeah. Alright, the Lovers, the Chariot, Justice. So what are they saying is justice here? That might be an interesting look. So you got the Libra thing there, but then again, that's just a scale. So just the robe bearing a king, like authoritarian. Pretty much simple pick. No real symbolism there. The Hanged Man, that might be something interesting. Here we go. Here's the card. So we got a Hanged Man. That is indeed hanging from a wood with some foliage. Not really a whole lot there. Blue shirt, red pants. Still going with the sun thing. I thought that would be a lot cooler. We could. Oh, here's the devil. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere. This is what the devil looks like, according to some. So you got man and woman. I hope that ain't toss. I'm sorry, Twitch. But yeah, so then you got the old devil in the middle. And they're bound together. They're chained together. It's like, is he sitting on a doorway? That little rectangle in the middle? So she's holding, you know, fruit. He's got a tail of fire. But it's usually with Satanism, that left hand down thing, yeah. It's usually, from what I can tell, associated with the devil, Satanism, things like that. That pose is weird. I might do that Crowley rabbit hole because he's so good. It sucks that he plays for that side, you could say, but dude, as far as what he knows, you cannot question it. He just decided to do what the fuck ever with it. So it seems kind of chubby, you could say. So it's doing that thing again. It's doing the Spock thing, you could say. For whatever reason, it's splitting its two fingers. Seems like there might be a symbol there. There's the pentagram. Put that way. Because that's not... It is sacred geometry, but yeah, it's not perfect. It's not a perfect star. That's the point of the pentagram. It's a, distorted star, you could say. It's still, sacred geometry, but just not the butterfly effect thing, perfect star. So that's an interesting one. So they made sure to include us in there. So within the devil card, they like to be like, yep, there you are, just in your flesh. Then, hey, come on now, did you have to give them red hair? Now I'm offended. Well, they do say we have no souls. Maybe this is where they can come from. Hey, but you gotta admit, man, at least we freaking manscape from time to time. Damn, you ain't rocking a bush down there. So as bad as hell is, you still take some time to do a little manscaping. That's pretty cool. So there's the old devil bed. We might get the crowds here in a second. My head is... So we got the moon. The sun's got its own card. That's pretty hard to depict the freaking sun. You better show it some respect. So there's the sun, which has a face. Again, I think that kind of goes hand in hand with religion. It's always the Son of God, the sun, the sun, the sun. Maybe that's kind of what this is depicting here. It's going, yeah, not only is it the sun, but it's also give it a face, and it's the sun. So your son, or whatever, a sun with sunflowers. That's appropriate. So we got sunflowers and a picture of the sun. A child, a clearly young child on a horse, who is holding a massive flag of that red stuff. And what is that? Olives? On its head? We got a little feather of something. Who knows? It could be male or female. Boy or girl. So the only thing, are we on main? No, we're on browsing. Here we go. I think the pentagram is good unless you turn it upside down. It means different things exactly. Like just changing the angle of it, how you use it, doesn't tend to imply meaning itself. So let me make sure I'm on the main thing and bring up that astrological part I like referencing, because they're going with the horse. Yeah, and I don't believe there really is any astrological implications in this one. So yeah, that's the sun. I'll keep glancing down the house of God, better known as the tower. The tower, another tarot card. 9/11 comes to mind. Maybe, who knows? Maybe we really do. But no, what's this here? We got lightning. Because here's one thing, I don't know if you've heard it entertained. Like the Gothic cathedrals and some of these still standing, clearly magnificent, built by people with esoteric knowledge, structures that we are associating with religion. I've heard often argued that they're actually not like religious, they're actually technological pieces of equipment, you could say. It was civilizations who know a thing or two about a thing or two who were attempting to harness energies like they were actual technological, and that's why they're put specifically where they are, perfectly aligned with it's part of a grid, is what a lot of people get at. And maybe this is what's getting it at, because you can see it appears to be something. Maybe this is our explanation of Mount Olympus right here. Maybe? Because were we not just asking, where did this apparent kingdom of Zeus go that was sitting upon a mountain, had to clearly be well built, well established? There's the damn kingdom, the one of the greatest gods ever. And then if it don't appear like something didn't come along, but we weren't going with electricity. But maybe this is the explanation of it. We're just philosophizing here. This is clearly suggesting that lightning, some powerful energy from the sky, hit one of our magnificent whatevers at some point in history. And I'm sure they threw this in here as in like a monument to a god. For some reason, there's what appears to be a crown. It could just be a capsule, a piece of equipment. So it destroyed it and it fucked us up. But again, you notice that symbol again. So now it's like we've already been given the water can emit it, the sun can emit it, electricity apparently can emit it. If that's what we're getting from any of this. But this is the tower. Kind of weird at the crown. Exactly. It's something there. The only arguable thing would kind of be going back to what I was saying with the hypothesis that they're actually pieces of equipment. So that may appear like a crown to us, or it's just really a superconductive built in a certain way. Who's to say? Who's to say? But if you want to relate it to the Olympus thing, I think, yeah, we could. Or whatever. Who knows what that's representing? Like, is there a... Crowley even called it the tower, so he didn't veer from that. Judgment. This would be a good one. So the old card of Judgment, which is... butt naked humans, man, woman, and child. So there's the Holy Trinity. Man, woman, and child, reflecting upon each other. Looks like glaciers in the background. You could say mountains, but they're going with what appears to me, but it's all blue. It's like that looks like a tree, but it's all blue. You got the blue water, the blue mountain, blue trees. Look at that ass. Yeah, you picked a good one. She's taller than him? That ain't supposed to be how it works. We're known to be taller. But this picture depicts her taller than him. They're about even. I'm reaching here. Your boy's just saying if there's anything where he's blowing the horn. There's a nice picture. But again, coming from the sky, so the judgment comes from the sky. That's kind of what they say. I guess this is going hand in hand where, yeah, we are judged by the gods. Are we? We sound the trumpet. They're definitely winged. There's the whole air thing. They got wings and clouds. So, but the implication here also is that whatever this god is also looks exactly like you. So maybe that's the message here. False idol sitting, like maybe that's a presidential, maybe that's the message within this. That you do from time to time give people power to judge you. Call them kings, call them lawyers, call them judges. Literally, we call them judges. But really all it is it's just you, dude. But you've agreed to give someone just like you godlike power to judge you. Maybe, who knows? Or they are trying to say that we do get judged by the gods. So yeah, man, that's the Horn of Judgment Day, I think. Very could be. Very well could be. Because Judgment Day, you're right, Judgment Day is a thing throughout religion. But according to what a lot of religions depict it as, yeah, we are being judged by the God when it comes to that. So again, yeah, who knows? But I love it. So what does it appear like to you? I'm going to throw this in there. They're in the sea floating on something. That don't look like a boat. It looks like a casket. Like they're boxes with lids on them. They're not boats. They're all standing in what appears to be a casket. You could say there isn't one for the child. It's simply a box. It is. But the two adults, the male and the female, are closing with, if you look at these, and that one's closed, which might be, but they appear like caskets. So, who knows? I'm sure none of this is coincidental. Oh my God, let me go back to browsing. I'm sorry. Here we go. Where was I? Man. Judgment. Here's what I was looking at. This. That. Let me make sure I'm not screwing it up. No, I'm not. Now I'm looking at what everybody can see. But yeah, those look like coffins to me. They're rectangular boxes with rectangular lids, except for the baby. It's just a square box with no lid. So there could be some implications behind that. For some reason, they're in a coffin-like thing regarding the judgment card. And again, this is just pure speculation. So the last card is the World. Card 21. Technically 22 because there is a 0. So there's the World. Oh man, they done slapped all us dudes in the face, rightfully so. Okay, so we have the eagle again in the sky. We got the lion here. The lion and the bull. So when we bring up, am I on main? When we bring up that astrological symbol, the bull is Taurus, the lion is Leo. I don't see no like side-by-side relationship there. So I'm not thinking it's astrological on this one. Could be wrong, but there is, for whatever reason, a lion and a bull, which may still represent Leo and Taurus. So there they are, because they're in the sky. This is all clouds. So maybe that's what they're saying. The Leo of the sky and the Taurus of the sky, or the bull. There is no eagle of the sky, other than they are a representation of the sky. And then there's man in the sky. He-Man, nonetheless. Looks like He-Man. And then you got this fine looking thing here in the middle. Holding, again, that. As, which one was it? That same thing of the magician. That's what it was. So she's holding the magician wand. She's holding the same wand the magician was holding. So that might be interesting. So are we magicians? And that appears like a robe. I was going to go with the serpent thing. I'm not saying it. That's her hair. So yeah, that's really all that's there. She's draped. You could say it's a helix thing and go with the DNA thing. And she's wrapped in some sort of a something. So who knows? But what I'm going to do, because we might get into the Crowley thing here too. I'm thinking I'm with you. I'm going to go take a quick pee. Damn, I got some ash in that one. So it's time for a little 30-second, no more than a minute break. Might be a good time to take a pee yourself. Anybody watching, definitely Robin Goodfellow. Definitely appreciate you having in the chat. I will just go and leave chat up in case you want to chime in or to go take a little break yourself. But your boy will BRB here no more than a minute. Be right back. Man, that ash is nasty. Had to get some more frozen pizza gums, man. I can't call them pizza bites because you actually need... Hey, there's a chatter. Hundar Jagger 18, I'm back. Did you answer? What was the question? Yeah, what would you do if you were omnipotent? I don't know. That's a good question. What would you do if you were omnipotent? Well, let's see. Let's look up the specific definition here of omnipotent. So if I was... Let me look it up. Y'all don't even need to see it. We'll keep the screen. We might be looking at this. Who knows? One who has unlimited power or authority. I don't know. So what would I do? What God does, I guess you could say. I'd give everybody free will to do whatever the fuck they wanted and just enjoy the fact that I can do the same. It's like, cool, I'm all powerful. I can do whatever I want. Now, yeah, I don't know what would I do. At the moment, it would be a beautiful beach, perfect temperature, and about 20 18-year-old virgins that ain't never been railed in their life, just so I could get the opportunity to do it. That would be as good as it gets for your boy at the moment. At the moment, that's what I would do with such power. I would just bust a couple of nuts. Your boy ain't had none in over 2 years. It's sad. We could get into that, dude. I'm on a dry spell worse than the Sahara Desert, man. It's shameful, but I would scratch that itch first and foremost and, you know, clean up the chakra a little bit. That poor sucker's so backed up, man. So yeah, man, that's what your boy would do. Sad but true. Now, the proper question to ask would be after that. That's a good question, because then I'd be able to relax. You know, you'd have the old post-nut syndrome where you'd be able to make a clear, conscious decision now that you got that out of the way about what you really want in life. You would leave. I mean, help out, of course. Things would be easy as snapping my fingers. Yeah, man. Yeah. It'd be a cool power to have. It'd be a dangerous power to have, but I like to believe we all do have that omnipotent power. But yeah, man, I don't know. Yeah, I probably would do that because of, you know, all powerful. I do love me some Mother Nature. So along with that, I'd probably, create a reality with nobody around. I'd be like, well, if I'm all powerful, let me create the ultimate form of nature. I'd get off that beach real quick. And I would transport myself to like the deepest parts of the Amazon so I could get a really, constant, holy shit, that's really nature? But then who knows? That is a good question. Like, yeah, just assuming you're God, which we all are, what the hell would you do? If you could mold it like Neo. Okay, so where the hell? Because I am going to have to probably rip one for this. Let's check out old fucking... Let's do... Because old Crowley... Jesus Christ, like he could... What this dude does could take you down. Holy hell. He's responsible for so much borderline insane shit out there. It's called Thoth Tarot. Yeah, even Tarot. He done infiltrated that. This dude is like the Elon of the occult world. How he managed to Tesla, SpaceX, how he managed to do all this shit is beyond me. So he even infiltrated Tarot, came up with his own esoteric deck, painted by this broad. English artist associated with, clearly. Okay, so she's English. So he went with the old English broad here. And let's see symbolism. Deck variants. Grail. Oh man. That's a great one. Is a noun that means Holy Grail. This son of a bitch. Yep. All right. So that means Holy Grail. It's another term for Holy Grail. Does Grail mean royal blood? Are we even on the right page here? Yes, we are. All right. So, okay. So maybe we should look. Was that his first one? I'm thinking it is. First printed version with blue ink on the front and red ink on the first color version. Correct printing mistakes. Introduced a blah, 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 blah. So maybe the A2 version after they've corrected some mistakes is the one we're going to want here. So, yeah. So I want the Thoth. Where's the... Alright, let's just look for Thoth cards. Because we should be on that now, right? Thoth Tarot. Can we just see pictures? Clickable pictures. No. Okay. So, Thoth Tarot. Let's try Thoth Tarot. Pictures. Kind of like we had on the one where it's just a nice laid out list of links. Book. Oh, Flickr might be reliable here. I think we made a decent choice. So here we go. See, now we're getting into... Dude, is this thing like scrolling? Can I open image in a new tab? No, this is all... Maybe Flickr wasn't the best choice. But here's the full according to Crowley. I guess it'd be nice. It'd be perfect if we had a side-by-side list. That's why I need to save the originals and do some actual proper shit where I could quickly bring up the original and compare it to the Crowley version. Because it's hard to even scroll up. Alright, here we go. So he's got the dove. Which card is this? The Fool. Because I do wish I could find a better one. I might just give up and go. I wish it was Wiki. But we've already tried. Alright, Tiamat, we're done with that. Mesopotamia, we're done with that. Samaria, we're good with that. Because I could always go back to that. So let's just clear all this and start with Crowley. And get a whole bunch of tabs going here. Thoth Tarot will go back to the Wiki. I'm gonna check chat here in a second. Is an esoteric? Are we symbolism? Deck variants. Maybe it's here. Because I know Thelema is like his own fucking religion, but I don't think that's gonna reveal. Because here's our links to the regular one. Fine. So I'd love to have a list to the Magus. The Magus. Let's just do this. We'll do it the hard way. Nope. Nope. I already know. We can get into that later. Let's get our own picture here. Oh my god. Tarot. The Magus. Please just be a nice open image in a new tab. This might be as good as it gets. Sorry, check your chat now. Alright, Sangreal. Oh, here we go. We got a lot of activity. Let's catch up. Oh, I just cleared it all. And then one is able to know everything, be omniscient. I hate this fucking chat thing. I wish it would have stayed up there for everybody to read, but I appreciate you, Hundjagar. And yeah, Sangreal. Alright, so caught up on Robin Goodfellow. We're good. Now I want the Crowley deck. Me too, because yeah, God, I wish I had it laid out where I really could compare them side by side. Because you know it's fascinating. So the Magus is what we're looking for. And somehow I'm getting this shit. So the Magus Tarot, images, wiki art. Open link in a new tab. I can kind of blow up on it. This might be decent. Can I save this as anything? No, it's going to be a web page. Damn, I need a fucking proper list. Gotta love the old Google image search, man. What if I click this one and just hit? I will go with link. No, open image in a new tab. Here we go. Let me save this because eventually I'm going to compile a list. So this is Magus. Alright, because that was a little more difficult than I was hoping it would be. So the Magus card is that. We finally have a good picture. And it is, get rid of all this bullshit. Indeed, the Magician card. So here's the original, what we're being given version, and this is what Crowley did with it. Well, you got to give it to him. He's a little more creative. But he did come way after whatever. So the Magician is what he calls the Magus. And according to him, it's, what the fuck is that thing? There's a tail. Looks like it's got human hands. I'm seeing 2 hands, arms. Is that a human there? What is that thing? He doesn't make it clear. Maybe he wants to keep you guessing. Maybe ram horn? He's definitely got all sorts of sacred geometry angles and shit going on in the background. He's got a bunch of shit. That's what I'm saying. He's good, dude. Who knows how much shit is just in this one image. He's probably trying to tell us God knows what the fuck. Is he... He's got that looks like the sun. Holy Grail again, saying Grail. Chalice. He's got the chalice thing. I'm assuming that's steam? Something coming out of it. Looks like steam. He's got the sword. This appears to be the top of a torch. The part that would be burning. Here we go. Whatever the fuck that thing is. So you know how in the original, yeah, there's their staff. It's a nice thing of white. Looks like a candle. He goes with a fucking whatever that is. That Sphinx looking weird thing. So it's not a white staff. Now here you have, you know, written paper. Maybe a pen. There's the dove. Like we saw in the Ace of Cups. Then we see the serpent. And okay, back to chat for a hot second. The Quidditch or whatever. That thing from Harry Potter. Harry Potter, dude. I haven't seen it, but I do not deny that, again, that's just esoteric shit all over that one. Without a doubt. I do not deny that Harry Potter's littered with shit. So, all right, here's a proud Satanist version of what a magician would look like. It's okay. Let's see the priestess. Hopefully this goes a lot easier. All I should have to do is look for priestess and then add Thoth Tarot. Thank you. Now this should be nice and easy, right? Even if I just go to images, this looks like we're getting a little better. There's wiki art. I think I already know not to trust that one. Yeah, that one's not very big. Because I'd like to find just a good one, download it once, and be done with it. Never have to do this shit again. Start organizing these directories. Here we go. Bam. Definitely worth saving. Save image as. This is Thoth Priestess. So we'll always have this one. Nice big one to look at. Okay. So that was relatively easy. And that is the Crowley version of our favorite one here. Why do I find that hard to... Oh, Robin. Dude, your name should be easy for a dude named Rob. By the way, the reason my name is Robology is because my name is Rob. Robert. So nice to meet you. That Robin should be easy for me to remember, being that my name is Robert. So here's the one thing that I'll notice, that I noticed the other night when looking up these for the first time myself. You see how in all of Crowley's decks, regarding this deck, Trump's in the background. Now, I'm not saying Donald Trump, but then again, I'm not saying that either, you know, but for whatever reason, Trump's, the word Trump, as in Donald Trump, except the plural, there's an S. Maybe you can see it clearly, but in the back of all of his cards, it's there. In the background, just like that, it's Trump's. Why is beyond me, who knows, but that's something I've noticed in the Crowley deck. The egg with wings, what the fuck does that mean? That's a great question. What the hell? What do these down here look like? Jewels, I'm thinking.